Section 20 of The Morals, Volume 2. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Morals, Volume 2 by Plutarch, translated by several hands, corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. Greek Questions, Part 1. Question 1. Who are they at Epidaurus called Conipodes and Artunoi? Solution. The managers of the affairs of the Commonwealth were 180 men. Out of these they elected senators, which they called Artunoi. The most part of the common people were conversant in husbandry. These they called Conipodes, because, as may be supposed, they were known by their dirty feet when they came into the city. Question 2. What woman was that among the Cumans called Onobatis? Solution. This was one of the women taken in adultery, which they brought into the marketplace, and set her upon a certain stone to be seen of all. From thence they took her and set her on ass back, and led her round about the city, and afterwards set her up again upon the stone. The rest of her life she led under disgrace. Her they called Onobatis, the woman that rode upon an ass. Hence they abominated the stone as unclean. There was also a certain magistrate among them, called Phylactes, a conservator. He that had this office kept the prison for the rest of his time. But at the nocturnal convention of the senators he came into the council, and laying hands on the kings led them forth, and detained them in custody until the senate had determined concerning them, by a vote given in private, whether they had acted unrighteously or not. Question 3. Who is the Hypercustria among the Solenses? Solution. They call the she-priest of Minerva so, because she offers certain sacrifices and obligations for the averting of impending calamities. Question 4. Who are the Amnemones among the Cnidians? And who is the Aphestia? Solution. The 60 select men chosen from among the nobles, whom they used as overseers and principal counsellors for life in matters of greatest concern. They called Amnemones, as a man may suppose, because they were not accountable to any for what they did, or verily, in my opinion, rather because they were men carrying much business in their memories. And he that put questions to vote was called a festa. Question 5. Who were the Christoi among the Arcadians and Lacedaemonians? Solution. When the Lacedaemonians were agreed with the Tegeats, they made a league with them, and set up a common pillar on the river Alpheus, upon which this is written, among other things: Drive out the Messenians from your borders, and make none of them Christoi. Good. Aristotle interpreting this saith, that none of the Tegeats ought to be slain that endeavoured to bring aid to the Lacedaemonians. Question 6. Who is Chrysologus among the Opuntians? Solution. The most of the Greeks did use barley at their ancient sacrifices when the citizens offered their first fruits. Now they called him Chrysologus, who presided over the sacrifices and received the first fruits. They had 2 priests, one that had the chief charge of the divine things, the other of demonic affairs. Question 7. What sort of clouds are the Pleiades? Solution. Showering clouds which were carried up and down were, for the most part, called Pleiades, as Theophrastus hath said expressly in his 4th book of Meteors. Whereas indeed the Pleiades are those clouds which have a consistency and are not so movable, but as to colour white, which discover a kind of different matter, neither very watery nor very windy. Question 8. Who is called Platychetus among the Boeotians? Solution. They that had many neighbouring houses or bordering fields were so called in the Aeolic dialect, as having wide domains. I will add one saying out of the Thesmophylacian law, seeing there are many. Question 9. Who is he among the people of Delphi who is called Hosiotier? And why do they call one of the months Bysius? Solution. They call the slain sacrifice Hosiotier when the Hosios, the Holy One, is declared. There are 5 of these holy ones for life, and these transact many things with the prophets and sacrifice together with them, supposing that they are descended from Deucalion. The month Bysius, as many think, is the same as Phusios, natural, for it is in the beginning of the spring, when most things do sprout and put forth buds. But this is not the true reason. For the Delphians do not use B for PH, as the Macedonians, who say Bilippus, Balacus, and Veronica for Philippus, Phallacus, and Veronica. But instead of P, they for the most part saying Batein for Patein, and Picron for Picron. Therefore they say Bysius for Pisius, because in that month they inquire of and consult their god Apollo. This is their genuine and country way of speaking, for in that month an oracle is given forth, and they call that week the nativity of Apollo, and the name is Polythus, not because of their baking a sort of cakes called Pthides, but because then their oracle is full of answers and prophecies. For it is but of late that oraculous answers were given to the inquirers every month. In former times Pythia gave answers only once a year, which was on this day, as Callisthenes and Anaxandridas have told us. Question 10. What is Phyxamelum? Solution. It is one of the small plants that creep upon the ground, upon whose branches the cattle treading do hinder, hurt, and spoil their growth, where therefore they have attained some considerable bigness by growth, and escaped the injury of those that used to feed upon them. They are called Phuxamela, i.e. that have escaped the danger of cattle, of which Aeschylus is witness. Question 11. Who are the Aposphendonetoi? Solution. The Eretrians inhabited the island of Corcyra, but when Charicrates set sail from Corinth with a considerable strength and overcame them in battle, the Eretrians took shipping and sailed to their native country, of which thing the inhabitants of that country, having timely notice, gave them a repulse, and by slinging stones at them impeded their landing. Now being not able either to persuade or force their way, seeing the multitude was implacably bent against them, they sailed into Thrace and took possession of that country, where they say Metho first inhabited, of whose offspring Orpheus was. The city therefore they call Methone, and of the neighbouring inhabitants the men are called Aposphendoneti, i.e. they that were repulsed with slingstones. Question 12. What was Charila among the Delphians? Solution. The Delphians solemnized 3 nonennial feasts in regular order, of which they call one Stepterium, the other Herois, and the third Charila. The Stepterium represents by imitation the fight which Apollo had with Python, and both his flight and pursuit after the fight unto Tempe. For some say that he fled, as needing purification by reason of the slaughter. Others say that he pursued Python wounded, and flying along the highway which they now call sacred, he just missed of being present at his death, for he found him just dead of his wound, and buried by his son, whose name was Aix, as they say. Stepterium therefore is the representation of these or some such things. But as to Herois, it hath for the most part a mysterious reason which the Thyades are acquainted with, but by the things that are publicly acted one may conjecture it to be the calling up of Semele from the lower world. Concerning Charila, they fable some such things as these. A famine by reason of drought seized the Delphians, who came with their wives and children as suppliants to the king's gate, whereupon he distributed meal and pulse to the better known among them, for there was not sufficient for all. A little orphan girl yet coming and importuning him, he beat her with his shoe, and threw his shoe in her face. She indeed was a poor wandering beggar wench, but was not of an ignoble disposition. Therefore, withdrawing herself, she untied her girdle and hanged herself. The famine hereupon increasing and many diseases accompanying it, Pythia gives answer to the king, that the maid Charila who slew herself must be expiated. They with much ado at last discovering that this was the maid's name which was smitten with a shoe, they instituted a certain sacrifice mixed with expiatory rites, which they yet solemnize to this day every 9th year. Whereat a king presides, distributing meal and pulse to all strangers and citizens, for they introduce a kind of effigy of the wench Charila, and when all have received their doles, the king smites the idol with his shoe. Upon this the governess of the Thyades takes up the image and carries it away to some rocky place, and there putting a halter about its neck, they bury it in the place where they buried Charila when she had strangled herself. Question 13. What is the beggar's meat among the Aenianes? Solution. Many have been the removes of the Aenianes. First they inhabited the plain of Dotion, thence they were expelled by the Lapithae to the Aethices, from thence they betook themselves to a region of Molossia about the Eus, where they were called Paraveans. Afterwards they took possession of Kyrra. They had no sooner landed at Kyrra, Apollo so commanding their king Oenoculus, but they went down to the country bordering on the river Inachus, inhabited by the Inachians and the Achaeans. There was an oracle given to the latter, that they would lose all their country if they should part with any of it, and to the Aenianes that they would hold it if they should take it of such as freely resigned it. Timo, a noted man among the Aenianes, putting on rags and a scrip like a beggar, addressed himself to the Inachians, the king, in a way of reproach and scorn, gave him a clod of earth. He receives it and puts it up into his scrip, and absconds himself, making much of his dole, for he presently forsakes the country, begging no more. The old men wondering at this, the oracle came fresh to their remembrance, and going to the king, they told him that he ought not to slight this man, nor suffer him to escape. Timo, well perceiving their designs, hastens his flight, and as he fled, vowed a hecatomb to Apollo. Upon this occasion the kings fought hand to hand, and when Phemius, the king of the Aenianes, saw Hyperochus, the king of the Inachians, charging him with a dog at his heels, he said he dealt not fairly to bring a second with him to fight him. Whereupon Hyperochus, going to drive away the dog, and turning himself about in order to throw a stone at the dog, Phemius slays him. Thus the Aenianes possessed themselves of that region, expelling the Inachians and Achaeans. But they reverence that stone as sacred, and sacrifice to it, wrapping it in the fat of the victim. And when they offer a hecatomb to Apollo, they sacrifice an ox to Jupiter, a choice part of which they distribute to Timo's posterity, and call it the beggar's flesh. Question 14. Who were the Coliads among the Ithacans, and what was a phagilos? Solution. After the slaughter of the suitors, some near related to the deceased made head against Ulysses. Neoptolemus, being introduced by both parties as an arbitrator, determined that Ulysses should remove and hasten out of Cephallenia, Zacynthus, and Ithaca, because of the blood that he had shed there, but that the friends and relations of the suitors should pay a yearly mulct to Ulysses for the wrong done to his family. Ulysses therefore passed over into Italy. The mulct he devoted to his son, and commanded the Ithacans to pay it. The mulct was meal, wine, honeycombs, oil, salt, and for victims the better grown of the fagili. Aristotle saith Fagilus was a lamb, and Telemachus, setting Eumaeus and his people at liberty, placed them among the citizens, and the family of the Coliads is descended from Eumaeus, and that of the Bucolians from Philoetius. Question 15. What is the wooden dog among the Locrians? Solution. Locrus was the son of Fuscius, the son of Amphictyon. Of him and Cabia came Locrus, with whom his father, falling into contention, and gathering after him a great number of citizens, consulted the oracle about transplanting a colony. The oracle told him that there he should build a city, where he should happen to be bit by a wooden dog. He, wafting over the sea unto the next shore, trod upon a cynosbatus, a sweet briar, and being sorely pained with the prick, he spent many days there, in which time, considering the nature of the country, he built Fiscus and Hyantheia, and other towns which the Ozolian Locrians inhabited. Some say that the Locrians were called Ozolians, strong-scented people, from Nessus, others again from Python the serpent, cast up there by the surf of the sea, and putrefying upon the shore. And some say that the men wore pelts and ram-goat skins, living for the most part among the herds of goats, and therefore were strong-scented. Others, contrariwise, say that the country brought forth many flowers, and that this name was from their sweet odour. Among them that assert this is Archytas the Amphicean, who hath wrote thus: Machina crowned with vines, fragrant and sweet. Question 16. What manner of thing is that among the Megarians called aphabroma? Solution. Nisus, of whom Nicaea had its name, in the time of his reign married Abrota of Boeotia, the daughter of Uncestus and sister of Megarius, a woman, as it seems, excelling in prudence and singularly modest. When she died, the Megarians cordially lamented her. Nisus, willing to perpetuate her memory and renown, gave command that the Megarian woman should dress in apparel like unto that which she wore, and that dress they called for her sake aphabroma. And verily it is manifest that the oracle countenanced the veneration of this woman. For when the Megarian woman would often have altered their garments, the oracle prohibited it. Question 17. Who was called Dorozenus? Solution. The country of Megaris was anciently settled in villages, the inhabitants being divided into 5 parts, and they were called Heranians, Pyranians, Megarians, Cynosurians, and Tripodiscaians. These the Corinthians drew into a civil war, for they always contrived to bring the Megarians into their power. Yet they waged war with much moderation and neighbourly designs, for no man did at all injure the husbandman, and there was a stated ransom determined for all that were taken captives. And this they received after the release of the prisoner, and not before. But he that took the captive prisoner brought him home, gave him entertainment, and then gave him liberty to depart his own house. Wherefore he that brought in the price of his ransom was applauded, and remained the friend of him that received it, and was called Dorozenus, from his being a captive of the spear. But he that dealt fraudulently was reputed an unjust and unfaithful person, not only by the enemy, but by his fellow citizens also. Question 18. What is Palintokia? Solution. When the Megarians had expelled Theagenes the tyrant, they managed the commonweal for some time with moderation. But then, to speak with Plato, when their orators had filled out to them, even to excess, the pure strong wine of liberty, they became altogether corrupt. And the poor carried themselves insolently toward the richer sort in this, among other things, that they entered into their houses and demanded that they might be feasted and sumptuously treated. But where they prevailed not, they used violence and abusive behaviour, and at last enacted a law to enable them to fetch back from the usurers the use money which at any time they had paid, calling the execution thereof palintokia, i.e. the returning of use money. Question 19. What is the anthedon of which Pythia speaks? Drink wine on the lees. Anthedon's not thy home? For Anthedon in Boeotia did not produce much wine. Solution. Of old they called Caluria Irene, from a woman Irene, which they fable to be the daughter of Neptune, and Melanthea, the daughter of Alpheus. Afterwards, when the people of Anthes and Hyperes planted there, they called the island Anthedonia and Hyperia. The oracle, as Aristotle saith, was this: Drink wine on the lees, Anthedon's not thy home, nor sacred Hypera, where thou drankst pure wine. Thus Aristotle. But Mnasigeton saith that Anthus, who was brother to Hypera, was lost when he was an infant, and Hypera, rambling about to find him, came at Pherae to Acastus, or Adrastus, where by chance he found Anthus serving as a wine drawer. There, while they were feasting, the boy bringing a cup of wine to his sister, he knew her, and said to her softly, Drink wine on the lees, Anthedon's not thy home. Question 20. What is that darkness at the oak, spoken of in Priene? Solution. The Samians and Prienians waging war with each other, as at other times they sufficiently injured each other, so at a certain great fight the Prienians slew 1,000 of the Samians. 7 years after, fighting with the Milesians at the said oak, they lost all the principal and chief of their citizens together, at the time when Bias the Wise, who was sent ambassador from Priene to Samos, was famous. This grievous and sad calamity befalling the women, there was established an execration and oath, to be taken about matters of the greatest concern by the darkness at the oak, because their children, fathers, and husbands were there slain. Question 21. Who were there among the Cretans called Catacautai? Solution. They say that the Tyrrhenians took away by force from Brauron the daughters and wives of the Athenians, at the time when they inhabited Lemnos and Imbros, from whence being driven they came to Laconia, and fell into a commixture with that people, even so far as to beget children on the native women. Thus, by reason of jealousy and calumnies, they were again constrained to leave Laconia, and with their wives and children to waft over into Crete, having Polys and his brother their governors. There, waging war with the inhabitants of Crete, they were fain to permit many of them that were slain in battle to lie unburied, in that at first they had no leisure, by reason of the war and peril they were in, and afterwards they shunned the touching of the dead corpses, being corrupted by time and putrefied. Therefore Polys contrived to bestow certain dignities, privileges, and immunities, some on the priests of the gods, and some on the buriers of the dead, consecrating their honours to the infernal deities, that they should remain perpetual to them. Then he divided to his brothers a share by lot. The first he named priests, the others Catacautai, burners. But as to the government, each of them managed it apart, and had, among other tranquillities, an immunity from those injurious practices which other Cretans were wont to exercise towards one another privily, for they neither wronged them, nor filched or robbed anything from them. Question 2. What was the sepulchre of the boys at Chalcedon? Solution. Cothus and Archlus, the sons of Xuthus, came to Euboea to dwell, the Aeolians possessing the greater part of the island at that time. The oracle told Cothus that he should prosper and conquer his enemies if he bought the country. Therefore, going on shore a little after, he happened to meet with some children playing by the seaside, whereupon he fell to play with them, conforming himself to their humours and showing them many outlandish toys. Seeing the children very desirous to have these, he refused to give them any upon any other terms than to receive land for them. The boys, taking up some earth from the ground, gave it to him, receiving the toys, and departed. The Aeolians, perceiving what was done, and the enemies sailing in upon them, moved by indignation and grief, slew the children and buried them near the wayside that goes from the city to the Euripus, and that place is called the sepulchre of the boys. Question 23. Who is Mixarchagetus in Argos? And who are the Elasioi? Solution. They call Castor Mixarchagetus, and are of opinion that he was buried in the country, but they worship Pollux as one of the celestial deities. Those which they supposed were able to drive away the falling sickness, they called Elasii, expellers, esteeming them to be of the posterity of Alexida, the daughter of Amphiaraus. Question 24. What is that which is called enkysma by the Argives? Solution. It was a custom among those that lost any of their kindred or acquaintance presently after mourning to sacrifice to Apollo, and 30 days after to Mercury. For they are of the opinion that, as the earth receives the bodies of the deceased, so Mercury receives their souls. Giving then barley to Apollo's minister, they take the flesh of the sacrifice, and extinguishing the fire as polluted, but kindling it again afresh, they boil this flesh, calling it enkysma. Question 25. Who are Alastor, Aliterios, and Palamnios? Solution. For we must not give credit to those that say that such are called Aliterii, who, in the time of dearth, watch the miller, alunta epitiruntes, and steal the corn. But he was called Alastor, who did exploits not to be forgotten, Alista, but to be had in remembrance for a long time. Aliterius is he whom we should avoid, Aliurasthai, and observe upon the account of his knavery. Such things, saith Socrates, were engraven in plates of brass. Question 26. What is the meaning of this, that the virgins that follow those that lead the ox from Aeonius to Cassiopeia sing, till they approach the borders, in this manner? To native country dear, O may ye ne'er return. Solution. The Aenianes, being first driven out by the Lapithae, took up their habitation about Aethacia, and then about Molossis and Cassiopeia. But the country affording no staple commodity, and being ill bestead with troublesome neighbours, they went into the Cyraean plain, under the conduct of Oinoculus their king. And when there were great droughts there, by warning from an oracle, as they say, they stoned Oinoculus, and betaking themselves to ramble again, they came into this country, which they now possess, being very pleasant and fruitful. Whence with good reason they pray to the gods, that they may never return again to their ancient native country, but may abide where they are in prosperity. Question 27. What is the reason that at Rhodes the crier never enters into the chapel of Ocridion? Solution. Was it because Ochimus espoused his daughter Cydippe to Ocridion? But Cercaphus, who was brother to Ochimus, falling in love with the maid, persuaded the crier, for it was the custom to fetch the brides by the crier, to bring her to him when she should be delivered to him. This being accordingly done, Cercaphus got the maid and fled. Afterwards, when Ochimus was grown old, he returned. Wherefore it was enacted by the Rhodians that a crier should not enter into the chapel of Ocridion, because of the injustice done by him. Question 28. What is the reason that at Tenedos a piper might not go into the temple of Tenes, and that no mention might be made of Achilles in that temple? Solution. Was it because, when his stepmother accused Tenes that he would have lain with her, Mulpus a piper bore false witness against him, whereupon Tenes took occasion to fly into Tenedos with his sister? And they say that Achilles was strictly charged by Thetis his mother not to slay Tenes, as one that was much respected by Apollo, and that the goddess committed the trust to one of the household servants that he should take special care and put him in mind of it, lest Achilles should kill Tenes at unawares. But when Achilles made an incursion into Tenedos and pursued the sister of Tenes, being very fair, Tenes met him and defended his sister, whereupon she escaped, but Tenes was slain. Achilles, knowing him as he fell down dead, slew his own servant, because he, being present, did not admonish him to the contrary. He buried Tenes, whose temple now remains, into which no piper enters, nor is Achilles named there. Question 29. Who was the Polites amongst the Epidamnians? Solution. The Epidamnians, who were neighbouring to the Illyrians, perceiving that the citizens that had frequent commerce with them were debauched, and fearing an innovation, made choice of an approved man yearly from amongst them, who should deal as a factor with the barbarians in all matters of trade and traffic, managing the whole business of dealing and commerce on the behalf of all the citizens. And this man was called Polites, or the seller. Question 30. What is the shore of Aranus in Thrace? Solution. The Andrians and Chalcidians sailing into Thrace to get them a seat, the city Sani, being betrayed, was delivered up to them both in common, and being told that Acanthus was deserted by the barbarians, they sent 2 spies thither. These approaching the city and perceiving all the enemies to be fled, the Chalcidian outruns the other, intending to seize the city for the Chalcidians. But the Andrian, finding himself not able to overtake him, darts his lance and fixeth it exactly in the gates, and saith that he had first seized the city for the Andrians. Hence a great contention arising, they agreed together without a war to make the Erythraeans, Samians, and Parians umpires in all matters of controversy between them. The Erythraeans and Samians brought in the verdict for the Andrians, but the Parians for the Chalcidians. Hence the Andrians about this place bound themselves under a curse, that they would not give wives in marriage to the Parians, nor take wives of them. Therefore they called the place the shore of Aranus, i.e. of the curse, whereas before it was called the shore of the dragon. Question 31. In the solemn feasts to the honour of Ceres, why do the Erythraean women roast their meat not at the fire but by the sun? And why do they not call upon Calligeneia? Solution. Was it because it came in course to the women which Agamemnon carried captive from Troy to solemnize a feast to Ceres in this place, and while they were so doing, a fair wind arose, and they suddenly made sail, leaving the sacrifices imperfect. End of section number 20. Section 21 of the Morals, Volume 2. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Morals, Volume 2 by Plutarch. Translated by several hands. Corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. Greek Questions, Part 2. Question 32. Who were the Ienautai amongst the Milesians? Solution. The tyrants Thoas and Damasenor being deposed, 2 factions got the government of the city, one of which was called Plautis, the other Chiromacha, and the potent men prevailing, they settled the state affairs in the association. And when they would sit in council about matters of greatest concern, they went on shipboard and launched out to a great distance from the shore, and when they were agreed upon a point in debate, they sailed back again, and upon this account were called aenautai, perpetual mariners. Question 33. Why do the Chalcidians call a certain place about Persopus the Akmaion Aeski, the youth's conventicle? Solution. They say that Nauplius, being persecuted by the Achaeans, addressed himself to the Chalcidians for redress, making his defence against the accusation and recriminating on the Achaeans. Whereupon the Chalcidians, refusing to deliver him into their hands lest he should be slain by treachery, granted him a guard of lusty young men, and appointed their post in that place where they had mutual society together, and guarded Nauplius. Question 34. Who was he that sacrificed an ox to his benefactor? Solution. In a haven of Ithaca there was a pirate ship, in which happened to be an old man who had earthen pots holding pitch. It fell out that an Ithacan skipper named Pyrrhus put into this port, who ransomed the old man upon free cost, only upon his supplication and out of commiseration towards him, and at the request of the old man he purchased also some of his tar pots. The pirates departing and all fear of danger over, the old fellow brings Pyrrhus to his earthen pots, and shows him a great deal of gold and silver blended amongst the pitch, whereupon Pyrrhus, attaining to great riches, treated the old man well in all respects, and sacrificed an ox to him. Hence they say proverbially that none hath sacrificed an ox to his benefactor but Pyrrhus. Question 35. Why was there a custom amongst the Bottiaean maids as they danced to sing "Let us go to Athens"? Solution. It is reported that the Cretans, in payment of a vow, sent the firstlings of men to Delphi, but when such as were sent found no plentiful provision there, they departed from thence in search of a plantation, and first sat down at Japygia. From thence they went and possessed that part of Thrace which they now have, Athenians being mixed with them. For it is probable that Minos did not destroy those young men which the Athenians sent in a way of tribute, but only detained them in servitude. Some that were descended from these, and were accounted Cretans, were sent with others to Delphi. So the Bottiaean daughters, in remembrance of their pedigree, sing on their feast days, "Let us go to Athens." Question 36. Why do the Elean women in their hymns beseech Bacchus that he will come to their help with an ox's foot? The hymns run thus: "Come, O hero Bacchus, to the holy temple placed by the sea. Hasten with the Graces to thy temple with a neat's foot." Then they redouble this: "O worthy bull." Solution. Was it because some call Bacchus bull begot, and some bull? Or, as some say, ox foot for a great foot, as the poet saith ox eye for a great eye, and bouleos for haughty? Or is it rather because the foot of an ox is innocent, and his bearing horns on his head is pernicious, that so they desire the god may come to them mild and harmless? Or is it because many men are of opinion that this god presides over ploughing and sowing? Question 37. What is the meaning of that place at Tanagra, before the city, called Aquileum? For it is reported that the city had rather enmity than kindness for Achilles, in that he took Stratonice, the mother of Poemander, by force of arms, and slew Acestor, the son of Ephippus. Solution. Now Poemander, the father of Ephippus, whilst the region of Tanagra was still inhabited by villagers, being besieged in Stephon, a village so called, by the Achaeans because he refused to aid them in the wars, left that country the same night and fortified Poemandria. Polycrithus the architect coming in, disparaging his works and making a ridicule of them, leapt over the ditch. Poemander, falling into a rage, catched up a great stone suddenly to throw at him, which had been hid there a great while, lying over some sacred nocturnal relics. This Poemander hurling, rashly slung, and missing Polycrethus, slew his own son Leucippus. He was then forced by law to depart out of Boeotia and become a wandering and begging pilgrim. Neither was that easy for him to do, because of the incursions which the Achaeans made into the region of Tanagra. Wherefore he sent Ephippus his son to beg aid of Achilles. He by persuasion prevailed with Achilles to come, with Tlepolemus the son of Hercules, and with Peneleos the son of Hippalchmus, all of them their kindred. By these Poemander was introduced into Chalcis, and was absolved by Elphenor from the murder. He ascribed great honour to these men, and assigned groves to each of them, of which this kept the name of Achilles' Grove. Question 38. Who amongst the Boeotians were the Solois, and who the Olii? Solution. They say that Minos's daughters, Leucippe, Arsinoe, and Alcathoe, falling mad, had a greedy appetite for man's flesh, and accordingly cast lots for their children. Whereupon it fell to Leucippe's lot to produce her son Hippasus to be cut in pieces. The husbands of these women, who were clothed in coarse apparel by reason of sorrow and grief, were called Solois. The women, Olii, that is, Oloi, destructive. And to this day the Orchomenians call their posterity so. And it is so ordered that, in the yearly feast called Agriona, there is a flight and pursuit of them by the priest of Bacchus, with a drawn sword in his hand. It is lawful for him to slay any of them that he takes, and Zoilus, a priest of our time, slew one. This thing proved unlucky to them, for Zoilus, sickening upon a wound that he got, wasted away for a long time and died, whereupon the Orchomenians, falling under public accusations and condemnations, removed the priesthood from their family, and made choice of the best man in the whole multitude. Question 39. Why do the Arcadians stone those that go willingly into the Lycaeum, while those that go in ignorantly they carry forth to Eleutherae? Solution. Is it on the ground that they gained their liberty by being thus absolved, that the story has gained credit? And is this saying to Eleutherae the same as into the region of security, or thou shalt come to the seat of pleasure? Or is the reason to be rendered according to that fabulous story, that of all the sons of Lycaon, Eleuther and Lebadus alone were free from that conspiracy against Jupiter, and fled into Boeotia, where the Lebadenses use the like civil polity to that of the Arcadians, and therefore they send them to Eleutherae that enter unwittingly into the inaccessible temple of Jupiter? Or is it, as Archetimus saith in his remarks on Arcadia, that some that went into the Lycaeum unawares were delivered up to the Phaeacians by the Arcadians, and by the Phaeacians to the Megarians, and by the Megarians to the Thebans which inhabit about Eleutherae, where they are detained under rain, thunder, and other direful judgments from heaven, and upon this account some say this place was called Eleutherae. But the report is not true that he that enters into the Lycaeum casts no shadow, though it hath had a firm belief. And what if this be the reason of that report, that the air converted into clouds looks darkly on them that go in, or that he that goes in falls down dead? For the Pythagoreans say that the souls of the deceased do neither give a shadow nor wink. Or is it that the sun only makes a shadow, and the law bereaveth him that entereth here of the sight of the sun? Though this they speak enigmatically, for verily he that goes in is called Elaphus, a stag. Hence the Lacedaemonians delivered up to the Arcadians Cantharion the Arcadian, who went over to the Eleans whilst they waged war with the Arcadians, passing with his booty through the inaccessible temple, and fled to Sparta when the war was ended, the oracle requiring them to restore the stag. Question 40. Who is Eunostus, the hero of Tanagra, and what is the reason that women may not enter into his grove? Solution. Eunostus was the son of Eleus, who came of Cephisus and Scias, but they say received his name from Eunosta, the nymph that brought him up. This man was honest and just, and no less temperate and austere. They say that Ocna his niece fell in love with him, who was one of the daughters of Colonus, and when he perceived that she tempted him to lie with her, manifesting his indignation, he went and accused her to his brethren. But she had cried whore first, and provoked her brethren Echimus, Leon, and Bucolus to kill Eunostus by her false suggestion that he would have forced her. Wherefore these laid in wait for the young man and slew him, upon which Eleus secured them. Now Ocna, growing penitent and full of terror, as well as to discharge the grief she had for her beloved, as out of commiseration towards her brethren, confessed the whole truth to Eleus, and he declared it to Colonus, who condemned them. Whereupon Ocna's brethren fled, but she broke her neck from some high place, as Myrtis the Anthedonian poetess hath told us. Therefore he kept the tomb and grove of Eunostus from the access and approach of women, insomuch that upon earthquakes, droughts, and other portents that often there happened, the Tanagrians made diligent search whether any woman had not by stealth got nigh to that place. And there are some, of whom Clidamus, a man of great fame, is one, who report that Eunostus met them as he was going to the sea to wash himself, because a woman had entered into his grove. Diocles also, in his treatise concerning shrines, relates the edict of the Tanagrians upon the things that Clidamus declared. Question 41. Whence is it that in Boeotia there is a river at Eleon called Scamander? Solution. Deimachus, the son of Eleon and intimate friend of Hercules, bore his part in the siege of Troy, but the war proving long, as it seems, he took to him Glaucia the daughter of Scamander, who had fallen in love with him and got her with child. Soon after, fighting against the Trojans, he was slain. Glaucia, fearing that she might be apprehended, fled to Hercules and acquainted him with her late affection towards Deimachus and the familiarity she had with him. Hercules, both out of commiseration to the woman, as also for the joy that there was an offspring left of so good a man and his intimate acquaintance, took Glaucia on shipboard, and when she was delivered of a son, brought her into Boeotia, and committed her and her child to the care of Eleon. The son was named Scamander, and came to reign over that country. He called the river Inachus by his own name Scamander, and the next rivulet he named from his mother Glaucia. But the fountain he called Acidusa by his own wife's name, by whom he had 3 daughters, which they have a veneration for to this day, styling them virgins. Question 42. Whence was that proverbial speech, "Let this prevail"? Solution. Dinon, the Tarentine general, being a man well skilled in military affairs, when the citizens manifested their dislike of a certain opinion of his by lifting up of hands, as the crier was declaring the majority of votes, stretched forth his right hand and said, "This is better." Thus Theophrastus hath told the story, and Apollodorus in his Writtenus adds this: when the crier had said, "These are the most suffrages," "Aye, but," saith Dinon, "these are the best," and ratifies the suffrages of the minority. Question 43. Why is the city of the Ithacans called Alalcomenae? Solution. It is affirmed by most that it was because Anticlea in the time of her virginity was forcibly seized upon by Sisyphus, and brought forth Ulysses. But Ister the Alexandrian hath acquainted us in his memoirs, that Anticlea was married to Laertes, and being brought to a place about the Alalcomeneum in Boeotia, was delivered of Ulysses, and therefore Ulysses called the city of Ithaca by the same name, to renew the memory of the place in which he had been born. Question 44. Who are the Monophagi in Aegina? Solution. Many of the Aeginetans that fought against Troy were slain in those wars, but more of them by storm in the voyaging by sea. The relations therefore receiving those few that were left, and observing the other citizens overwhelmed with sorrow and grief, thought it not convenient to make any public appearances of joy or to sacrifice to the gods, but every one entertained privately in his own house his relations that were escaped with feasts and entertainments, they themselves giving attendance to their fathers, kinfolks, brethren, and acquaintance, none of other families being admitted thereto. Hence in imitation of these they celebrate a sacrifice to Neptune, which is called the Thiasi, in which they revel without any noise, each family apart by itself, for the space of 16 days, without any servant attending them. Then offering sacrifices to Venus, they finish this solemn feast. Upon this account they are called Monophagi, i.e., such as feed apart by themselves. Question 45. What is the reason that the statue of Labradean Jupiter in Caria is made so as to hold an axe lifted up, and not a sceptre or thunderbolt? Solution. Because Hercules, slaying Hippolyta, and taking away from her amongst other weapons her poleaxe, presented it to Omphale. After Omphale the kings of the Lydians carried it, as part of the sacred regularities which they took by succession, until Candaules, disdaining it, gave it to one of his favourites to carry. But afterwards Gyges, revolting, waged war against him. Arcelius also came to the aid of Gyges from the Mylassians with a great strength, slew Candaules with his favourite, and carried away the poleaxe into Caria with other spoils, where furbishing up the statue of Jupiter, he put the axe into his hand, and called it the Labradean god. For the Lydians call an axe labra. Question 46. What is the reason that the Trallians call the pulse oribos, by the name kathartes, i.e. purifying, and use it especially in expiations and purifications? Solution. Was it because the Leleges and Minyae, in former times driving out the Trallians, possessed themselves of the city and that country, and afterwards the Trallians returned and conquered them, and as many of the Leleges as were not slain or fled, but by reason of indigency and weakness were left there, they made no account of whether they lived or died, and therefore enacted a law that any Trallian that slew one of the Minyae or Leleges should be guiltless, providing only that he paid a measure of this pulse to the relatives of the slain person. Question 47. Why is it spoken by way of proverb amongst the Eleans, "Thou sufferest worse things than Sambicus"? Solution. It is said that one Sambicus, an Elean, having many comrades with him, did break off many of the devoted bronze offerings placed in Olympia and disposed of them, and at length robbed the temple of Diana the bishopess, which temple is in Elis, and is called Aristarchaeum. Presently after the committing of this sacrilege, he was taken and tormented the space of a year, being examined concerning all his accessories, and so died. Hence this proverb arose from his suffering. Question 48. Why is the temple of Ulysses in Lacedaemon built hard by the monument of the Leucippides? Solution. One Ergiaeus, of the posterity of Diomedes, by the persuasion of Temenus stole the Palladium from Argos, Liaga being conscious of and accessory to the felony, for he was one of the intimates of Temenus. Afterwards Liaga, by reason of a feud betwixt him and Temenus, went over into Lacedaemon and transported the Palladium thither. the kings receive him readily, and place the Palladium next to the temple of the Leucippides, and sending to Delphi consult the oracle about its safety and preservation. The oracle answered that they must make one of them that stole it the keeper of it. So they erected there the monument of Ulysses, especially since they supposed that hero was related to the city by the marriage of Penelope. Question 49. What is the reason that it is a custom amongst the Chalcedonian women that, if at any time they happen to meet with other women's husbands, especially magistrates, they cover one cheek? Solution. The Chalcedonians warred against the Bithynians, being provoked thereto by every kind of injury. And Zippoetus being king of the Bithynians, they brought out all their forces, with the addition of Thracian auxiliaries, and were wasting the country with fire and sword. Zippoetus then pitching his camp against them at a place called Phalium, the Chalcedonians, fighting ill through desperateness and disorder, lost about 8,000 soldiers, but were not all cut off, Zippoetus in favour of the Byzantines yielding to a cessation of arms. Now, there being a great scarcity of men in the city of Chalcedon, most of the women were necessitated to marry their freedmen and aliens, others that chose widowhood rather than marriage to such, if they had any occasion to go before judges or magistrates, managed their own affairs, only withdrawing their veil from one side of their face. Then the married women, imitating these as their betters, for modesty's sake, took up the same custom. 50. Why do the Argives bring their sheep to the grove of Agenor to take ram? Solution. Was it because Agenor took care to have the fairest sheep, and of all kings possessed the most flocks of sheep? Question 51. Why did the Argive boys on a certain feast day call themselves Balacrades in sport? Solution. Was it because they report that the first people that were brought by Inachus out of the countries into the plains lived upon Arcades, i.e. wild pears, but wild pears were first discovered by the Grecians in Peloponnesus, while that country was called Apia, whence wild pears came afterwards to be called Apioi. Question 52. For what reason do the men of Elis lead their mares out of their borders when they would have them leaped by their horses? Solution. Was it that of all kings Oenomaus was the greatest lover of horses, and being most fond of this creature, imprecated many and great curses upon horses that should leap mares in Elis, wherefore the people, fearing his curse, do abominate this thing. Question 53. What was the reason of the custom amongst the Gnossians that those who borrowed money upon usury should snatch it and run away? Solution. Was it that, in case they should attempt to defraud the usurers, they might be liable for the violence, and thereby receive further punishment? Question 54. What is the cause that in Samos they call upon Venus of Dexicreon? Solution. Was this the reason that the women of Samos, by lasciviousness and bawdry falling into great debauchery, were reformed by Dexicreon, a mountebank, using some charms towards them? Or was it because Dexicreon, being the master of a ship and sailing to Cyprus on a trading voyage, and being about to take in his lading, was commanded by Venus to lade with water and nothing else, and sail back with all possible speed? Being persuaded hereto, he took in much water and set sail immediately, still winds and a calm detaining him. He sold his water to merchants and seamen distressed with thirst, whereby he gathered up much money, from which he erected a statue to Venus, and called it by his own name. If this story be true, it is manifest that the goddess intended not only the enriching of one man, but the saving of many alive by one man. Question 55. What is the reason that amongst the Samians,
When they sacrifice to Mercury the munificent, they suffer a man to filch and steal garments if he will. Solution. Because when at the command of the oracle they transplanted themselves from that island into Mycale, they lived 10 years upon robbery, and after this, sailing back again into their island, they conquered their enemies. Question 56. Whence is that place in the island Samos called Panema? Solution. Was it because the Amazons, flying before Bacchus from the coasts of Ephesus, fell upon Samos, and thereupon Bacchus, rigging up his ships, wafted over, and joining battle slew abundance of them about that place, which, by reason of the plenty of blood spilled there, the beholders by way of admiration call Panema? Some say that this slaughter was about Phlium, and show their bones there. But others say also that Phlium was rent off from Samos by the dreadful and hideous cry that was uttered at their death. Question 57. Upon what account was the Andron in Samos called Pedites? Solution. The Geomori got the government into their hands after Demoteles was slain, and after the dissolution of his monarchical constitution. At this time the Megarians waged war with the Perinthians, being a Samian colony, and brought fetters with them, as they say, to put on the captives. When the Geomori were acquainted with these proceedings, they immediately sent aid, sending forth 9 commanders and manning 30 ships, 2 of which, launching forth and lying before the haven, were destroyed with lightning. The commanders, proceeding on their voyage in the rest, subdued the Megarians and took 600 of them alive. They were so elevated with this victory that they mediated the subversion of this Geomoran oligarchy. But the occasion was given by the states themselves writing to them that they should bring the Megarian captives bound in their own fetters. When they received these letters, they showed them privately to the Megarians, persuading them to concur with them in a conspiracy to procure the people's liberty. A consult was held in common between them about this matter, and they decided that the best way was to beat off the rings from the fetters and put them on the legs of the Megarians, and fasten them with thongs to their girdles, that they might not fall off, nor being loose hinder them in their going. Accordingly, they accoutred the men in this manner, and giving each of them a scimitar, they soon sailed back to Samos and landed, and accordingly led the Megarians through the marketplace to the council house, where all the Geomori were sitting together. Then, the sign being given, the Megarians fell on and slew those men. Whereupon, the city being set at liberty, they admitted the Megarians, as many as would, into the number of citizens, and erecting a magnificent edifice, hung up the fetters, pedai, in it. From this the house was named Pedites. Question 58. What is the reason that the chief priest of Hercules in Antimachia at Kos, when he manageth the sacrifice, is clothed in women's apparel, and wears a mitre upon his head? Solution. Hercules, setting sail from Troy with 6 ships, was attacked by a storm and lost all his ships but one, with which only he was forced by the wind upon the coast of Kos, and fell upon a place called Laceter, saving nothing besides his men and armour. There, happening to meet with a flock of sheep, he requested one ram of the shepherd, the man was called Antagoras, who being a robust-bodied young man, challenged Hercules to fight with him, and if he were worsted, Hercules should carry away the ram. As soon as this fellow engaged with Hercules, the Meropes came in to the aid of Antagoras, and the Grecians coming in to assist Hercules, a great fight ensued. Whereat, they say, Hercules, overpowered by the multitude, betook himself for refuge to a Thracian woman, and was concealed by disguising himself in women's apparel. But when afterwards, conquering the Meropes and passing under purification, he married the daughter of Alciopus, he put on a flowery robe. Hence the priests offer sacrifices in the place where the battle was fought, and the bridegrooms are clothed in women's apparel when they receive their brides. Question 59. Whence was the race of Hamoxocylists in Megara? Solution. In that licentious democracy under which the demanding back of interest money paid to usurers was introduced and sacrilege was permitted, the Peloponnesians went on a pilgrimage to Delphi through the borders of Megara, and lodged in Egara by the lakeside with their wives and children in their caravans as best they could. There a resolute drunken company of the Megarians in a riotous and cruel manner overturned their wagons and overwhelmed them in the lake, so that many of the pilgrims were drowned. The Megarians indeed, by reason of the disorder of the government, neglected the punishment of this wickedness. But the Amphictyons, taking into consideration the sanctity of this pilgrimage, punished the actors of this villainy, some with banishment, some with death. Hence the posterity of these villains were called Hamaxoculistae, i.e. the overturners of wagons. End of section 21.
Section 22 of the Morals, Volume 2. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Morals, Volume 2 by Plutarch. Translated by several hands. Corrected and revised by William W. Godwin. Of the Love of Wealth. Hippomachus, a master of the exercises, when some were commending a tall man that had long hands as one that promised fair to be good at fisticuffs, replied, "A fit man indeed, if the victor's laurel were to be hanged up aloft, and should be his that could best reach it and take it down." We may say the same to those that esteem so extravagantly and repute it so great a felicity to possess fair fields, stately mansion houses, and a great deal of money lying by them, that they were in the right, if happiness were to be bought and sold. You may see indeed many persons that choose rather to be rich, and at the same time very miserable, than to part with their money and become happy. But, alas, indolency and repose of spirit, magnanimity, constancy, resolution, and contentment of mind, these are not a money purchase. Being wealthy is not despising wealth, nor is possessing things superfluous the same as not needing things superfluous. From what other evils, then, can riches free us, if they deliver us not even from an inordinate desire of them? It is true indeed, that by drinking men allay their thirst after drink, and by eating they satisfy their longings after food. And he that said, "Bestow a coat of your good will on poor Hipponax, cold and chill," if more clothes had been heaped on than he needed, would have thrown them off, as being ill at ease. But the love of money is not abated by having silver and gold, neither do covetous desires cease by possessing still more. But one may say to wealth, as to an insolent quack, "Thy physics naught, and makes my illness worse." When this distemper seizes a man that wants only bread and a house to put his head in, ordinary raiment, and such victuals as come first to hand, it fills him with eager desires after gold and silver, ivory and emeralds, hounds and horses, thus taking off the appetite, and carrying it from things that are necessary after things that are troublesome and unusual, hard to come by, and unprofitable when obtained. For no man is poor as to what nature requires and what suffices it. No man takes up money on use to buy meal or cheese, bread or olives, but you may see one man run into debt for the purchase of a sumptuous house, another for an adjoining oliveyard, another for cornfields or vineyards, another for Galatian mules, and another by a vain expense, for horses fitly paired with prancing feet, to draw the empty chariots through the street, has been plunged,
over head and ears into contracts and use money, pawns and mortgages. Moreover, as they that used to drink after they have quenched their thirst, and to eat after their hunger is satisfied, vomit up even what they took when they were athirst or hungry, so they that covet things useless and superfluous enjoy not even those that are necessary. This is the character of these men. As for those that spend nothing although they possess much, and yet are always craving more, they may still more increase our wonder at their folly, especially when one calls to mind that of Aristippus, who was wont to say, that when a man eats and drinks liberally, and yet is never the nearer being filled, he presently goes to the physician and inquires what is his disease and his indisposition, and how he may get rid of it. But if one that has 5 beds desires 10, and having 10 tables is for purchasing as many more, and having land and money in good store is not at all filled, but still is bent, even breaking his natural rest upon getting more, and when he has never so much, never has enough, this man thinks he has no need of a physician to cure him, and to show him from what cause his distemper arises. Indeed, when a man is athirst that hath not drunk at all, we expect that upon his drinking his thirstiness should cease. But as for him that drinks and goes on without giving over, we do not think such a one needs further repletion, but evacuation. We advise him by all means to vomit, as knowing that his trouble proceeds not from the want of anything, but from some sharp humour or preternatural heat that is within him. Among these persons, therefore, that are for increasing their substance and getting more, he that is poor and indigent may perhaps give over his cares when he has got a house or found a treasure, or, by a friend's help, has paid his debts and his creditors have discharged him. But as for him that, having more than enough, yet still desires to have more, it is not gold, nor silver, nor horses, sheep, or oxen that can cure him of this disease, but he needs evacuation and purgation. For his distemper is not penury and want, but an insatiable desire and thirst after riches, proceeding from a depraved and inconsiderate judgment of things, which, if it be not plucked out of men's minds, like a thing twisting across and contracting them, they will always be in want of superfluities, that is, be craving things they have no need of. When a physician visits a patient that has thrown himself upon his bed, and lies there groaning and refusing to eat, he feels his pulse and asks him some questions, and finding that he is not at all feverish, he tells him it is his mind that is distempered, and goes his way. When we see therefore a man pining away for more means, and sighing sadly at any expenses, forbearing no sordid or painful course that brings him gain, when yet he hath houses and lands, herds and slaves and clothes enough, what shall we call this man's disease but poverty of mind? For as for want of money, one friend, as Menander says, by being a benefactor to him can cure it. But as to this other of the mind, all a man's friends, living or dead, cannot satisfy it. It was therefore a good saying of Solon concerning such persons, those men that after wealth aspire, set no fixed bounds to their desire. To those indeed that are wise, the riches that nature requires are limited and confined within the compass of their real needs, as within a circle drawn from a centre at a certain distance. There is also this particular mischief in the love of wealth, that this desire hinders and opposes its own satisfaction, which other desires do procure. For no man abstains from a good morsel because he loves dainties, nor from wine because he thirsts after wine, as these men abstain from using money because they love money. Does it not look like madness and a piteous distemper, for a man not to make use of a garment because he shakes with cold, to refuse to eat bread because he is ready to famish with hunger, and not to use wealth because he is greedy of getting it? This is the evil case that Phasonides describes. I have such a thing within me, I have it in my power, And I will this thing, like those that are madly in love. But I do it not. When I have locked and sealed up all, or have told out so much to the usurers and tradesmen, I scrape together and hunt after more. I quarrel and contend with the servants, the ploughmen, and debtors. O Apollo, hast thou ever seen a more wretched man, or any lover more miserable? Sophocles, being asked by one whether he was able yet to company with a woman, Heavens defend, said he, I have got my liberty, and by means of my old age have escaped those mad and furious masters. For it is very fit and becoming that, when our pleasures leave us, those desires should do so too, which as Alcaeus says, 'twas never any man's good hap, nor woman's wholly to escape. But it is otherwise in the love of wealth, which, like a hard and severe mistress, compels us to get what it forbids us to enjoy, and excites an appetite, but denies the pleasure of its gratification. Stratonicus wittily abused the Rhodians for their profuseness, when he said that they builded their houses as if they were immortal, but provided for their tables as if they were to live but a little while. So covetous men seem to be profuse by what they possess, when they are sordid wretches if you consider what they use and enjoy, for they endure labour, but taste no pleasure. Demades once came to Phocion's house, and surprised him as he was at dinner, and when he saw his frugal and slender diet, I much wonder, Phocion, says he, that you should manage state affairs and can dine as you do. For this orator himself pleaded causes and harangued the people only for his gut, and looking upon Athens as affording too little a supply for his luxury, he fetched his provisions from Macedonia. For which Antipater, seeing him when he was an old man, compared him to a sacrifice, when all was over, and there remained nothing of the beast but only the tongue and the stomach. But who wouldst not wonder at thee, O wretched man, who, being able to live as thou dost, so sordidly, so unlike a man, bestowing nothing on anybody, being currish to thy friends, and without any ambition to serve the public, yet afflictest thyself, and watchest whole nights, hirest out thy labours, liest at catch for inheritances, crouchest to every one, when thou art so well provided by thy sordid parsimony to live at ease. It is reported of a certain Byzantine that, surprising a whoremaster with his wife that was very hard favoured, he cried out, O wretch, what compelled thee to do this? For her dowry is my solace. It is necessary for kings, for procurators under them, for those that covet preeminence and rule over cities, that they should heap up treasure. They are forced through ambition, pride, and vainglory to make feasts, to gratify friends, to maintain a retinue, to send presents, to feed armies, to purchase gladiators. But thou hast so much business lying upon thy hand, tormentest thyself, tumblest up and down, and all this while livest the life of a snail in thy shell through parsimony, and endurest all hardships, receiving no advantage at all, just like the bath-keeper's ass, that carries the wood and fuel for the fires, and is always filled with the smoke and ashes of the stove, but itself is neither bathed nor warmed, washed nor cleansed there. I have said enough of this sort of covetousness, which makes the man live the life of an ass or an ant. But there is another sort of it which is more savage, that calumniates and gets inheritance by bad arts, that pries into other men's affairs, that is full of thoughtfulness and cares, counting how many of their friends are yet alive, and after all enjoying nothing of what by all these arts has been heaped up. And therefore we have a greater aversion and hatred against vipers, poisonous flies, and spiders, than against bears and lions, because they kill and destroy men, but serve themselves no farther of their carcasses, which they do not feed upon, as those other wild beasts do. So they that become bad and ill men through sordidness and parsimony deserve more of our abhorrence than those that prove such by luxurious living and excess. For they deprive others of what they are neither able nor inclined to make use of themselves. Hence it is that the luxurious, when they are rich and well provided, give some truce to their debaucheries, as Demosthenes said to some that were of opinion that Demades ceased to be an ill man. Now, says he, you see him full and glutted, like lions, that then hunt not after prey. But as for the others, who in the management of affairs propose no end to themselves either of pleasure or profit, their covetous desires have no truce or cessation, they being always empty and standing in need of all things. But some perhaps may plead on their behalf, that these men keep and hoard up their wealth for their children and heirs, to whom they part with nothing whilst they are alive, but like those mice that live in mines, and pick up and eat the golden sands and ore, you cannot come by any of that gold, till you anatomize them to find it after they are dead. But to what end, I pray, would they leave such a deal of money and a great estate to their children and heirs? That they, forsooth, may preserve it also for others, and those others in like manner shall hand it down to their children, just like those earthen pipes the potters make for a watercourse, which retain none of the water themselves, but one pipe only conveys it to the next, till some informing false accuser or tyrant appears and cuts off this keeper in trust, and when his breath is stopped, derives and diverts the course of his wealth into another channel, or, as they say, till someone that is the most wicked of the race devours and consumes all that those who went before him had preserved. For not only, as Euripides says, children from slaves derived and baser blood prove prodigal and lewd, none come to good, but it is as true of the children of the parsimonious, as Diogenes wittily abused this sort of men, when he said that it was better to be a certain Megarian's ram than his son, for under the pretence of training them up and instructing them, they undo and pervert them, implanting in them their own love of money and meanness of spirit, and erecting, as it were, a fortress for the securing their inheritance in the minds of their heirs. For the instructions and lessons they give them are such as these: gain as much and spend as little as may be. Value yourself according to what you are worth. But certainly this is not to instruct, but to contract and sew them up, just like a purse, the better to conceal and keep what is put into it. The purse indeed becomes foul and musty after money is put up in it. But the children of the covetous, before they are enriched by their parents, are replenished with covetous desires which they derive from them. And indeed they pay them a deserved reward for their instructions, not loving them because they shall receive a great estate from them, but hating them because they have it not so soon as they fain would. For being taught to admire nothing but wealth, nor knowing any other end of living but to get a great estate, they account the life of their parents to be a hindrance to that of their own, and fancy so much time is taken from their own age as is added to theirs. Wherefore, whilst their parents are yet living, they secretly always steal their pleasures, and what they bestow upon their friends or spend upon their lusts, and even what they give to their teachers, is fetched as it were from another's estate, not from their own. But when their parents are dead, and they are once possessed of their keys and sealed, then their way of living is of another fashion, and they put on another face and aspect, grave, severe, and morose. You hear no more of their former pastimes, nor of exercise with the ball and in wrestling, nor of the academy or the lyceum. But they are wholly taken up in examining the servants, looking over writings, in debating matters with those that receive or owe them money. Their hurry of business and thoughtfulness will not give them leave to dine, and they are forced to make the night their time of bathing. The gymnastic schools in which they were educated and the water of Dirce are neglected. If any man ask him, "Will you not go and hear the philosopher?" "How can I," says he, "now that my father is dead? I am not at leisure."
O miserable wretch! What has thy father left thee to be compared with what he has taken from thee, thy leisure and thy liberty? And yet it is not so much he that hath done it, as the wealth that flows round thee and overpowers thee, which, like the women Hesiod speaks of, thee without firebrands burns, and unawares resigns thee up to dotage and grey hairs, bringing on thy soul those cares, like untimely wrinkles and old age, that spring from covetous desires and multiplicity of business, that shrivel up all thy vigour and gaiety, all sense of honour, all kindness and humanity within thee. But some will say, do you not see rich men live splendidly and spend high? To whom we answer, dost thou not hear what Aristotle says, that some there are that do not use wealth, and some that abuse it? For neither sort do what is fit and becoming, but what the one sort possess does neither advantage nor adorn them, and what the other sort have does both hurt and dishonour them. But let us further consider. What is the use for riches, for which men so much admire them? Is it the enjoyment of what suffices nature? Alas, in this respect the wealthy have no advantage of those that are of meaner fortune, but wealth, as Theophrastus says it, is really no wealth, and need not be coveted. If Callias, the richest man of Athens, and Ismenias, the wealthiest of Thebes, made use but of the same things that Socrates and Epaminondas did. For as Agathon sent away the music from the room where he feasted to the women's apartment, contenting himself with the discourses of his guests, so you would reject and send away the purple beds and the high-priced tables and all other superfluous things, should you see that the rich make use of the same things with the poor. I do not mean that thou shouldst presently hang up the rudder in the smoke at ease, and let the mules and oxen's labour cease, but much rather the impertinent labour of goldsmiths, turners, perfumers, and cooks, when thou resolvest wisely and soberly to banish all useless things. But if the things that suffice nature lie in common among those that have and those that want riches, if rich men pride themselves only in things superfluous, and thou art ready to praise Scopas of Thessaly, who, when one begged somewhat of him he had in his house, as a superfluous thing he had no use for, made answer, but we rich men count our felicity and happiness to lie in these superfluities, and not in those necessary things. If your case be thus, have a care you do not seem like one that magnifies and prefers a pomp and public show at a festival before life itself. Our country's feast of Bacchus was in old time celebrated in a more homely manner, though with great mirth and jollity. One carried in procession a vessel of wine and a branch of a vine. Afterwards followed one leading a goat, another followed him bearing a basket of dried figs, and after all came a phallus. But all these are now despised and out of date, the procession being made with golden vessels and costly garments, driving of chariots, and persons in masquerade. And just thus the things that are necessary and useful in riches are swallowed up by those that are unprofitable and superfluous. The most of us commit the mistake of Telemachus. For he, through inexperience, or rather want of good taste, when he saw Nestor's house furnished with beds and tables, garments and carpets, and well stored with sweet and pleasant wine, did not look upon him as so happy a man in being thus well provided with things necessary and useful. But when he beheld the ivory, gold, and amber in Menelaus' house, he cried out in amazement, "Such, and not nobler in the realms above, my wonder dictates is the dome of Jove." Whereas Socrates or Diogenes would have said rather, "What vain, vexatious, useless things I've seen, and good for nothing but to move one's spleen." Thou fool, what is it thou sayest? When thou oughtest to have stripped thy wife of her purple and gaudy attire, that she might cease to live luxuriously and to run mad after strangers and their fashions, instead of this, Dost thou adorn and beautify thy house, that it may appear like a theatre or a stage to all comers? The happiness riches pretend to is such that it depends upon spectators and witnesses, else it would signify nothing at all. But it is quite otherwise when we consider temperance or philosophy, or such knowledge of the gods as is requisite. For these, though unknown to all other mortals, communicate a peculiar light and great splendour within the soul, and cause a joy that dwells with it as an inmate, whilst it enjoys the chiefest good, though neither gods nor men be privy to it. Such a thing is truth, virtue, or the beauty of geometrical and astrological sciences. And do riches, with their bravery and necklaces and all that gaudery that pleases girls, deserve to be compared with any of these? When nobody observes and looks on, riches are truly blind and deprived of light. For if a rich man makes a meal with his wife or familiars alone, he makes no stir about magnificent tables to eat on or golden cups to drink in, but uses those that come next to hand. And his wife, without any gold or purple to adorn her, presents herself in a plain dress. But when he makes a feast, that is, when the pomp and theatre is to be fitted and prepared, and the scene of riches is to enter, then from the ships with costly goods full fraught, the trevets and the cauldrons straight are brought. Then they provide lamps, and much ado is made about the drinking cups. They put the cup-bearers into a new dress. They bring forth whatever is made of gold and silver, or set with precious stones, thus plainly declaring that they would be looked upon by all for rich men. But even though he should eat his meal alone, he wants hilarity of mind, and that contentment which alone makes a feast. End of section 22.
Section 23 of The Morals, Volume 2. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Morals, Volume 2, by Plutarch. Translated by several hands, corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. How a man may inoffensively praise himself without being liable to envy. He that talks big and arrogantly of himself, Herculanus, is universally condemned as a troublesome and ill-bred companion. But the most, even those who in words mightily declaim against him, seem to applaud him in their actions. Euripides could say, if speech grew scarce and at great rates was sold, commend himself what lavish fellow would? But since the infinite treasure of the air praise gratis yields, none truth or falsehood spare, suffering no damage, though they give their wear. Yet he often brings in his heroes intolerably boasting, and stuffs their most tragical adventures and passions with improper discourses of themselves. So Pindar declares, unseasonably to glory makes harmony with fury. But he forbears not to extol his own raptures, which indeed, by the confession of all men, are worthy of the noblest praise. But those who are crowned for mastery in the games or in the learned combats have others to celebrate their victories, that the people's ears be not grated with the harsh noises of self-applause. And Timotheus is justly censured as unskilfully and irregularly setting forth his conquest of Phrynis, when he thus proudly boasted it in writing. Happy man wast thou, Timotheus, when the crier proclaimed, the Milesian Timotheus hath vanquished the son of Carbo, the soft Ionian poet. It is true, then, as Xenophon says, the most pleasant sound that a man can hear is his own praise in another's mouth, but the most odious thing unto others is a man condemning himself. For we brand them as impudent who commend themselves, it becoming them to be modest though they were praised by others, and we account them unjust in arrogating that to themselves which another has the sole propriety of bestowing on them. Besides, if we then are silent, we seem either angry or envious, but if we second their discourse, we are presently entangled and forced to contribute more than we intended, speaking to men's faces what sounds well only behind their backs, and so we undertake rather the base work of drudging flattery than any real offices of true honour. Yet, however, there is a time when a statesman may be the subject of his own discourse, and give a free relation of things he has worthily done or said, as well as other truths, taking care that it be not merely for favour or reputation, but upon some emergent occasion, and especially when the deeds achieved by him, or the parts that be in him, be good and honest, then he is not to forbear and say merely that he hath done so, or else much like. There is indeed a praise of this kind which bears very excellent and lovely fruit, from whose seeds arise many of the same species very much meliorated and improved. And therefore it is that the wise statesman seeks glory not as the reward or solace of his virtue, nor embraces it merely as the companion of his achievements, but because the being accounted an honourable person and gallant man affords 1,000 opportunities of compassing many and more desirable things. For it is easy and delightful to be of use to those who are apt to believe and love us, whereas, if a man lie under calumnies and suspicions, he cannot exert his virtue to the benefit of others without committing a kind of violence upon them. There may also be more reasons than these, which we must inquire into, that, while we endeavour to avert a frivolous and nauseous applauding of ourselves, we chance not to omit that sort which may be truly useful. The praise therefore is vain which a man heaps on himself to provoke others also to praise him, and is chiefly contemptible, as proceeding from an importunate and unseasonable affectation of esteem. For as they who are ready to die for food are compelled against nature to gnaw off their own flesh, and thus put a miserable end to their famine, so they who mortally hunger after praise, unless someone afford them a little scantling alms of commendation, do violate the laws of decency, shamelessly endeavouring to supply those wants by an unnatural extolling of themselves. But when they do not on the bare consideration of themselves hunt applause, but strive to obscure the worth of others by fighting against their praises and opposing their own works and practices to theirs, they add to their vanity an envious and abhorred baseness. He who thrusts his foot into another's dance is stigmatized with a proverb as a ridiculous and pragmatical clown. But upon envy and jealousy to thrust ourselves between the praises of others, or to interrupt the same with our own self-praise, is a thing that we ought equally to beware of. Neither should we allow others to praise us at such a time, but frankly yield the honour to those who are then celebrated, if their merit be real. And though the persons be vicious or unworthy, yet must we not take from them by setting up ourselves, but rather on the other hand we must reprove the unskilful applauders, and demonstrate their encomiums to be improperly and dangerously conferred. It is plain that these errors must be avoided. But self-praise is not liable to disgrace or blame when it is delicately handled by way of apology to remove a calumny or accusation. Thus Pericles: "But ye are angry at me, a man inferior to none, whether it be in the understanding or interpreting of necessary things, a man who am a lover of my country, and above the meannesses of bribes. For, in speaking with this gallantry of himself, he was not only free from arrogance, vanity, and ambition, but he demonstrated the greatness and spirit of that virtue which could not be dejected itself, and even humbled and tamed the haughtiness of envy. Such men as these will hardly be condemned, but those who would vote against them are won over to their cause, do receive infinite satisfaction, and are agreeably inspirited with this noble boasting, especially if that bravery be steady, and the ground firm on which it stands. This history does frequently discover. For when the Theban generals accused Pelopidas and Epaminondas that, the time for their office as Botarchs being expired, they did not forthwith give up their power, but made an incursion into Laconia, and repaired and repeopled Messene, Pelopidas, submitting himself and making many lowly entreaties, very hardly obtained his absolution. But Epaminondas loftily glorying in those actions, and at last declaring he would willingly be put to death so that they would set up his accusation, Epaminondas hath wasted Laconia, hath settled Messene, and happily united Arcadia into one state, against our will. They admired him, and the citizens, wondering at the cheerful greatness of his courage, dismissed him with unspeakable pleasantness and satisfaction. Therefore, when Agamemnon thus reproached Diomedes, "O son of Tydeus, he whose strength could tame the bounding steeds, in arms a mighty name, canst thou remote the mingling hosts descry, with hand is inactive and a careless eye?" Sthenelus is not to be much condemned for saying, "Ourselves much greater than our ancestors we boast." For Sthenelus had not been calumniated himself, But he only patronized his abused friend, and so the cause excused that freedom of speech which seemed otherwise to have something of the glorioso. But Cicero's magnifying his diligence and prudence at Catiline's trial was not very pleasing to the Romans. Yet when Scipio said they ought not to judge Scipio, who had instated them in the power of judging all men, they ascended crowned to the Capitol, and sacrificed with him. For Cicero was not necessitated to this, but merely spurred by the desire of glory, while the danger wherein Scipio stood delivered him from envy. Now taking after an high and glorious manner proves advantageous, not only to persons in danger of the law or such like eminent distress, but to those also who are clouded in a dull series of misfortunes, and that more properly than when they appear splendid in the world. For what addition can words make to those who already seem possessed of real glory, and do lie indulging and basking in her beams? But those who at present are incapable of ambition, if they express themselves loftily, seem only to bear up against the storms of fortune, to undergird the greatness of their souls, and to shun that pity and commiseration which supposes a shipwrecked and forlorn condition. As therefore those who in waking affect a stillness of body and a stretched out neck are encountered effeminate and foppish, but are condemned if in fencing and fighting they keep themselves erect and steady, so the man grappling with ill fortune, if he raise himself to resist her, like some stout boxer ready with his blow, and by a bravery of speech transform himself from abject and miserable to bold and noble, is not to be censured as obstinate and audacious, but honoured as invincible and great. So, although Homer described Patroclus in the happiness of his life as smooth and without envy, yet in death he makes him have something of the bravo and a soldier's gallant roughness. Had 20 mortals, each thy match in might, opposed me fairly, they had sunk in fight. So Phocion, though otherwise very mild, after the sentence passed on him, showed the greatness of his mind in many respects, particularly to one of his fellow sufferers, who miserably cried out and bewailed his misfortune. What, says he, is it not a pleasure to thee to die with Phocion? Further, a man of state has not less but greater liberty to speak anything of himself when his merits are rewarded with injurious and unkind returns. Achilles usually gave the gods their glory, and spoke modestly in this manner: Whene'er by Jove's decree our conquering powers shall humble to the dust Troy's lofty towers. But when he was unhandsomely reproached and aspersed with contumelies, he added swelling words to his anger, and these in his own applause: I sacked 12 ample cities on the main, and also these. It was not thus, when at my sight amazed, Troy saw and trembled at this helmet blazed. For apologies claim a great liberty of speech and boasting as considerable parts of their defence. Themistocles also, having been guilty of nothing distasteful either in his words or actions, yet perceiving the Athenians glutted with him and beginning to neglect him, forbore not to say, Why, O ye happy people, do ye weary out yourselves by still receiving benefits from the same hands? Upon every storm ye fly to the same tree for shelter, yet when it is fair again you despoil it of its leaves as you go away. They therefore who are injured usually recount their good actions to the ingrate. And if they also praise those excellences which others are pleased to condemn, they are not only pardonable, but altogether without blame. For it is evident that they do not reproach others, but apologize for themselves. This gave Demosthenes a glorious freedom, yet allayed the offensive brightness of his own praises, which almost everywhere shine through his whole oration on the crown, in which he extols those embassies and decrees which were so much objected against him. Not much unlike this is the insinuating delicacy of an antithesis, when a person, being accused for anything as a crime, demonstrates his opposite to be base and vicious. So Lycurgus, being upbraided by the Athenians for stopping a sycophant's mouth with money, said, And what kind of citizen do you then take me to be, who, having so long managed the affairs of the republic amongst you, am at last found rather to have given than to have received money unjustly? And Cicero, Metellus objecting that he had cast more by his evidence against them than ever he had acquitted by his pleading for them, replies, Who therefore will not freely declare that Cicero has more honesty and faith than eloquence? Many expressions of this nature are in Demosthenes, particularly, But who might not justly have slain me, if I had endeavoured in word only to sully the honours and glorious titles which the city hath? Or, what think you, would those vile fellows have said, if, whilst I had been curiously poring on other things, the cities had rejected our alliance? And all his forementioned oration ingeniously dresses these antitheses and solutions of cases with the subtle ornaments of his own praise. But this may very profitably be learned therein, that, delicately tempering the encomiums of his auditors with the things relating to himself, he secures himself from being liable to envy, nor becomes suspected of self-love. There he relates in what manner the Athenians behaved themselves to the Euboeans, in what manner to the Thebans, and what benefits they conferred upon those of Byzantium and Chersonesus. In all which he confesses his part was only that of their minister or steward. Thus, by a rhetorical deceit, he finely and insensibly instills his own praises into his hearers, who pleasingly hang upon his words, and rejoice at the commemoration of those worthy deeds. Now this joy is immediately seconded by admiration, and admiration is succeeded by a liking and love of that person who so wisely administered the affairs. This Epaminondas seems to have considered, when reviled by Meneclidas, as though he had a higher opinion of himself than ever Agamemnon had. If it be so, says he, Thebans, 'tis you have puffed me up, you, by whose help alone I overthrew the Lacedaemonian empire in one day. But since for the most part men are exceedingly displeased with those who are the trumpeters of their own fame, but if they sound forth in others, are delighted and give them cheerful acclamations, it is hence grown a frequent custom amongst orators, by a seasonable extolling those who have like purposes, actions, and manner of life with theirs, to assure and wheedle over the auditory to themselves. For the hearers know that, though the panegyrist solemnizes another's work, he has yet the same endowments of virtue, so that his encomiums will redound to himself. For as he who reproaches any man for faults of which he himself is guilty cannot but perceive he principally upbraids himself, so the virtuous, by giving applauses to the virtuous, offer their own praises to the apprehensive, who will presently cry out, "And are you not one of these?" Therefore Alexander, honouring Hercules, and Androcatus, again honouring Alexander, in effect propose themselves to be in like manner honoured by others. So Dionysus scoffing Gelon, and calling him the Gelos, or laughing-stock of Sicily, was not aware that through envy he had happened to infringe the greatness of his own authority and power. These things the man of state must know and observe. Now those who are forced upon their own praises are more excusable, if they arrogate not the causes wholly to themselves, but ascribe them in part to fortune and in part to God. Achilles therefore said, "Since now at length the powerful will of heaven the dire destroyer to our arm has given." And Timoleon did well, who erected a fane to fortune, and dedicated his house to the good genius, to whom he referred the felicity of his attempts. But best of all, Python of Enos, after he had slain Cottus, coming to Athens and perceiving the orators very busy in applauding him to the people, which displeased many and stirred them up to envy, thus speaks: "These things, ye Athenians, some of the gods have done. Our hands were only the instruments of their work." Sylla also presented envy by perpetually praising fortune, not his own prowess, and at last surnamed himself Epaphroditus, in acknowledgment that his success proceeded from the care of Venus. For men will more readily impute a defeat to chance or the pleasure of some god than to the virtue of the conqueror, for the one they think to be a good not pertinent to the conqueror, but the other to be a proper defect of their own, which proceedeth from themselves. The laws therefore of Zaleucus were received by the Locrians with the more willingness and delight, because he had told them Minerva constantly appeared to him and dictated and instructed him in those laws, and that they were none of them his own inventions. This kind of excuses may be framed as convenient remedies or preventions when we have to do with persons of a difficult or envious humour. But it is not amiss to use some little revocations or corrections of what may seem spoken to our praise before those who are of a sedate and composed temper. If any condemned us as those who have learning, riches, or authority, we should hinder them from choosing such topics, and rather desire of them, if they can, to take notice of us as innocent, good, and useful. Thus we do not so much confer as transfer praises, and seem not to be puffed up with our applauders, but rather to be offended that they have not praised conveniently and for truly meritorious things. We hide also inferior with better qualifications, yet not as desiring to be condemned, but as teaching to commend aright. Such forms as these may be referred hither. It is true, I have not walled the city with stones or brick, but if you will view my fortifications, you shall find armour, and horses, and confederates. But more apt is that of Pericles. When his friends bewailed him in the extremities of death, they put him in mind of his authority, and the great offices he had discharged, as also what victories, trophies, and cities he had left the Athenians. But he, raising himself a little, reproved them as fixing only upon common encomiums, and enlarging rather on those of fortune than on those of virtue, whereas they neglected the greatest matter, which was more peculiar to himself. that he had never been the occasion of any Athenians wearing black. And hence the orator may learn, if he be a good man, to transfer the eulogiums of his eloquence to his virtuous life and manners, and the commander who is admired and applauded for his conduct and happy fortune in the wars may freely propose his clemency or justice as more worthy to be praised. Nay, further, it becomes even an emperor, upon a profusion of such glutting praises as flatterers are commonly guilty of, to say something of this nature: No god am I, why do ye equal me to thus the immortal powers? If you know me well, let my justice or temperance, my equanimity or humanity be rather spoken of. For even envy herself can easily concede the lesser honours to him who refuses the greater, nor will it rob any of true encomiums, not to expect false and vain ones. Therefore several princes, who permitted not themselves to be called gods or the offspring of gods, have yet assumed the titles Philadelphus, Philometor, Evergetes, or Theophilus, and were never offended when they were honoured with those glorious yet human appellations. Again, they who in their writings and sayings are absolute votaries to wisdom by no means will be called wise men, but can presently swallow the epithet of philosophers, or lovers of wisdom, or that of proficients, or any other easy name which sounds not big nor exposes them to envy, and so they beget and preserve a good esteem. But your rhetorical sophisters, whilst in their orations they gape for the extraordinary acclamations of divine, angelical, wonderful, lose even those common ones of manly or pretty well. Now as skilful painters, that they may not offend those that have weak eyes, allay their overbright and gaudy colours by tempering them with darker, so there are some who will not represent their own praises altogether glaring and immoderately splendid, but cast in some defects, some scapes, or slight faults, to take away the danger of displeasure or envy. Epius intolerably brags of his skill in boxing. I'll crush my adversary's body, break his bones. Yet he would seem to qualify all with this: Is it not enough that I'm in fight unskilled? But to say truth, to excuse his arrogance with so base a confession is ridiculous. He then who would be an exact man corrects himself for his forgetfulness, ignorance, ambition, or eagerness for certain knowledge and discourses. So does Ulysses when he says of the sirens, Thus the sweet charmers warbled over the main. My soul takes wing to meet the heavenly strain. I give thee sign and struggle to be free. And again, when he sang of his visit to the Cyclops, Their wholesome counsel rashly I declined, curious to view the man of monstrous kind, and try what social rites a savage lends. And for the most part it is a good antidote against envy, to mix amongst our praises those faults that are not altogether ungenerous and base. Therefore many temper them not only with confessions of poverty or unskilfulness, but even of vile descent. So Agathocles, carousing among the Sicilian youth in golden bowls very curiously wrought, commanded earthen pots to be brought in. See, says he, what diligence, laboriousness, and fortitude can do. Once we made muggen jugs, but now vessels of gold. For his original was so mean and contemptible that it was thought he had served in a potter's shop who at last governed almost all Sicily. These are the outward preventions or remedies against diseases that may arise from the speaking of one's self. There are some others inward, which Cato has recourse to when he tells us he was envied for neglecting his domestic affairs and being vigilant whole nights in those of his country. So with this, how shall I boast, who grew so easily, though mustered amongst the common slavery, great in my fortune as the bravest be? And this, but I am loath to lose past labour's gains, nor will retreat from a fresh troop of pains. For as they who obtain great possessions of houses or lands gratis, and with little difficulty, are under the eye of envy, but not if their purchases were troublesome and dear, so it is with them who arrive at honour and applause. Well then, since it is evident we may praise ourselves not only inoffensively and without being liable to envy, but with great advantage too, that we may seem not to do this for itself, but for a further and better end, first consider whether it may prove for the instruction of the company, by exciting them to a virtuous emulation. For so Nestor's relation of his own achievements inflamed Patroclus and 9 others with a vehement desire of single combat, and we know the counsel that brings persuasive deeds as well as words, a lively exemplar, and an immediate familiar incentive, insouls a man with courage, moves, vehemently spurs him up to such a resolution of mind as cannot doubt the possibility and success of the attempt. This was the reason of that chorus in Lacedaemon consisting of boys, young men, and old men, which thus sang in parts: Old men, Once we were young and bold and strong. Boys, and we shall be no less ere long. Young men, we now are such, behold us, if you will. Well and politically in this public entertainment did the legislator propose to the youth obvious and domestic examples of such had already performed the things he exhorted them to. Moreover, it is not only available for the exciting of a generous emulation, but sometimes requisite for the silencing and taming an insolent and audacious man, to talk a little gloriously of oneself. As Nestor in this, I have conversed with men more gallant far than you, much your superiors they in all things were, nor did they ever to condemn me dare. And Aristotle writes to Alexander, that not only those who have mighty empires may think highly of themselves, but they also who have worthy thoughts and notions of the gods. Such a remark as this is also profitable against enemies, and recalls the spirits. Weak sons of misery our strength oppose. And such a reflection as that of Agesilaus, who said concerning the king of Persia, when he heard him called the Great, And who is greater than I, unless he be more just? So Epaminondas answered the Lacedaemonians, when they had spun out a long accusation against the Thebans. I see then we have forced you out of your wonted humour of short speech. The like to these are proper against adversaries, but amongst our friends and fellow citizens, a seasonable glorying is good not only to humble and throw down their haughtiness, but if they be fearful or astonished, to fetch back their courage and teach them to rally up themselves again. Therefore Cyrus in perils and battles talked at a thundering rate, but otherwise was mild and gentle in discourse. And Antigonus the second generally was modest and free from blustering. But at the sea fight at Cos, one of his friends saying, See you not how much greater the number of the enemy's ships is than ours? He answers, And for how many ships dost thou reckon me? This Homer seems to have considered, who makes Ulysses, when his friends were dismayed at the noise and horrible waves of Charybdis, remind them of his former stratagems and valour. O friends, O often tried in adverse storms, with ills familiar in more dreadful forms, deep in the dire Cyclopean den you lay, yet safe returned, Ulysses led the way. For this kind of praise is not such as the haranguers to the people or sophistical beggars use, nor those who affect popular humming and applause, but a necessary pledge of that courage and conduct which must be given to hearten up our friends. For we know that opinion and confidence in him who we esteem, endued with the fortitude and experience of a complete captain, is, in the crisis of a battle, no small advantage to the obtaining of the day. We have before declared the opposing of himself to the reputation and credit of another to be altogether unbefitting a worthy man. But where a vicious praise becomes hurtful and corruptive, creating an earnestness after evil things or an evil purpose in great matters, it is not unprofitable to refuse it. But it becomes us to direct the minds of the company towards better sentiments of things, showing them the difference. For certainly anyone will be pleased when he sees many voluntarily abstaining from the vices they heard cried down and reproved. But if baseness be well accounted of, and honour be made to attend on him who pursues pleasure or avarice, where is the nature so happily strong that they can resist, much less conquer, the temptation? Therefore a generous and discreet person must set himself against the praises not of evil men, but of evil actions. For this kind of condemnation perverts the judgments of men, and miserably leads them to imitate and emulate unworthy practices as laudable. But they may easily be rayed by confronting them with opposite truths. Theodorus the tragedian is reported to have said to Satyrus the comedian, It is not so wonderful an art to move the theatre's laughter as it is to force its tears. But if some philosopher should have retorted, Ay, but friend, it is not so fit and seemly to make men weep, as to remove and free them from their sorrows, it is likely by this odd way of commending himself he would have delighted his hearer, and endeavoured to alter or secure his judgment. So Zeno knew how to speak for himself, when the greater number of Theophrastus' scholars was opposed to the fewness of his, saying, His chorus is indeed greater than mine, but mine is sweeter. And Phocion, while Leosthenes yet prospered, being asked by the orators what good he had done the city, replies, Nothing but this, that in my government of you there have been no funeral orations, but all the deceased were buried in the sepulchres of their ancestors. So Crates, by way of antithesis to this epitaph of the glutton, What I have eat is mine. In my words my will I've had, and of my lust have took my fill. Well opposes these. And what I have learnt is mine, I've had my thought, and me the muses noble truths have taught. This kind of praise is amiable and advantageous, teaching to admire and love convenient and profitable things instead of the superfluous and vain. Thus much for the stating of the question, in what cases and how far self-praise may be inoffensive. Now the order of the discourse requires to show how an uncomely and unseasonable affectation of praise may be avoided. Discourse of a man's self usually sallies from self-love, as from its fort, and is there observed to lay wait, even in those who are vulgarly thought free enough from ambition. Therefore, as it is one of the rules of health to avoid dangerous and unwholesome places, or being in them to take the greater care, so ought there to be a like rule concerning converse and speaking of oneself. For this kind of talk has slippery occasions, into which we unawares and indiscernibly are apt to fall. For first, as it is above said, ambition usually intrudes into the praises of others with some flourishing remarks to adorn herself. For let a person be condemned by his equal or inferior, the mind of the ambitious is tickled and rubbed at the hearing of his praise, and immediately he is hurried by an intemperate desire and participation after the like, as the appetite of the hungry is sharpened by seeing others eat. In the second place, the story of men's prosperous actions usually carries them into the humour of boasting, and joy so far transports them that they swell with their own words when they would give you a relation of their victories or their successes in the business of state, or of their other publicly applauded actions or orations, and find it difficult to contain themselves and preserve a mean. In which kind of error it is observable that soldiers and mariners are most entangled. Nor is it infrequent with those who return from the government of provinces and the management of great affairs. Such as these, when mention is once made of illustrious and royal personages, presently thrust in some eulogies of themselves, as proceeding from the favour and kind opinion of those princes. And then they fancy they seem not at all to have praised themselves, but to have given only a bare account what great men have said honourably of them. So another sort, little different from these, think they are not discerned when they tell you all the familiarities of kings and emperors with them, and their particular applying themselves to them in discourse, and appear to recount them, not as thereby intending their own honour, but as bringing in considerable evidences of singular affability and humanity in persons so exceeding great. We see then what reason we have to look narrowly to ourselves, that, whilst we confer praises on others, we give no ground for suspicion that we make them but the vehicles of our own, and that, in pretending to celebrate Patroclus, under his name we mean romantically ourselves. Further, that kind of discourse which consists in dispraising and finding fault is dangerous, and yields opportunity to those that watch it for the magnifying their own little worth. Of this old men are inclinable to be guilty, when, by chastising and debasing others for their vices, they exalt themselves as wonderfully great in the opposite virtues. Indeed, to these there must be a very large concession, if they be reverend not only in age, but in virtue and place, for it is not altogether an unprofitable way, since it may sometimes create an extraordinary zeal and emulation of honour in those who are thus spurred up. But otherwise that sort of humour is carefully to be shunned, for reproof is often bitter, and wants a great deal of caution to sweeten and correct it. Now this is not done by the tempering our own praises with the reprehension of another, for he is an unworthy and odious fellow who seeks his own credit through any man's disgrace, basely endeavouring to build a slight reputation of his own virtue upon the discovery of another's crimes. Lastly, as they who are naturally inclined to a dangerous sort of laughter, which is a kind of violent passion or disease, must preserve especially the smooth parts of the body from tickling incentives, which cause these parts to yield and relent, thus provoking the passion. So they whose minds are soft and propense to the desires of reputation must carefully beware that they be not precipitated by the ticklings of another's praises into a vapouring of themselves. They ought rather to blush if they hear themselves condemned, and not put on a brazen face. They ought modestly and handsomely to reprove their applauders as having honoured them too much, and not chide them for having been too sparing in their praise. Yet in this may offend, putting those who speak advantageously of them in mind of more things of the same nature, endeavouring to make a huge heap of creditable actions, till by what they themselves add they spoil all that their friends have conferred to the promoting of their esteem. Some there are who flatter themselves till they are stupidly puffed up. Others allure a man to talk of himself, and take him by casting some little gilded temptation in his way. And another sort for a little sport will be putting questions, as those in Menander to the silly braggadocio soldier. How did you get this wound? By a furious dart. For heaven's sake, how? As from my scaling ladder I mounted the proud walls. See here, behold! Then I proceed to show my wound with earnest look, but they spoiled all with laughter. We must be watchful in all these cases, that we neither of ourselves drop into our own inconvenient praises, nor be hooked into them by others. Now the best and most certain way of security is to look back upon such as we can remember guilty of this fault, and to consider how absurd and ugly it is accounted by all men, and that hardly anything is in converse a greater disturbance than this. Hence it is that, though there be no other quality in such persons unpleasing, yet, as if nature had taught us to abhor and fly it, we hasten out to get a little fresh air, and even the very parasite and indigent flatterers are uneasy, when the wealthy and great men by whose scraps they live begin to admire and extol themselves. Nay, they give out that they pay the greatest portion of the shot, when they must give ear to such vanities. Therefore he in Menander cries out, "They kill me, I am a macerated guest, with their wise sayings and their soldiers' brags, how base these glorious are!" But these faults are not only to be objected against common soldiers and upstarts who detain others with gaudy and proud relations of their own actions, but also against sophists, philosophers, and commanders who grow full of themselves and talk at a fastuous rate. Therefore it is fit that we still remember that another's dispraise always accompanies the indiscreet praises of ourselves, that the end of vainglory is disgrace, and that, as Demosthenes tells us, the company will both be offended and judge otherwise of us than we would have them. Let us then forbear to talk of ourselves, unless the profit that we or our hearers may thence probably reap be considerably great. End of section 23.
Section 24 of The Morals, Volume 2. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Morals, Volume 2 by Plutarch. Translated by several hands. Corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. Concerning the procreation of the soul, as discoursed in Timaeus, Part 1. The father to Autobulus and Plutarch wisheth health. Since it is your opinion that it would be requisite for me to collect together what I have discoursed and written dispersedly in several treatises explaining, as we apprehended his sense and meaning, what opinion Plato had concerning the soul, as requiring a particular commentary by itself. Therefore I have compiled this discourse, which asks for your consideration and pardon, not only because the matter itself is by no means easy to be handled, but also because the doctrines herein contained are somewhat contrary to those held by most of the Platonic philosophers. And I will first rehearse the words as they run originally in the text of Timaeus. There being one substance not admitting of division, but continuing still the same, and another liable to be divided among several bodies. Out of both these he produced for a middle mixture a third sort of substance, partaking of the nature of the same and of the nature of the other, and placed it in the midst between that which was indivisible and that which was subject to be corporeally divided. Then, taking all three, he blended them into one form, forcibly adapting to the same the nature of the other, not readily condescending to a mixture. Now when he had thus mixed them with the substance, and reduced the three into one, he again divided this whole matter into so many parts as were thought to be necessary, every one of these parts being composed of the same, the other, and the substance. And thus he began his division. By the way, it would be an endless toil to recite the contentions and disputes that have from hence arisen among his interpreters, and to you indeed superfluous, who are not ignorant yourselves of the greatest part. But seeing that Xenocrates won to his opinions several of the most eminent philosophers, while he defined the substance of the soul to be number moved by itself, and that many adhered to Crantor the Solian, who affirmed the soul to consist partly of an essence perceptible to the mind, partly of a nature concerned with sensible things and subject to opinions, I am apt to believe that the perspicuity of these matters clearly delucidated will afford you a fair entrance into the knowledge of the rest. Nor does either of the two conjectures require many words of explanation. For the one side pretends that by the mixture of the divisible and indivisible substance no other thing is meant than the generation or original of number, seeing that the unit is undividable, but multitude is subject to division. However, that out of these is begot number, unity terminating plurality, and putting a period to infinity, which they call the unlimited binary. This binary Zaratas, the scholar of Pythagoras, named the mother, but the unit the father of number, and therefore he believed those numbers were the best which approached nearest in resemblance to the unit. Nevertheless, the number cannot be said to be the soul, for it neither has the power to move, neither can it be moved. But the same and the other being blended together, of which one is the original of motion and mutation, the other of rest and stability, from these two springs the soul, which is no less active or passive itself to stay or to be stayed, than to move or to be moved. But the followers of Crantor, supposing the proper function of the soul to consist in judging of those things which are discernible to the understanding and those which are liable to sense, as also of the differences and similitudes of these things, as well in themselves as in reference to one another, allege the soul to be composed of all, to the end she may have a true knowledge of the whole. Now the things of which the all is composed are fourfold: the intelligible nature, always immutable and still the same, and the sensitive nature, which is passive and subject to alteration, and also the nature of the same and the nature of the other. In regard the two former in some measure participate also of diversity and identity. All these philosophers likewise equally hold that the soul neither derives its beginning from time, nor is the product of generation, but that it is endued with several faculties and virtues, into which Plato, as it were, melting and dissolving its substance for contemplation's sake, supposes it in his discourse to have had its original from procreation and mixture. The same was his opinion concerning the world, for he knew it to be uncreated and without end, but not perceiving it so easy to apprehend how the structure was reared, or by what order and government supported, unless by admitting its beginning and causes thereto concurring, he followed that method to instruct himself. These things being thus generally by them laid down, Eudorus will allow to neither side any share of probability. And indeed to me they both seem to have wandered from the opinion of Plato, if we intend to make the most likely rule our guide, which is not to advance our own conceits, but to come as close as we can to his sense and meaning. Now as to this same mixture, as they call it, of the intelligible and sensitive substance, no reason appears why it should be more the original of the soul than of any other thing that ye can name. For the whole world itself, and every one of its parts, pretend to no other composition than of a sensitive and an intelligible substance, of which the one affords matter and foundation, the other form and figure to the whole mass. And then again, whate'er there is of material substance, framed and structured by participation and assimilation of the intelligible nature, is not only to be felt but visible to the eye, whenas the soul still soars above the reach of all natural apprehension. Neither did Plato ever assert the soul to be number, but a perpetually self-moving nature, the fountain and principle of motion. Only he embellished and adorned the substance of it with number, proportion, and harmony, as being a subject capable of receiving the most goodly form which those ornaments could produce. So that I cannot believe it to be the same thing to compose the soul according to number, and to affirm the soul to be number itself. Nor can it be said to be harmony, because harmoniously composed, as he has clearly demonstrated in his treatise of the soul. But plain it is that those philosophers understood not the meaning of the same and the other, for they tell us how the same contributes rest, the other motion, toward the generation of the soul. Though Plato himself, in his treatise entitled The Sophist, disposes and distinguishes essence, the same, the other, together with motion and rest, as being 5 things altogether differing one from another and void of mutual affinity. But these men are generally, as the most part of Plato's readers, timorous and vainly perplexed, using all their endeavours by wrestling and tormenting his sense to conceal and hide what he has written, as if it were some terrible novelty not fit for public view, that the world and the soul neither had their beginning and composition from eternity, nor had their essence from a boundless immensity of time, of which we have particularly spoken already. So that now it shall suffice to say no more than this, that these writers confound and smother, if they do not rather utterly abolish, his eager contest and dispute in behalf of the gods, wherein Plato confesses himself to have been transported with an ambitious zeal, even beyond the strength of his years, against the atheists of his time. For if the world had no beginning, Plato's opinion vanishes, that the soul, much elder than the body, is the principle of all motion and alteration, or, to use his own words, their chieftain and first efficient cause, whose mansion is in nature's secret retirements. But what the soul is, what the body, and why the soul is said to have been elder than the body, shall be made to appear in the progress of this discourse. The ignorance of this seems to have been the occasion of much doubt and incredulity in reference to the true opinion. First, therefore, I shall propose my own sentiments concerning these things, desiring to gain credit no otherwise than by the most probable strength of arguments, explaining and reconciling to the utmost of my ability truth and paradox together, after which I shall apply both the explication and demonstration to the words of the text. In my opinion, then, the business lies thus. The world, saith Heraclitus, neither did any one of all the gods nor any mortal man create. As if he had been afraid that, not being able to make out the creation by a deity, we should be constrained to acknowledge some man to have been the architect of the universe. But certainly far better it is, in submission to Plato's judgment, to avow, both in discourse and in our songs of praise, that the glory of the structure belongs to God, for the frame itself is the most beautiful of all masterpieces, and God the most illustrious of all causes, but that the substance and materials were not created, but always ready at the ordering and disposal of the omnipotent builder, to give it form and figure, as near as might be, approaching to his own resemblance. For the creation was not out of nothing, but out of matter wanting beauty and perfection, like the rude materials of a house, a garment, or a statue, lying first in shapeless confusion. For before the creation of the world there was nothing but a confused heap. Yet was that confused heap neither without a body, without motion, nor without a soul. The corporeal part was without form or consistence, and the moving part stupid and headlong, and this was the disorder of a soul not guided by reason. God neither incorporated that which is incorporeal, nor conveyed a soul into that which had none before, like a person, either musical or poetical, who does not make either the voice or the movement, but only reduces the voice with harmony and graces the movement with proper measures. Thus God did not make the tangible and resistant solidity of the corporeal substance, nor the imaginative or moving faculties of the soul, but taking these two principles as they lay ready at hand, the one obscure and dark, the other turbulent and senseless, both imperfect without the bounds of order and decency, he disposed, digested, and embellished the confused mass, so that he brought to perfection a most absolute and glorious creature. Therefore the substance of the body is no other than that all-receiving nature, the seat and nurse of all created beings. But the substance of the soul, in Philebus, he called an infinite being, the privation of number and proportion, having neither period nor measure either of diminution or excess or distinction or dissimilitude. But as to that order which he alleges in Timaeus to be the mixture of nature with the indivisible substance, but which being applied to bodies becomes liable to division, he would not have it thought to be a bulk made up by units or points, nor longitude and breadth, which are qualities more constantaneous to bodies than to the soul, but that disorderly unlimited principle, moving both itself and other substances, that which he frequently calls necessity, and which within his treatise of laws he openly styles the disorderly, ill-acting, or harm-doing soul. For such was this soul of herself. But at length she came to partake of understanding, ratiocination, and harmony, that she might be the soul of the world. Now that all-receiving principle of matter enjoyed both magnitude, space, and distance, but beauty, form, and measure of proportion it had none. However, all these it obtained, to the end that, when it came to be thus embellished and adorned, it might assume the form of all the various bodies and organs of the earth, the sea, the heavens, the stars, and of all those infinite varieties of plants and living creatures. Now as for those who attribute to this matter and not to the soul, that which in Timaeus is called necessity, infallibus vast disproportion and unlimited exorbitancy of diminution and excess, they can never maintain it to be the cause of disorder, since Plato always alleges that same matter to be without any form or figures, and altogether destitute of any quality or effectual virtue properly belonging to it, comparing it to such oils as have no scent at all, which the perfumers mix in their tinctures. For there is no likelihood that Plato would suppose that to be the cause and principle of evil, which is altogether void of quality in itself, sluggish, and never to be roused on to action, and yet at the same time brand this immensity with the harsh epithets of base and mischievous, and call it necessity repugnant and contumaciously rebellious against God. For this same necessity, which renverses heaven, to use his own phrase in his Politicus, and turns it the quite contrary way from decency and symmetry, together with innate concupiscence, and that inbred confusion of ancient nature, hurly-burlied with all manner of disorder, before they were wrought and kneaded into the graceful decorum of the world, whence came they to be conveyed into several varieties of forms and beings, if the subject, which is the first matter, were void of all quality whatsoever, and deprived of all efficient cause. More especially the architect being so good of himself, and intending a frame the nearest approaching to his own perfections. For besides these there is no third principle, and indeed we should stumble into the perplexed intricacies of the Stoics, should we advance evil into the world out of nonentity, without either any preceding cause or effect of generation, in regard that among those principles that have a being, it is not probable that either real good or that which is destitute of all manner of quality should afford birth or substance to evil. But Plato escaped those pitfalls into which they blundered who came after him, who, neglecting what he carefully embraced, the third principle and energetic virtue in the middle between God and the first matter, maintain the most absurd of arguments, affirming the nature of evils to have crept in spontaneously and adventitiously, I know not how, nor by what strange accidents. And yet they will not allow an atom of Epicurus so much as a moment's liberty to shift in its station, which, as they say, would infer motion out of nonentity without any impulsive cause. Nevertheless, themselves presuming all this while to affirm that vice and wickedness, together with 1,000 other incongruities and vexations afflicting the body, of which no cause can be ascribed to any of the principles, came into being, as it were, by consequence. Plato, however, does not so, who, despoiling the first matter of all manner of distinction, and separating from God, as far as it is possible, the causes of evil, has thus delivered himself concerning the world in his Politicus. The world, saith he, received from the illustrious builder all things beautiful and lovely. But whatsoever happens to be noxious and irregular in heaven, it derived from its ancient habit and disposition, and conveys them into the several creatures. And a little farther in the same treatise he saith, in process of time, when oblivion had encroached upon the world, the distemper of its ancient confusion more prevailed, and the hazard is, lest being dissolved it should again be sunk and plunged into the immense abyss of its former irregularity. But there can be no dissimilitude in the first matter, as being void of quality and distinction. Of which when Eudemus with several others was altogether ignorant, he seems deridingly to cavil with Plato, and taxes him with asserting the first matter to be the cause, the root, and principle of all evil, which he had at other times so frequently dignified with the tender appellations of mother and nurse. Whereas Plato gives to matter only the titles of mother and nurse, but the cause of evil he makes to be the moving force residing within it, not governed by order and reason, though not without a soul neither, which in his treatise of the laws he calls expressly the soul repugnant and in hostility with that other propitiously and kindly acting. For though the soul be the principle of motion, yet is it the understanding and intelligence which measures that motion by order and harmony, and is the cause of both. For God could have not brought to rest mere sleepy and sluggish matter, but he brought it to rest when it had been troubled and disquieted by a senseless and stupid cause. Neither did he infuse into nature the principles of alteration and affections, but when it was under the pressure of those unruly disorders and alterations, he discharged it of its manifold enormities and irregularities, making use of symmetry, proportion, and number. For these are the most proper instruments, not by alteration and lawless motion to distract the several beings with passions and distinctions, but rather to render them fixed and stable, and nearest in their composition to those things that in themselves continue still the same upon the equal poise of diuturnity. And this, in my judgment, is the sense and meaning of Plato. Of which the easy reconciliation of his seeming incongruities and contradiction of himself may serve for the first proof. For indeed no men of judgment would have objected to the most bacchanalian sophister, more especially to Plato, the guilt of so much inconvenience and impudent rashness in a discourse by him so elaborately studied, as to affirm the same nature in one place never to have been created, in another to have been the effects of generation. In Phaedrus to assert the soul eternal, in Timaeus to subject it to procreation. The words in Phaedrus need no repetition, as being familiar to nearly everyone, wherein he proves the soul to be incorruptible in regard it never had a beginning, and to have never had a beginning because it moves itself. But in Timaeus, God, saith he, did not make the soul a junior to the body, as now we labour to prove it to have been subsequent to the body. For he would never have suffered the more ancient, because linked and coupled with the younger, to have been governed by it. Only we, guided I know not how by chance and inconsiderate rashness, frame odd kind of notions to ourselves. But God most certainly composed the soul excelling the body both in seniority of origin and in power, to be mistress and governess of her inferior servant. And then again he adds, how the soul being turned upon herself, began the divine beginning of an eternal and prudent life. Now, saith he, the body of heaven became visible, but the soul being invisible, nevertheless participating of ratiocination and harmony, by the best of intelligible and eternal beings she was made the best of things created. Here then he determines God to be the best of sempiternal beings, the soul to be the most excellent of temporal existences, by which apparent distinction and antithesis he denies that the soul is eternal, and that it never had a beginning. And now what other or better reconciliation of these seeming contrarieties than his own explanation to those that are willing to apprehend it? For he declares to have been without beginning the never procreated soul, that moved all things confusedly and in an irregular manner before the creation of the world. But as for that which God composed out of this and that other permanent and choicest substance, making it both prudent and orderly, and adding of his own, as if it were for form and beauty's sake, intellect to sense and order to motion, and which he constituted prince and chieftain of the whole, that he acknowledges to have had a beginning and to have proceeded from generation. Thus he likewise pronounces the body of the world in one respect to be eternal and without beginning, in another sense to be the work of creation. To which purpose, where he says that the visible structure, never in repose at first, but restless in a confused and tempestuous motion, was at length by the hand of God disposed and ranged into majestic order. Where he says that the four elements, fire and water, earth and air, before the stately pile was by them embellished and adorned, caused a prodigious fever and shivering ague in the whole mass of matter that laboured under the combats of their unequal mixtures. By his urging these things, he gives those bodies room in the vast abyss before the fabric of the universe. Again, when he says that the body was younger than the soul, and that the world was created, as being of a corporeal substance that may be seen and felt, which sort of substances must necessarily have a beginning and be created, it is evidently demonstrable from thence that he ascribes original creation to the nature of bodies. But he is far from being repugnant or contradictory to himself in these sublimest mysteries. For he does not contend that the same body was created by God, or after the same manner, and yet that it was before it had a beginning, which would have been to act the part of a juggler, but he instructs us what we ought to understand by generations and creation. Therefore, says he, at first all these things were void of measure and proportion, but when God first began to beautify the whole, the fire and water, earth and air, having perhaps some prints and footsteps of their forms, lay in a huddled jumble all together, as probable it is that all things are where God is absent, which then he reduced to a comely perfection varied by number and order. Moreover, having told us before that it was a work not of one but of a twofold proportion to bind and fasten the bulky immensity of the whole, which was both solid and of a prodigious profundity, he then comes to declare how God, after he had placed the water and the earth in the midst between the fire and the air, incontinently closed up the heavens into a circular form. Out of these materials, saith he, being four in number, was the body of the world created, agreeing in proportion, and so amicably corresponding together, that being thus embodied and confined within their proper bounds, it is impossible that any dissolution should happen from their own contending force, unless he that riveted the whole frame should go about again to rend it in pieces, most apparently teaching us that God was not the parent and architect of the corporeal substance only, or of the bulk and matter, but of the beauty and symmetry and similitude that adorned and graced the whole. The same we are to believe he thought concerning the soul, that there is one which neither was created by God, nor is the soul of the world, but a certain self-moving and restless efficacy of a giddy and disorderly agitation and impetuosity, irrational and subject to opinion, while the other is that which God himself, having accoutred and adorned it with suitable numbers and proportions, has made queen regent of the created world, herself the product of creation also. End of section 24.
Section 25 of The Morals, Volume 2. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. The Morals, Volume 2, by Plutarch. Translated by several hands. Corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. Concerning the procreation of the soul, as discoursed in Timaeus, Part 2. Now that Plato had this belief concerning these things, and did not for contemplation's sake lay down these suppositions concerning the creation of the world and the soul, this, among many others, seems to be an evident signification that, as to the soul, he avers it to be both created and not created, but as to the world, he always maintains that it had a beginning and was created, never that it was uncreated and eternal. What necessity, therefore, of bringing any testimonies out of Timaeus? For the whole treatise, from the beginning to the end, discourses of nothing else but of the creation of the world. As for the rest, we find that Timaeus, in his Atlantic, addressing himself in prayer to the Deity, calls God that being which of old existed in his works, but now is apparent to reason. In his Politicus, his Parmenidean guest acknowledges that the world, which was the handiwork of God, is replenished with several good things, and that, if there be anything in it which is vicious and offensive, it comes by mixture of its former incongruous and irrational habit. But Socrates, in the Politics, beginning to discourse of number, which some call by the name of wedlock, says, "The created divinity has a circular period, which is, as it were, enchased and involved in a certain perfect number," meaning in that place by created divinity no other than the world itself. The first pair of these numbers consists of 1 and 2, the second of 3 and 4, the third of 5 and 6, neither of which pairs make a tetragonal number, either by themselves or joined with any other figures. The fourth consists of 7 and 8, which, being added all together, produce a tetragonal number of 36. But the quaternary of numbers set down by Plato have a more perfect generation, of even numbers multiplied by even distances, and of odd by uneven distances. This quaternary contains the unit, the common original of all even and odd numbers, subsequent to which are 2 and 3, the first plane numbers, then 4 and 9, the first squares, and next 8 and 27, the first cubical numbers, not counting the unit. Whence it is apparent that his intention was not that the numbers should be placed in a direct line one above another, but apart and oppositely one against the other, the even by themselves and the odd by themselves, according to the scheme here given. In this manner similar numbers will be joined together, which will produce other remarkable numbers, as well by addition as by multiplication. By addition, thus, 2 and 3 make 5, 4 and 9 make 13, 8 and 27 make 35, of all which numbers the Pythagoreans called 5 the nourisher, that is to say, the breeding or fostering sound, believing a fifth to be the first of all the intervals of tones which could be sounded. But as for 13, they called it the remainder, despairing, as Plato himself did, of being ever able to divide a tone into equal parts. Then 5 and 30 they named harmony, as consisting of the two cubes 8 and 27, the first that rise from an odd and an even number, as also of the full numbers 6, 8, 9, and 12, comprehending both harmonical and arithmetical proportion, which nevertheless will be more conspicuous, being made out in a scheme to the eye. Admit a right-angled parallelogram, ABCD, the lesser side of which, AB, consists of 5, the longer side, AC, contains 7 squares. Let the lesser division be unequally divided into 2 and 3 squares, marked by E, and the larger division in 2 unequal divisions more of 3 and 4 squares, marked by F. Thus AEFG comprehends 6, EBGI 9, FGCH 8, and GIHD 12. By this means the whole parallelogram, containing 35 little square areas, comprehends all the proportions of the first concords of music in the number of these little squares. For 6 is exceeded by 8 in a sesquiterce proportion, 3 to 4, wherein the diatessaron is comprehended, and 6 is exceeded by 9 in a sesquialter proportion, 2 to 3, wherein also is included the fifth. 6 is exceeded by 12 in duple proportion, 1 to 2, containing the octave, and then lastly there is the sesquioctave proportion of a tone in 8 to 9, and therefore they call that number which comprehends all these proportions harmony. This number is 35, which being multiplied by 6, the product is 210, which is the number of days, they say, which brings those infants to perfection that are born at the 7 months' end. To proceed by way of multiplication, twice 3 makes 6, and 4 times 9 36, and 8 times 27 produce 216. Thus 6 appears to be a perfect number as being equal in its parts, and it is called matrimony, by reason of the mixture of the first even and odd. Moreover, it is composed of the original number, which is 1, of the first even number, which is 2, and the first odd number, which is 3. Then for 36, it is the first number which is as well quadrangular as triangular, being quadrangular from 6 and triangular from 8. The same number arises from the multiplication of the first 2 square numbers, 4 and 9, as also from the addition of 3 cubical numbers, 1, 8, and 27, which being put together make up 36. Lastly, you have a parallelogram with unequal sides by the multiplication of 12 by 3, or 9 by 4. Take then the numbers of the sides of all these figures, the 6 of the square, the 8 of the triangle, the 9 for the one parallelogram, and the 12 for the other, and there you will find the proportions of all the concords. For 12 to 9 will be a fourth, as niti to paramesi. To 8 it will prove a fifth, as niti to mesi. To 6 it will be an octave, as niti to hypati. And the 216 is the cubical number proceeding from 6, which is its root, and so equal to its own parameter. Now these numbers aforesaid being endued with all these properties, the last of them, which is 27, has this peculiar to itself, that it is equal to all those that proceed together, besides that it is the periodical number of the days wherein the moon finishes her monthly course. The Pythagoreans make it to be the tone of all the harmonical intervals. On the other side, they call 13 the remainder, and regard it misses a unit to be half of 27. Now that these numbers comprehend the proportions of harmonical concord is easily made apparent. For the proportion of 2 to 1 is duple, which contains the diapason, as the proportion of 3 to 2 sesquialter, which embraces the fifth, and the proportion of 4 to 3 sesquiterce, which comprehends the diatessaron, the proportion of 9 to 3 triple, including the diapason and diapente, and that of 8 to 2 quadruple, comprehending the double diapason. Lastly, there is the sesquioctave in 8 to 9, which makes the interval of a single tone. If then the unit which is common be counted as well to the even as the odd numbers, the whole series will be equal to the sum of the decade. For the even numbers, 1 plus 2 plus 4 plus 8, give 15, the triangular number of 5. On the other side, take the odd numbers, 1, 3, 9, and 27, and the sum is 40, by which numbers the skilful measure all musical intervals, of which they call one a diasis, and the other a tone. Which number of 40 proceeds from the force of the quaternary number by multiplication. For every one of the first 4 numbers being by itself multiplied by 4, the products will be 4, 8, 12, 16, which being added all together make 40, comprehending all the proportions of harmony. For 16 is sesquiterce to 12, duple to 8, and quadruple to 4. Again, 12 holds a sesquialter proportion to 8, and triple to 4. In these proportions are contained the intervals of the diatessaron, diapente, diapason, and double diapason. Moreover, the number 40 is equal to the 2 first tetragons and the 2 first cubes being taken both together. For the first tetragons are 1 and 4. The first cubes are 8 and 27, which being added together make 40. Whence it appears that the Platonic quaternary is much more perfect and fuller of variety than the Pythagorean. But since the numbers proposed did not afford space sufficient for the middle intervals, therefore there was a necessity to allow larger bounds for the proportions. And now we are to tell you what those bounds and middle spaces are. And first, containing the medieties, or mean terms, of which that which equally exceeds and is exceeded by the same number is called arithmetical, the other which exceeds and is exceeded by the same proportional part of the extremes is called subcontrary. Now the extremes and the middle of an arithmetical mediety are 6, 9, 12. For 9 exceeds 6 as it is exceeded by 12, that is to say, by the number 3. The extremes and middle of the subcontrary are 6, 8, 12, where 8 exceeds 6 by 2, and 12 exceeds 8 by 4. Yet 2 is equally the third of 6, as 4 is the third of 12. So that in the arithmetical mediety the middle exceeds and is exceeded by the same number, but in the subcontrary mediety the middle term wants of one of the extremes and exceeds the other by the same part of each extreme. For in the first 3 is the third part of the mean, but in the latter 4 and 2 are third parts each of a different extreme, whence it is called subcontrary. This they also call harmonic, as being that whose middle and extremes afford the first concords, that is to say, between the highest and lowermost lies the diapason, between the highest and the middle lies the diapente, and between the middle and the lowermost lies the fourth or diatessaron. For suppose the highest extreme to be placed at nete, and the lowermost at hypate, the middle will fall upon mese, making a fifth to the uppermost extreme, but a fourth to the lowermost, so that nete answers to 12, mese to 8, and hypate to 6. Now the more readily to find out these means, Eudorus hath taught us an easy method. For after you have proposed the extremities, if you take the half part of each and add them together, the product shall be the middle, alike in both duple and triple proportions, in arithmetical mediety. But as for subcontrary mediety, in duple proportion, first having fixed the extremes, take the third part of the lesser and the half of the larger extreme, and the addition of both together shall be the middle. In triple proportion, the half of the lesser and the third part of the larger extreme shall be the mean. As for example, in triple proportion, let 6 be the least extreme, and 18 the biggest. If you take 3, which is the half of 6, and 6, which is the third part of 18, the product by addition will be 9, exceeding and exceeded by the same proportional parts of the extremes. In this manner the mediums are found out, and these are so to be disposed and placed as to fill up the duple and triple intervals. Now of these proposed numbers some have no middle space, others have not sufficient. Being therefore so augmented that the same proportions may remain, they will afford sufficient space for the aforesaid mediums. To which purpose, instead of a unit, they choose the 6, as being the first number including in itself a half and a third part, and so multiplying all the figures below it and above it by 6, they make sufficient room to receive the mediums, both in double and triple distances, as in the example below. Shown is a table with 3 rows. First row, numbers 12, 2, 3, 18. Second row, numbers 24, 4, 6, 9, 54. The third row, 48, 8, 27, 162. Now Plato laid down this for a position, that the intervals of sesquialters, sesquiterces, and sesquioctaves, having once arisen from these connections in the first spaces, the deity filled up all the sesquiterce intervals with sesquioctaves, leaving a part of each, so that the interval left of the part should bear the numerical proportion of 256 to 243. From these words of Plato they were constrained to enlarge their numbers and make them bigger. Now there must be two numbers following in order in sesquioctave proportion. But the 6 does not contain a sesquioctave, and if it should be cut up into parts and the units bruised into fractions, this would strangely perplex the study of these things. Therefore the occasion itself advised multiplication, so that, as in changes in the musical scale, the whole scheme was extended in agreement with the first or base number. Eudorus, therefore, imitating Crantor, made choice of 384 for his first number, being the product of 64 multiplied by 6, which way of proceeding the number 64 led them to, having for its sesquioctave 72. But it is more agreeable to the words of Plato to introduce the half of 384, for the remainder of that will bear a sesquioctave proportion in those numbers which Plato mentions, 256 and 243, if we make use of 192 for the first number. But if the same number be made choice of doubled, the remainder, or lemma, will have the same proportion, but the numbers will be doubled, i.e. 512 and 486. For 256 is in sesquiterce proportion to 192, as 512 to 384. Neither was Crantor's reduction of the proportions to this number without reason, which made his followers willing to pursue it, in regard that 64 is both the square of the first cube and the cube of the first square, and being multiplied by 3, the first odd and trigonal, and the first perfect and sesquialter number, it produces 192, which also has its sesquioctave, as we shall demonstrate. But first of all, we shall better understand what this lemma or remainder is, and what was the opinion of Plato, if we do but call to mind what was frequently bandied in the Pythagorean schools. For interval in music is all that space which is comprehended by two sounds varied in pitch, of which intervals that which is called a tone is the full excess of diapente above diatessaron, and this being divided into two parts, according to the opinion of the musicians, makes two intervals, both which they call a semitone. But the Pythagoreans, despairing to divide a tone into equal parts, and therefore perceiving the two divisions to be unequal, called the lesser lemma, or defect, as being lesser than the half. Therefore some there are who make the diatessaron, which is one of the concords, to consist of 2 tones and a half, others of 2 tones and lemma, in which case sense seems to govern the musicians, and demonstration the mathematicians. The proof by demonstration is thus made out, for it is certain from the observation of instruments that the diapason has double proportion, the diapente a sesquialter, the diatessaron a sesquiterce, and the tone a sesquioctave proportion. Now the truth of this will easily appear upon examination by hanging 2 weights double in proportion to 2 strings, or by making 2 pipes of equal hollowness double in length, the one to the other. For the bigger of the pipes will yield the deep sound, as hypate to nete, and of the 2 strings that which is extended by the double weight will be acuter than the other, as nete to hypate, and this is a diapason. In the same manner 2 longitudes or ponderosities, being taken in the proportion of 3 to 2, will produce a diapente, and 3 to 4 will yield a diatessaron, of which the latter carries a sesquiterce, the former a sesquialter proportion. But if the same inequality of weight or length be so ordered as 9 to 8, it will produce a tonic interval, no perfect concord, but harmonical enough. In regard the strings, being struck one after another, will yield so many musical and pleasing sounds, but altogether a dull and ungrateful noise. But if they are touched in consort, either single or together, thence a delightful melody will charm the ear. Nor is all this less demonstrable by reason. For in music the diapason is composed of the diapente and diatessaron, but in numbers the duple is compounded of the sesquialter and sesquiterce. For 12 is a sesquiterce to 9, but a sesquialter to 8, and a duple to 6. Therefore is the duple proportion composed of the sesquialter and sesquiterce, as the diapason of the diapente and diatessaron. For here the diapente exceeds the diatessaron by a tone, there the sesquialter exceeds the sesquiterce by a sesquioctave. Whence it is apparent that the diapason carries a double proportion, the diapente a sesquialter, the diatessaron a sesquiterce, and the tone a sesquioctave. This being thus demonstrated, let us see whether the sesquioctave will admit a division into two equal parts, which if it will not do, neither will the tone. However, in regard that 9 and 8, which make the first sesquioctave, have no middle interval, but both being doubled, the space that falls between causes two intervals, thence it is apparent that, if those distances were equal, the sesquioctave also might be divided into equal parts. Now, the double of 9 is 18, and that of 8 is 16, the intermedium 17. By which means one of the intervals becomes larger, the other lesser, for the first is that of 18 to 17, the second that of 17 to 16. Thus the sesquioctave proportion not being to be otherwise than unequally divided, consequently neither will the tone admit of an equal division. So that neither of these two sections of a divided tone is to be called a semitone, but according as the mathematicians name it, the remainder. And this is that which Plato means when he says that God, having filled up the sesquiterces with sesquioctaves, left a part of each, of which the proportion is the same as of 256 to 243. For admit a diatessaron in two numbers comprehending sesquiterce proportion, that is to say, in 256 and 192, of which two numbers, let the lesser 192 be applied to the lower extreme, and the bigger number 256 to the uppermost extreme of the tetrachord, whence we shall demonstrate that, this space being filled up by two sesquioctaves, such an interval remains as lies between the numbers 256 and 243. For the lower string being forced a full tone upward, which is a sesquioctave, it makes 216, and being screwed another tone upward, it makes 243. Which 243 exceeds 216 by 27, and 216 exceeds 192 by 24. And then again, of these two numbers, 27 is the eighth of 216, and 24 the eighth of 192. So the biggest of these two numbers is a sesquioctave to the middle, and the middle to the least, and the distance from the least to the biggest, that is, from 192 to 243, consists of two tones filled up with two sesquioctaves, which being subtracted, the remaining interval of the whole between 243 and 256 is 13, for which reason they called this number the remainder. And thus I am apt to believe the meaning and opinion of Plato to be most exactly explained in these numbers. Others, placing the two extremes of the diatessaron, the acute part in 288 and the lower sound in 216, in all the rest observe the same proportions, only that they take the remainder between the two middle intervals, for the bass being forced up a whole tone makes 243, and the upper note screwed downward a full tone begets 256. Moreover, 243 carries a sesquioctave proportion to 216, and 288 to 256, so that each of the intervals contains a full tone, and the residue is that which remains between 243 and 256, which is not a semitone but something less. For 288 exceeds 256 by 32, and 243 exceeds 216 by 27, but 256 exceeds 243 by 13. Now this excess is less than half of the former. So it is plain that the diatessaron consists of 2 tones and the residue, not of 2 tones and a half. Let this suffice for the demonstration of these things. Nor is it a difficult thing to believe by what has been already said, wherefore Plato, after he had asserted that the intervals of sesquialter, sesquiterce, and sesquioctave had arisen, when he comes to fill up the intervals of sesquiterces with sesquioctaves, makes not the least mention of sesquialters, for that the sesquialter is soon filled up by adding the sesquiterce to the sesquioctave, or the sesquioctave to the sesquiterce. Having therefore shown the manner how to fill up the intervals and to place and dispose the medieties, had never any person taken the same pains before, I should have recommended the further consideration of it to the recreation of your fancies. But in regard that several most excellent musicians have made it their business to unfold these mysteries with a diligence more than usually exact, more especially Crantor, Clearchus, and Theodorus, all born in Soli, it shall suffice only to show how these men differed among themselves. For Theodorus, varying from the other two, and not observing 2 distinct files or rows of numbers, but placing the duples and triples in a direct line one before another, grounds himself upon that division of the substance which Plato calls the division in length, making 2 parts, as it were, out of 1, not 4 out of 2. Then he says that the interposition of the mediums ought to take place in that manner, to avoid the trouble and confusion which must arise from transferring out of the first duple into the first triple the intervals which are ordained for the supplement of both. But as for those who take Crantor's part, they so dispose their numbers as to place planes with planes, tetragons with tetragons, cubes with cubes, opposite to one another, not taking them in file, but alternatively odd to even. Editor's note: here is some great defect in the original. End note. Which, being in themselves permanently the same, afford the form and species, but being subject to corporeal division, they become the matter and subject to receive the other's impression, the common mixture being completed out of both. Now, the indivisible substance, which is always one and the same, is not to be thought to be incapable of division by reason of its smallness, like the most minute of bodies, called atoms; but as it is unmixed, and not to be any way affected, but pure and altogether of one sort, it is said not to consist of parts, but to be indivisible. By means of which purity, when it comes in any manner whatsoever to approach and gently touch compounded divisible and differing substances, all their variety ceases, and they crowd together into one habit by sympathy and similitude. If now any one will call that substance which admits corporeal separation matter, as a nature subject to the former and partaking of it, the use of that equivocal term will nothing disadvantage our discourse. But they are under a mistake that believe the corporeal to be blended with the indivisible matter. First, for that Plato does not here make use of any one of its names, whereas in other places he calls it the receptacle and nurse, capable of both receiving and fostering the vast infinity of created beings, not divisible among bodies, but rather the body itself, parted and divided into single individuals. Then again, what difference would there be between the creation of the world and that of the soul, if the composition of each proceeded from both matter and the intelligible essence? Certainly Plato, as endeavoring to separate the generation of the body from that of the soul, tells us that the corporeal part was by God seated and deposited within it, and that it was outwardly covered and enveloped by it. And after he had thus wrought the soul to its perfection out of proportion, he then proceeds to this argument concerning matter, of which he had no occasion to make mention before when he was producing the soul, as being that which had not its existence from matter. The same may be said against the followers of Posidonius, for they seem not altogether to separate the soul from matter, but imagining the essence of limitations to be divisible in reference to bodies, and intermixing it with the intelligible essence, they defined the soul to be an idea, or essential form, of that which has extension in every direction, subsisting in an harmonical proportion of numbers. For, they say, all mathematical objects are disposed between the first intelligible and sensible beings, and since the soul contains the sempiternal nature of things intelligible and the pathetic nature of things subjected to sense, it seems but rational that it should consist of a substance between both. But they were ignorant that God, when the soul was already brought to perfection, afterwards making use of the limitations of bodies to form and shape the matter, confined and environed the dissipated and fleeting substance within the compass of certain surfaces composed of triangles adapted together. And it is even more absurd to make the soul an idea. For the soul is always in motion, the idea is incapable of motion, the one never to be mixed with that which is subjected to sense, the other wrought into the substance of the body. Moreover, God could be said only to imitate an idea as his pattern, but he was the artificer of the soul, as of a work of perfection. Now, enough has been already said to show that Plato does not assert number to be the substance of the soul, only that it is ordered and proportioned by number. End of section 25.
Section 26 of the Morals, Volume 2. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Morals, Volume 2 by Plutarch. Translated by several hands. Corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. Concerning the procreation of the soul, as discoursed in Timaeus, Part 3. However, this is a common argument against both the former opinions, that neither in corporeal limits nor numbers there is the least footstep or appearance of that power by which the soul assumes to itself to judge of what is subject to sense. For it was the participation of the intelligible principle that endued it with understanding and the perceiving faculty. But as for opinion, belief, imagination, and its being affected with qualities relating to the body, no man could ever dream that they proceeded simply either from units or lines or surfaces. For not only the souls of mortals have a power to judge of what is subject to sense, but the soul of the world also, says Plato, when it revolves upon itself, and happens once to touch upon any fluid and roving substance, or upon anything indivisible, then being moved throughout its whole self, it gives notice with what is or that thing is identical, to what heterogeneo, and in what relations especially, and in what manner it happens to be and to be affected towards each created thing. Here he gives at the same time an intimation of the 10 categories or predicaments, but afterwards he gives us a clearer manifestation of these things. For when true reason, says he, is fixed upon what is subject to sense, and the circle of the other, observing a just and equal motion, conveys its intelligence to the whole soul, then both opinion and belief become steadfast and certain. On the other side, when it is settled upon ratiocination, and the circle of the same, turning readily and easily, furnishes its intimations, then of necessity knowledge arrives to perfection. And indeed, whoever shall affirm that anything in which these two operations take place is anything besides a soul, may deservedly be thought to speak anything rather than the truth. From whence then does the soul enjoy this motion, whereby it comprehends what is subject to sense, different from that other intelligible motion which ends in knowledge? This is a difficult task to resolve, unless we steadfastly assert that Plato here did not compose the soul singly considered, but the soul of the world also, of the parts above mentioned, of the more worthy indivisible substance, and of the less worthy divisible in reference to bodies. And this soul of the world is no other than that motion which gives heat and vigor to thought and fancy, and sympathizes with what is subject to sense, not created, but existing from eternity, like the other soul. For nature, which had the power of understanding, had also the power of opinion. But the intelligible power is subject neither to motion nor affection, being established upon a substance that is still the same. The other is movable and fleeting, as being engaged to an unstable, fluctuating, and disunited matter. In regard, the sensible substance was so far from any order, that it was without shape and boundless, so that the power which is fixed in this was capable of producing no clear and well-grounded notions, and no certain or well-ordered movements, but only sleepy dreams and deliriums, which amused and troubled corporeal stupidity, unless by accident they lighted upon the more worthy substance. For it was in the middle, between the sensible and discerning faculty, and had a nature conformable and agreeable to both, from the sensible apprehending substance, and borrowing from judgment its power of discerning things intelligible. And this the express words of Plato declare. For this is my opinion, saith he, in short, that being, place, and generation were three distinct things even before the heavens were created. By place he means matter, as being the seat and receptacle. By being or existence, the intelligible nature. And by generation, the world not being yet created. He designs only that substance which was subject to change and motion, disposed between the forming cause and the thing formed, transmitting hither those shapes and figures which were there contrived and moulded. For which reason it was called divisible, there being a necessity of distributing sense to the sensitive, and imagination to the imaginative faculty. For the sensitive motion, being proper to the soul, directs itself to that which is outwardly sensible. As for the understanding, it was fixed and immovable of itself, but being settled in the soul, and becoming its lord and governor, it turns upon itself, and accomplishes a circular motion about that which is always permanent, chiefly laboring to apply itself to the eternally durable substance. With great difficulty, therefore, did they admit a conjunction, till the divisible at length intermixing with the indivisible, and the restlessly hurried with the sleepy and motionless, constrained the other to meet and join with the same. Yet the other was not motion, as neither was the same stability, but the principle of distinction and diversity. For both the one and the other proceed from a different principle, the same from the unit, the other from the duad. And these were first intermixed with the soul, being fastened and bound together by number, proportion, and harmonical mediums, so that the other, being riveted into the same, begets diversity and disagreement, and the same, being fermented into the other, produces order. And this is apparent from the first powers of the soul, which are judgment and motion. Motion immediately shows itself in the heavens, giving us an example of diversity and identity by the circumvolution of the fixed stars, and of identity and diversity by the order of the planets. For in them the same bears the chiefest sway. In terrestrial bodies, the contrary principle. judgment has two principles: understanding from the same, to judge of things in general, and sense from the other, to judge of things in particular. Reason is a mixture of both, becoming intellect in reference to things intelligible, and opinion in things subject to sense, making use of the interdisposed organs of imagination and memory, of which these in the same produces the other, and those in the other make the same. For understanding is the motion of the considerative faculty, about that which is permanent and stable. Opinion is a continuance of the perceptive faculty upon that which is continually in motion. But as for fancy or imagination, being a connection of opinion with sense, the same has placed it in the memory, and the other moves it again in the difference between past and present, touching at the same time upon diversity and identity. But now let us take a draught of the corresponding composition of the soul from the structure of the body of the universe. There we find fire and earth, whose nature is such as not to admit of mixture one with another, but with great difficulty, or rather is altogether obstinately refractory to mixture and constancy. God, therefore, placing air and water in the middle between both, the air next the fire, the water next the earth, first of all tempered the middlemost one with another, and next, by the assistance of these two, he brought the two extreme elements not only to mix with the middlemost, but also to a mutual closure or conjunction between themselves. Then he drew together those contrary powers and opposing extremes, the same and the other, not immediately the one adjoining to the other, but placing other substances between, the indivisible next the same, and the divisible next the other, disposing each to each in convenient order, and mixing the extremes with the middlemost. After which manner he interweaved and tissued the whole into the form and composition of the soul, completing, as far as it was possible, similitude out of things different and various, and one out of many. Therefore, it is alleged by some that Plato erroneously affirmed the nature of the other to be an enemy to mixture, as being not only capable to receive it, but a friend of change. Whereas, that should have been rather said of the nature of the same, which, being stable and an utter adversary to mutability, is so far from an easy and willing condescension to mixture, that it flies and abhors it, to the end it may preserve itself pure and free from alteration. But they who make these objections against Plato betray their own ignorance, not understanding that the same is the idea, or essential form, of those things that always continue in the same state and condition, and that the other is the idea of those things which are subject to be variously affected, and that is the peculiar nature of the one to disjoin and separate into many parts whatever it happens to lay hold upon, and of the other to cement and assimilate scattered substances, till they resume one particular form and efficacy. And these are the powers and virtues of the soul of the universe. And when they once enter into the organs of corruptible bodies, being themselves incorruptible, there the form of the binary and boundless principle shows itself most briskly, while that of the unmixed and purer principle lies as it were dormant in obscurity. And thus it happens, that a man shall rarely observe any human passion or motion of the understanding, void of reason, where there shall not something appear either of desire or emulation, joy or grief. Several philosophers therefore will have the passions to be so many sorts of reasonings, seeing that desire, grief, and anger are all the effects of judgment. Others allege the virtues themselves to be derived from passions. Fortitude depending on fear, temperance on voluptuousness, and justice on love of gain. Now the soul being both speculative and practical, contemplating as well generals as particulars, and seeming to comprehend the one by the assistance of the intellect, and the other by the aid of sense, common reason, which encounters the same in the other, and the other in the same, endeavors by certain limits and distinctions to separate one from many, and the divisible from the indivisible. But she cannot accomplish her design, nor be purely in one or the other. In regard the principles are so oddly interwoven and intermixed, and confusedly huddled together. For this reason did God constitute a receptacle for the same and the other, out of the indivisible and divisible substance, to the end there might be order and variety. Now this was generation. For without this, the same could have no variety, and therefore no motion or generation, and the other could have no order, and therefore no consistence or generation. For should we grant the same to be different from the other, and the other to be the same with itself, such a commixture would produce nothing generative, but would want a third something, like matter, to receive both and be disposed of by both. And this is that matter which God first composed, when he bounded the movable nature of bodies by the steadfastness of things intelligible. Now then, as voice, merely voice, is only an insignificant and brutish noise, but speech is the expression of the mind by significant utterance, as harmony consists of sounds and intervals, a sound being always one and the same, and an interval being the difference and diversity of sounds, while both being mixed together produce air and melody. Thus the passive nature of the soul was without limits and unstable, but afterwards became determinate, when limits were set and a certain form was given to the divisible and manifold variety of motions. Thus having comprised the same and the other, by the similitudes and dissimilitudes of numbers, which produce concord out of disagreement, it becomes the life of the world, sober and prudent, harmony itself, and reason overruling necessity mixed with persuasion. This necessity is by most men called fate or destiny, by Empedocles, friendship and discord, by Heraclitus, the opposite straining harmony of the world, as of a bow or harp, by Parmenides, light and darkness, by Anaxagoras, mind and infinity, by Zoroaster, God and Daemon, naming one Oromasdes, the other Erimanius. Though as for Euripides, he makes use of the disjunctive erroneously for the copulative, where he says, Jove, whether he be necessity that nature's force controls, or the intelligence of human souls. For indeed, the powers which bear dominion over the universe are necessity and wisdom. This is that therefore which the Egyptians intimate in their fables, feeling that, when Horus was punished and dismembered, he bequeathed his soul and blood to his father, but his flesh and his fat to his mother. There is no part of the soul which remains pure and unmixed, or separate from the rest, for, according to the opinion of Heraclitus, harmony latent is of greater value than that which is visible, as being that wherein the blending deity concealed and sunk all varieties and dissimilitudes. Nevertheless, there appears in the irrational part a turbulent and boisterous temerity, in the rational part an orderly and well-marshalled prudence, in the sensitive part the constraint of necessity, but in the understanding entire and perfect command of itself. The limiting and bounding power sympathizes with the whole and the indivisible, by reason of the nearness of their relations. On the other side, the dividing power fixes itself upon particulars, by virtue of the divisible substance, and the whole rejoices at the mutation of the same by means of the other, as occasion requires. In the like manner, the various inclinations of men to virtue and vice, to pleasure and toil, as also the enthusiasms and raptures of lovers, the combats of honor with lustful desires, plainly demonstrate the mixture of the divine and impassible with the moral and corporeal part, of which Plato himself calls the one concupiscence of pleasures, natural to ourselves, the other an opinion, introduced from without, aspiring to the chiefest good. For passible qualities of the soul arise from herself, but she participates of understanding, as being infused from without, by the more worthy principle. Nor is the celestial nature privileged from this double society and communion, for sometimes it is seen to incline one way or the other, but it is set right again by the more powerful revolution of the same, and governs the world. Nay, there shall come a time, as it has happened already, when the world's moving wisdom shall grow dull and drowsy, drowned in oblivion of its own duty, while that which is familiar and agreeable to the body from the beginning draws and winds back the right-hand motion of the universe, causing the wheels to go slow and heavy. Yet shall it not be able to dash in pieces the whole movement, for that the better part, rousing and recollecting herself, and observing the pattern and exemplar of God, shall with his aid reduce all things again into their former order. Thus it is demonstrable by many proofs, that the soul was not altogether the workmanship of the deity, but that having in itself a certain portion of innate evil, it was by him digested and beatified, who limited infinity by unity, to the end it might be a substance within the compass of certain limits, intermixing order and mutation, variety and resemblance, by the force of the same and the other, and lastly, working into all these, as far as it was possible, a mutual community and friendship by the assistance of numbers and harmony. Concerning which things, although you have heard frequent discourses, and have likewise read several arguments and disputes committed to writing upon the same subjects, it will not be amiss for me also to give a short account, after a brief repetition of Plato's own words. God, said he, in the first place withdrew one part from the whole, which done, he took away the double of that, then a third part, sesquialter in proportion to the second, and triple to the first, then a fourth part, double to the second, next a fifth part, being the triple of the third, then a sixth, 8 times the first, and lastly a seventh, being 27 times the first. This done, he filled up the duple and triple intervals, retrenching also from thence certain other particles, and placing them in the midst of those intervals, so that in every interval there might be 2 medieties, the one exceeding and being exceeded by one, and the same part of the extremes, the other exceeding and being exceeded by the same number. Now in regard that from these connections in the first spaces there arose the intervals of sesquialters, sesquiterces, and sesquioctaves. He filled up all the sesquiterce intervals with sesquioctaves, leaving a part of each, so that the interval left of the part might bear the numerical proportion of 256 to 243. Here the question will be first concerning the quantity, next concerning the order, and in the third place concerning the force and virtue of the numbers. As to the quantity, we are to consider which he takes in the double and triple intervals. As to the order, whether they are to be placed in one row, according to the direction of Theodorus, or, as Crantor will have them, in the form of a lambda, placing the unit at the top, and the duples and triples apart by themselves in two several files. Lastly, we are to examine of what use and virtue they are in the structure and composition of the soul. As to the first, we shall relinquish the opinion of those who affirm that it is enough, in proportions, to consider the nature of the intervals, and of the medieties which fill up their vacancies, and that the demonstration can be made out for any numbers whatsoever that have spaces sufficient to receive the aforesaid proportions. For this being granted, it makes the demonstration obscure, without the help of schemes, and drives us from another theory, which carries with it a delight not unbecoming philosophy. Beginning therefore from the unit, let us place the duples and triples apart, and there will be on the one side 2, 4, 8, on the other 3, 9, 27. 7 numbers in all, proceeding forward by multiplication 4 steps from the unit, which is assumed as the common base. For not only here, but upon other occasions, the sympathy of the quaternary number with the septenary is apparent. There is this peculiar to that tetractys or quaternary number 36, so much celebrated by the Pythagoreans, which is more particularly worthy admiration, that it is composed of the first 4 even numbers, and the first 4 odd numbers, and it is the 4th connection made of numbers put together in order. The first connection is of 1 and 2, the second of odd numbers. For placing the unit, which is common to both, before, he first takes 8, and then 27, as it were pointing out with the finger where to place each particular sort. These places are so depraved in the original that the sense is lost. But it begins to others to explain these things more accurately and distinctly, while we content ourselves with only what remains, as peculiarly proper to the subject in hand. For it was not out of vainglory, to boast his skill in the mathematical sciences, that Plato inserted in a treatise of natural philosophy this discourse of harmonical and arithmetical medieties, but believing them both apt and convenient to demonstrate the structure and composition of the soul. For some there are who seek these proportions in the swift motions of the spheres of the planets, others rather in the distances, others in the magnitude of the stars, others more accurate and nice in their inquiry, seek for the same proportions in the diameters of the epicycles, as if the Supreme Architect, for the sake of these, had adapted the soul, divided into 7 parts, to the celestial bodies. Many also there are, who hither transfer the inventions of the Pythagoreans, tripling the distances of bodies from the middle. This is done by placing the unit next the fire, 3 next the antichthon, or earth which is opposite to our earth, 9 next the earth, 27 next the moon, 81 next to Mercury, 243 upon Venus, and 729 upon the Sun. The last, 729, is both a tetragonal and cubical number, whence it is that they also call the Sun a tetragon and a cube. By this way of tripling, they also reduce the other stars to proportion. But these peoples may be thought to dote and to wander very much from reason, if there by any use of geometrical demonstration, since by their mistakes we find that the most probable proofs proceed from thence. and although geometers do not always make out their positions exactly, yet they approach the nearest to truth when they say that the diameter of the sun, compared with the diameter of the earth, bears the proportion of 12:1, while the diameter of the earth to that of the moon carries a triple proportion. And for that which appears to be the least of the fixed stars, the diameter of it is no less than the third part of the diameter of the earth, and the whole globe of the earth to the whole globe of the moon is as 27:1. The diameters of Venus and the earth bear a duple, the globes or spheres of both an octave proportion. The width of the shadow, which causes an eclipse, holds a triple proportion to the diameter of the moon, and the deviation of the moon from the middle of the signs, either to the one or the other side, is a 12th part. Her positions as to the sun, either in triangular or quadrangular distances, give her the form when she appears as in the first quarter and gibbous. But when she comes to be quite round, that is, when she has run through half the signs, she then makes, as it were, a kind of diapason harmony with 6 notes. But in regard the motions of the sun are slowest when he arrives at the solstices, and swiftest when he comes to the equinoxes, by which he takes from the days or adds to the night. The proportion holds thus. For the first 30 days after the winter solstice, he adds to the day a 6th part of the length whereby the longest night exceeds the shortest. The next 30 days he adds a 3rd part. To all the rest till the equinox he adds a half, and so by sextuple and triple distances he makes even the irregularity of time. Moreover, the Chaldeans make the spring to hold the proportion of a diatessaron to autumn, of a diapente to the winter, and of a diapason to the summer. But if Euripides rightly divides the year, where he says, 4 months the parching heats of summer reign, and 4 of hoary winter's cold complain. 2 months doth vernal pride the fields array, and 2 months more do autumn tribute pay. Then the seasons shall be said to change in octave proportion. Others there are, who fancy the earth to be in the lowest string of the harp, called proslambanomenos, and so proceeding, they place the moon in hypate, Mercury and Venus in the diatoni and lichani. The sun they likewise place in mes, as in the midst of the diapason, a 5th above the earth and a 4th from the sphere of the fixed stars. But neither doth this pleasant conceit of the latter come near the truth, neither do the former attain perfect accuracy. However, they who will not allow the latter to depend upon Plato's sentiments will yet grant the former to partake of musical proportions, so that, there being 5 tetrachords, called ipaton, meson, synemenon, diazevmenon, and hypervaleon, in these 5 distances they place all the planets, making the first tetrachord from the moon to the sun, and the planets which move with the sun, that is, Mercury and Venus, the next from the sun to the fiery planet of Mars, the third between this and Jupiter, the 4th from thence to Saturn, and the 5th from Saturn to the sphere of the fixed stars, so that the sounds and notes which bound the 5 tetrachords bear the same proportion with the intervals of the planets. Still further, we know that the ancient musicians had 2 notes called hypate, 3 called neats, 1 mes, and 1 parames, thus confining their scale to 7 standing notes, equal in number to the number of the planets. But the moderns, adding the proslambanomenos, which is a full tone in descent from hypate, have multiplied the scheme into the double diapason, and thereby confounded the natural order of the concords, for the diapente happens to be before the diatessaron, with the addition of the whole tone in the bass, whereas Plato makes his addition in the upper part, for in his Republic he says that every one of the 8 spheres rolls about a siren which is fixed upon each of the tuneful globes, and that they all sing one counterpoint without diversity of modulation, taking every one their peculiar concords, which together complete a melodious consort. These sirens sing for their pleasure divine and heavenly tunes, and accompany their sacred circuit and dance with a harmonious song of 8 notes. Nor was there necessity of a fuller chorus, in regard that within the confines of 8 notes lay the first bounds and limits of all duple and triple proportions, the unit being added to both the even and odd numbers. And certainly from hence it was that the ancients raised their invention of 9 muses, of which 8 were employed in celestial affairs, as Plato said. The 9th was to take care of things terrestrial, and to reduce and reform the inequality and confusion of error and jarring variance. Now then consider whether the soul does not roll and turn, and manage the heavens and the celestial bodies by means of those harmonious concords and equal motions that are wrought and fermented within her, being herself most wise and most just. And such she became by virtue of harmonical proportions, whose images representing things incorporeal are imprinted into the discernible and visible parts and bodies of the world. But the chief and most predominating power is visibly mixed in the soul, which renders her harmonious and obedient to herself, the other parts unanimously yielding to her as the most supreme and the divinest part of all. For the sovereign artificer and creator, finding a strange disorder and erroneous confusion in the motions of the decomposed and unruly soul, which was still at variance with herself, some things he divided and separated, others he brought together and reconciled to a mutual sympathy, making use of harmony and numbers, by virtue of which the slightest and meanest of insensible substances, even stocks and stones, the rinds of cheese, and sometimes even the rennettes of beasts, by various mixtures, compositions, and temperatures, may become the charming objects of the sight, or afford most pleasing perfumes and wholesome medicaments for the relief of mankind, or be wrought and hollowed to send forth pleasing musical sounds. And for this reason it was that Zeno of Citium encouraged and persuaded youth to frequent the theatres, there to observe the variety of melodious sounds that proceeded from horns or cornets, wooden hautboys, flutes and reeds, or any other musical instruments to which the contrivance of art had rightly applied the reason of number and proportion. Not that we will here maintain, with the Pythagoreans, that all things resemble number, for that requires a long discourse to prove it. But where mutual society and sympathy arise out of discord and dissimilitude, that the cause of this is moderation and order, produced by the power of harmony and number, was a thing not concealed even from the poets. And these give to what is friendly and kind the epithet evenly fitted, while, on the other side, men of rugged and malicious dispositions they called unevenly tempered, as if enmity and discord were nothing but a sort of disproportion. For this reason, he who writes Pindar's elegy gives him this encomium: to foreigners agreeable, to citizens a friend, the poet plainly inferring complacency of humor and the aptitude of a person to fit himself to all tempers to be an excellency aspiring to virtue itself, which Pindar himself also testifies, saying of Cadmus that he listened to true music from Apollo himself. Nor must we believe that the theologists, who were the most ancient philosophers, ordered the pictures and statues of the gods to be made with musical instruments in their hands, because they thought the gods no better than pipers or harpers, but to signify that no work was so becoming to the gods as accord and harmony. Now then, as it would be absurd and ridiculous for any man to search for sesquiterces, sesquialters, and duples in the neck or belly, or sides of a lute or harp, though every one of these must also be allowed their symmetry of length and thickness, the harmony and proportion of concords being to be sought for in the sound, it is most probable that the bodies of the stars, the distances of spheres, and the swiftness of the motions and revolutions have their sundry proportions, as well one to another as to the whole fabric, like instruments of music well set and tuned, though the measure of the quantity be unknown to us. However, we are to imagine that the principal effect and efficacy of these numbers and proportions, which the Supreme Architect made use of, is that the same agreement, harmony, and consent of the soul with itself, by means which she replenished the heavens themselves, when she came to actuate and perform her office there, with so many infinite beauties, and by which she governs the earth by virtue of the several seasons, and other alterations wisely and artificially measured and varied, as well for the generation as preservation of all terrestrial productions. End of section 26. Recording by Jairus Amar.
Section 27 of the Morals, Volume 2. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. The Morals, Volume 2, by Plutarch. Translated by several hands. Corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. That a philosopher ought chiefly to converse with great men. Footnote. This epistolary discourse was wrote against an ill-bred sort of philosophers, who neither would take the charge of education of great persons themselves, nor would suffer others to do it. Though the author seems here only to vindicate his friend, it is in truth an apology for himself, who bred up an emperor and spent most part of his time, to good purpose, in the greatest court in the world. This and several other of his moral discourses seems to be hastily dictated, so that there is no great choice in his words, or measure in his periods, or strict method in the whole. However, the treasure of ancient learning and good sense, which is to be found in him, as it was frequently made use of by the most eloquent Greek fathers, so is it sufficient to recommend his works to all lovers of learning and good manners. K.C. Much of this version is a mere paraphrase. G. End of footnote. 1. The resolution which you have taken to enter into the friendship and familiarity of Sorcanus, that by the infrequent opportunities of conversing with him you may cultivate and improve a soil which gives such early promise of a plentiful harvest, is an undertaking which will not only oblige his relations and friends, but redound very much to the advantage of the public, and, notwithstanding the peevish censures of some morose or ignorant people, it is so far from being an argument of an aspiring and vainglorious temper, that it shows you to be a lover of virtue and good manners, and a zealous promoter of the common interest of mankind. They themselves are rather to be accused of an indirect but more vehement sort of ambition, who would not upon any terms be found in the company, or so much as be seen to give a civil salute to a person of quality. For how unreasonable would it be to enforce a well-disposed young gentleman, and one who needs the direction of a wise governor, to such complaints as these: "Would that I might change myself from a Pericles to a Cato, to a cobbler like Simon, or a grammarian like Dionysius, that I might, like them, have the conversation of such a man as Socrates, enjoy his company, and hear his instructive lessons of morality." So far, I am sure, was Aristo of Chios from being of their humor, that when he was censured for exposing and prostituting the dignity of philosophy by his freedom to all comers, he answered that he could wish that nature had given understanding to wild beasts, that they too might be capable of being his hearers. Shall we then deny that privilege to men of interest and power, which this good man would have communicated, if it had been possible, to brute beasts? But these men have taken a false notion of philosophy. They make it much like the art of statuary, whose business it is to carve out a lifeless image in the most exact figure and proportions, and then to raise it upon a pedestal where it is to continue forever. The true philosophy is of quite a different nature. It is a spring and principle of motion wherever it comes. It makes men active and industrious. It sets every wheel and faculty a-going. It stores our minds with axioms and rules by which to make a sound judgment. It determines the will to the choice of what is honorable and just, and it wings all our faculties to the swiftest prosecution of it. It is accompanied with an elevation and nobleness of mind, joined with a coolness and sweetness of behavior, and backed with a becoming assurance and inflexible resolution. And from this diffusiveness of the nature of good it follows, that the best and most accomplished men are inclined to converse with persons of the highest condition. Indeed, a physician, if he have any good nature and sense of honor, would be more ready to cure an eye which is to see and watch for a great many thousand, than that of a private person. How much more then ought a philosopher to form and fashion, to rectify and cure the soul of such a one, who is, if I may so express it, to inform the body politic, who is to think and understand for so many others, to be in so great measure the rule of reason, the standard of law, and model of behavior, by which all the rest will square and direct their actions. Suppose a man to have a talent at finding out springs and contriving of aqueducts, a piece of skill for which Hercules and others of the ancients are much celebrated in history. Surely he could not so satisfactorily employ himself in sinking a well, or deriving water to some private seat or contemptible cottage, as in supplying conduits to some fair and populous city, in relieving an army just perishing with thirst, or in refreshing and adorning with fountains and cool streams the beautiful gardens of some glorious monarch. There is a passage of Homer very pertinent to this purpose, in which he calls Minos Dios megalou waristein, which, as Plato interprets it, signifies the disciple and companion of Jupiter. For it were beneath his dignity indeed to teach private men, such as care for only a family or indulge their useless speculations. But kings are scholars worthy the tuition of a god, who, when they are well advised, just, good, and magnanimous, never fail to procure the peace and prosperity of all their subjects. The naturalists tell us that the eryngium hath such a property with it, that if one of the flock of do but taste it, all the rest will stand stock still in the same place till the shepherd hath taken it out of its mouth. Such quickness of action does it have, pervading and spreading itself over everything that is near it, as if it were fire. The effects of philosophy, however, are different according to the differences or inclinations in men. If indeed it lights on one who loves a dull and inactive sort of life, it makes himself the center, and the little conveniences of life the circumference of all his thoughts. Such a one does not contract the sphere of her activity, so that having only made easy and comfortable the life of a single person, it fails and dies with him. But when it finds a man of a ruling genius, one fitted for conversation and able to grapple with the difficulties of public business, if it once possess him with principles of honesty, honor, and religion, it takes a compendious method by doing good to one, to oblige a great part of mankind. Such was the effect of the conversation of Anaxagoras with Pericles, of Plato with Dion, with Pythagoras, and with the principal statesmen of all Italy. Cato himself took a voyage, when he had the concern of an expedition lying upon him, to see and hear Athenodorus. And Scipio sent for Panaetius, when he was commissioned by the Senate to take a survey alike of the outrages and the good order which were practised in their provinces, as Posidonius observes. Footnote: Odysseus 17, 487. End footnote. Now what a pretty sort of return would it have been in Panaetius to send word back, if indeed you were in a private capacity, John a Noakes or John a Styles, that had a mind to get into some obscure corner or cell, to state cases and resolve syllogisms. I should very gladly have accepted your invitation. But now, because you are the son of Paulus Aemilius, who was twice consul, and grandson of that Scipio who was surnamed from his conquest of Hannibal and Africa, I cannot with honor hold any conversation with you. 2. The objections which they bring from the two kinds of discourse, one of which is mental, the other expressed in words or interpretive of the former, are so stale and pedantical that they are best answered by laughter or silence. And we merely quote the old saying, I knew this before Theognis was born. However, thus much shall be said, that the end of them both is friendship, in the first case with ourselves, in the second case with another. For he hath attained to virtue by the methods of philosophy, hath his mind all in tune with good temper. He is not struck with those reproaches of conscience which cause the acutest sense of pain, and are the natural punishments of our follies. But he enjoys the greatest prerogative of a good man, to be always easy and in amity with himself. No factious lusts reason's just power control, nor kindle civil discord in his soul. His passion does not stand in defiance to his reason, nor do his reasonings cross and thwart one the other. But he is always consistent with himself. But the very joys of wicked men are tumultuary and confused, like those who dwell in the borders of two great empires at variance, always insecure and in perpetual alarms, whilst a good man enjoys an uninterrupted peace and serenity of mind, which excels the other not only in duration, but in sense of pleasure too. As for the other sort of discourse, that which consists in expression of itself to others, Pindar says very well, that it was not mercenary in old time, nor indeed is it so now, but by the baseness and ambition of a few, it is made use of to serve their poor secular interests. For if the poets represent Venus herself as much offended with those who make a trade and traffic of the passion of love, how much more reasonably may we suppose that Urania and Clio and Calliope have an indignation against those who set learning and philosophy to sale? Certainly the gifts and endowments of the Muses ought to be privileged from such mean considerations. Indeed, if some have made fame and reputation one of the ends of their studies, they used it only as an instrument to get friends, since we find by common observation that men praise only those whom they love. If they sought its own praise, They were as much mistaken as Ixion when he embraced a cloud instead of Juno. For there is nothing so fleeting, so changeable, and so inconstant as popular applause. It is but a pompous shadow, and hath no manner of solidity and duration in it. But a wise man, if he design to engage in business and matters of state, will so far aim at fame and popularity as that he may be better enabled to benefit others. For it is a difficult and very unpleasant task to do good to those who are disaffected by our persons. It is the good opinion men have of us which disposes men to give credit to our doctrine. As light is a greater good to those who see others by it than to those who only are seen, so is honor of a greater benefit to those who behold it than to those whose glory is beheld. But even one who withdraws himself from the noise of the world, who loves privacy and indulges his own thoughts, will show that respect to the good word of the people which Hippolytus did to Venus, though he abstained from her mysteries, he will pay his devotions at a distance. Footnote: Euripides Hippolytus 102. End of footnote. But he will not be so cynical and sullen as not to hear with gladness the commendations of virtuous men like himself. He will neither engage himself in a restless pursuit of wealth, interest, or honor, nor will he on the other hand be so rustic and insensible as to refuse them in a moderate degree, when they fairly come in his way. In like manner he will not court and follow handsome and beautiful youth, but will rather choose such as are of a teachable disposition, of a gentle behavior, and lovers of learning. The charms and graces of youth will not make a philosopher shy of their conversation, when the endowments of their minds are answerable to the features of their bodies. The case is the same when greatness of place and fortune concur with a well-disposed mind in the same person. He will not therefore forbear loving and respecting such a one, nor be afraid of the name of a courtier, nor think it a curse that such attendance and dependence should be his fate. They that strive most Dame Venus to eschew do fault as much as they who her pursue. Footnote: From the Veiled Hippolytus of Euripides, fragment 431. End footnote. The application is easy to the matter at hand. A philosopher, therefore, if he is of a retired humor, will not shun such persons, while one who generously designs his studies for the public advantage will cheerfully embrace their advances of friendship, will not force them after a troublesome manner to hear him, will lay aside his scholastical terms and distinctions, and will rejoice to discourse and pass his time with them when they are willing and disposed. I plough the spacious Percynthian fields, full 6 days' journey wide. Footnote: From the Niobe of Aeschylus, fragment 153. End footnote. Says one boastingly in the poet, the same man, if he were as much a lover of mankind as of husbandry, would much rather bestow his pains on such a farm, the fruits of which would serve a greater number, than to be always dressing the olive yard of some cynical malcontent, which, when all was done, would scarce yield oil enough to dress a salad, or to supply his lamp in the long winter evenings. Epicurus himself, who places happiness in the profoundest quiet and sluggish inactivity, as the only secure harbor from the storms of this troublesome world, could not but confess that it is both more noble and delightful to do than to receive a kindness. Footnote: Almost the same words with those of our Savior. It is more blessed to give than to receive. So that a man can scarcely be a true Epicurean without practicing some of the maxims of Christianity. End footnote. For there is nothing which produces so humane and genuine a sort of pleasure as that of doing good. He who first gave the names to the 3 graces well understood this, for they all signify delectation and joy. Footnote: Aglaia, Euphrosyne, and Thalia. End footnote. and these surely are far greater and purer in him who does the good turn. This is so evidently true, that we all receive good turns blushing, and with some confusion, and we are always gay and well pleased when we are conferring one. If then it is so pleasant to do good to a few, how are their hearts dilated with joy who are benefactors to whole cities, provinces, and kingdoms? And such benefactors are they who instill good principles into those upon whom so many millions do depend. On the other hand, those who debauch the minds of great men, as sycophants, false informers, and flatterers, worse than both manifestly do, are the center of all the curses of a nation, as men who do not only infuse deadly poison into the cistern of a private house, but into the public springs of which so many thousands are to drink. The people therefore laughed at the hangers-on of Callias, whom, as Eupolis says, neither fire, nor brass, nor steel could keep from supping with them. But as for the favorites of those execrable tyrants, Apollodorus, Phalaris, and Dionysus, they racked them, they flayed them alive, they roasted them at slow fires, they looked on them as the very pests of society and disgraces of human nature. For to debauch a simple person is indeed an ill thing, but to corrupt a prince is an infinite mischief. In like manner, he who instructs an ordinary man makes him to pass his life decently and with comfort. But he who instructs a prince, by correcting his errors and clearing his understanding, is a philosopher for the public, by rectifying the very mold and model by which whole nations are formed and regulated. It is the custom of all nations to pay a peculiar honor and deference to their priests. And the reason of it is because they do not only pray for good things for themselves, their own families and friends, but for whole communities, for the whole state of mankind. Yet we are not so fond as to think that the priests cause the gods to be givers of good things, or to inspire a vein of beneficence into them, but they only make their supplications to a being which of itself is inclinable to answer their requests. But in this a good tutor hath the privilege above the priests. He effectually renders a prince more disposed to actions of justice, moderation, and mercy, and therefore hath a greater satisfaction of mind when he reflects upon it. 4. For my own part, I cannot but think that an ordinary mechanic, for instance a maker of musical instruments, would be much more attentive and pleased at his work, if he knew that his harp would be touched by the famous Amphion, and in his hand serve for the builder of Thebes, or that Athales had bespoke it, who was so great a master that by the force of his music he pacified a popular tumult amongst the Lacedaemonians. A good-natured shipwright would ply his work more heartily if he were making the steerage for the admiral galley of Themistocles, when he fought for the liberty of Greece, or of Pompey when he went on his expedition against the pirates. What ecstasy of delight then must a philosopher be in, when he reflects that his scholar is a man of authority, a prince or great potentate, that he is employed in so public a work, giving laws to him who is to give laws to a whole nation, who is to punish vice and reward the virtuous with riches and honor. The builder of the Argo certainly would have been mightily pleased if he had known what noble mariners were to row in his ship, and that at last she should be translated into heaven. And a carpenter would not be half so much pleased to make a coach or a plough as to make the tablets on which Solon's laws were to be engraved. In like manner, the discourses and rules of philosophy, being once deeply stamped and imprinted on the minds of great personages, will stick so close that the prince shall seem no other than justice incarnate and animated law. This was the design of Plato's voyage into Sicily. He hoped that the lectures of his philosophy would serve for laws to Dionysius, and bring his affairs again into good posture. But the soul of that unfortunate prince was like paper scribbled all over with the characters of vice. Its piercing and corroding quality had stained quite through and sunk into the very substance of his soul. Whereas, if such persons are to profit by sage lessons, they must be taken when they are at full speed. End of section 27.
Section 28 of the Morals, Volume 2. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Simon Brouwer. The Morals, Volume 2, by Plutarch. Translated by several hands, corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. A Discourse Concerning Socrates' Daemon, Part 1. I heard lately, Cathisius, a neat saying of a painter, comprised in a similitude upon those that came to view his pictures. For he said, the ignorant and the skilful were like those that saluted the whole company together, but the curious and knowing like those that complimented each single person. For the former take no exact, but only one general view of the performance, but those that with judgment examine part by part take notice of every stroke that is either well or ill done in the whole picture. The duller and lazy sort are abundantly satisfied with a short account and upshot of any business, but he that is of generous and noble temper, that is fitted to be a spectator of virtue, as of a curious piece of art, is more delighted with the particulars. For, upon a general view, much of fortune is discovered, but when the particulars are examined, then appear the art in contrivance, the boldness in conquering intervening accidents, and the reason that was mixed with and tempered the heat and fury of the undertakers. Suppose us to be of this sort, and give us an account of the whole design, how from the very beginning it was carried on, what company you kept, and what particular discourse you had that day. A thing so much desired, that I protest I would willingly go to Thebes to be informed, did not the Athenians already suspect me to lean too much to the Boeotian interest. Indeed, Archidamus, your kind eagerness after this story is so obliging, that, putting myself above all business, as Pindar says, I should have come on purpose to give you a relation. But since I am now come upon an embassy, and have nothing to do until I receive an answer to my memorial, to be uncivil, and not to satisfy the request of an obliging friend, would revive the old reproach that have been cast upon the Boeotian for morose sullenness and hating good discourse, a reproach which began to die in the time of Socrates. But, as for the rest of the company, pray, sir, are they at leisure to hear such a story? For I must be very long, since you enjoin me to add the particular discourses that passed between us. You do not know the men, Cathisius, though they are worthy your acquaintance, men of good families, and no enemies to you. This is Lysiphedus, Thrasybulus' nephew, this is Timotheus, the son of Conon, these are Arrhenius' sons, and all the rest my very good acquaintance, so that you need not doubt a favourable and obliging audience. Very well, but where shall I begin the story? How much of these affairs are you acquainted with already? We know, Caphisius, how matters stood at Thebes before the exiles returned, how Archias, Leontidas, and their associates, having persuaded Phoebidius the Spartan in the time of peace to surprise that castle, banished some of the citizens, awed others, took the power into their own hands, and tyrannized against all equity and law. We understood Melon's and Pelopidas' designs, having, as you know, entertained them, and having conversed with them ever since they were banished. We knew likewise that the Spartans fined Phoebidius for taking Cadmea, and in their expedition to Olynthus captured him, but sent a stronger garrison, under Lysimachus and Tumor, to command the castle, and further, that Ismenias, presently after his trial, was basely murdered. For Gorgidius wrote constantly to the exiles, and sent them all the news, so that you have nothing to do but only to inform us in the particulars of your friend's return and the seizing of the tyrants. In those days, Archidamus, all that were concerned in the design, as often as our business required, used to meet at Simenius' house, who then lay lame of a blow upon his shin. This we covered with the pretence of meeting for improvement in philosophical discourse, and, to take off all suspicion, we many times invited Archias and Leophides, who were not altogether adverse to such conversation. Besides, Simmias, having been a long time abroad and conversant with different nations, was lately returned to Thebes, full of all sorts of stories and strange relations. To him Archias, when free from business, would resort with the youth of Thebes, and sit and hear with a great deal of delight, being better pleased to see us mind philosophy and learning than their illegal actions. Now the same day in which it was agreed that about night the exiles should come privately to town, a messenger, whom none of us but Charon knew, came from them by a Pharyngius order, and told us that 12 of the youngest of the exiles were now hunting on the mountain of Cerathon, and designed to come at night, and that he was sent to deliver this and to know in whose house they should be received, that as soon as they entered they might go directly thither. This startling us, Charon put an end to all our doubts, by offering to receive them in his house. With the answer the messenger returned. But Theocritus, the soothsayer, grasping me by the hand, and looking on Charon that went just before us, said that Charon, Cephisius, is no philosopher, nor so general, nor so acute a scholar as thy brother Epaminondas, and yet you see that nature leading him, under the direction of the law, to noble actions, he willingly ventures on the greatest danger for the benefit of his country. But Epaminondas, who thinks he knows more virtue than any of the Boeotians, is dull and inactive, and though opportunity presents, though there cannot be a very occasion, and though he is fitted to embrace it, yet he refuses to join, and will not make one in this generous attempt. Courageous Theocritus, we do what upon mature deliberation we have approved, but Epaminondas, being of contrary opinion, and thinking it better not to take this course, rationally complies with his judgment, whilst he refuses to meddle in those matters which his reason upon our desire cannot approve, and to which his nature is averse. Nor can I think it prudent to force a physician to use fire and a lancet that promises to cure the disease without them. What, said Theocritus, doth he not approve of our method? No, I replied. He would have no citizens put to death without a trial at law. But if he would endeavor to free our country without slaughter and bloodshed, none would more readily comply. But since we slight his reason and follow our own course, he desires to be excused, to be guiltless of the blood and slaughter of his citizens, and to permit it to watch an opportunity when he may deliver his country according to equity and right. For this action may go too far. Phronicus, it is true, and Peloponnese may assault the bad men and the oppressors of the people, but Eumolpides and Simidas, men of extraordinary heat and violence, prevailing in the night, will hardly sheathe their swords until they have filled the whole city with slaughter, and cut in pieces many of the chief men. Anaxidorus, overhearing this discourse of mine to Theocritus, for he was just by, bade us to be cautious, for Archias, Lysanorides, the Spartan, were coming from the castle directly towards us. Upon this advice we left off, and Archias, calling Theocritus aside, together with Lysanorides, privately discoursed with him a long while, so that we were very much afraid lest they had come to suspicion or notice of our design, and examined Theocritus about it. In the meantime, Philidius, you know him, Archidamus, who then was the secretary to Archias the general, who knew of the exiles coming, and was one of the associates, taking me by the hand, as he used to do, before the company, found fault with the late exercises and wrestling he had seen, but afterwards, leading me aside, he inquired after the exiles, and asked whether they were resolved to be punctual to the day. And upon my assuring that they were, then he replied, I have very luckily provided a feast today to treat Archias, make him drunk, and then deliver him an easy prey to the invaders. Excellently contrived, Philidius, said I, and bravely endeavor to draw all or most of our enemies together. That, said he, is very hard, nay, rather impossible, for Archias, being in hopes of the company of some noble woman there, will not yield that Leontidas should be present, so that I will be necessary to divide the associates into 2 companies, that we may surprise both the houses. For Archias and Leontidas being taken off, I suppose the others will presently fly, or staying make no stir, being very well satisfied if they can be permitted to be safe and quiet. So, said I, will we order it? But about what, I wonder, are they discoursing with Theocritus? And Philidius replied, I cannot certainly tell, but I have heard that some omens and oracles portend great disaster and calamities to Sparta, and perhaps they consult him about those matters. Theocritus had just left them, when Philodius and Hilarion meeting us said, Simmias would have you stay here a little while, for he is interceding with Leontidas and Naphidius, and begs that, instead of dying, according to the sentence, he may be banished. Well, said Theocritus, this happens to be very opportunely, for I had a mind to ask what was seen and what found in Archemaeus' tomb lately opened amongst you. For perhaps, sir, you were present when Agesilaus sent to fetch the relics to Sparta. And Philodorus replied, Indeed, I was not present at the opening of the grave, for I was not delegated, being extremely concerned and very angry with my fellow citizens for permitting it to be done. There were found no relics of a body, but a small brazen bracelet, and 2 earthen pipkins full of earth, which now, by length of time, was grown very hard and petrified. Upon the monument there was a brazen plate full of strange, because very ancient, letters. For though, when the plate was washed, all the strokes were very easily perceived, yet nobody could make anything of them, for they were a particular barbarous and very like the Egyptian character. And therefore Agesilaus, as the story goes, sent a transcript of them to the king of Egypt, desiring him to show them to the priests, and if they understood them, to send him the meaning and interpretation. Perhaps in this matter Simmias can inform us, for at that time he studied their philosophy, and frequently conversed with the priest upon that account. The Hilariati believed the great scarcity and overflowing of the pool that followed were not effects of chance, but a particular judgment upon them for permitting the grave to be opened. And Theocritus, after a little pause, said, Nay, there seems to be some judgment to hang over the Lacedaemonians themselves, as those omens about which Lysanorius just now discoursed me portend. And now he is gone to Hilarius to fill up the grave again, and, as the oracle directs, to make some oblations to Alcmena and Aleus, but who this Aleus is, he cannot tell. And, as soon as he returns, he must endeavor to find the sepulchre of Dirce, which not one of the Thebians themselves, besides the captains of the horse, knows. For he that goes out of office leads his successor to the place alone, and in the dark, there they offer some sacrifices, but without fire, and leaving no mark behind them, they separate from one another, and come home again in the dark. So that I believe, Philodolaus, it will be no easy matter for him to discover it. For most of those that have been duly elected to that office are now in exile, they all beside Gordius and Plato, and they will never ask those, for they are afraid of them. And our present officers are invested in the castle with the spear only at the seal, but know nothing of the tomb and cannot direct them. Whilst Theocritus was speaking, Leontidas and his friends went out, and we going in saluted Simmias, sitting upon his couch, very much troubled because his petition was denied. He, looking upon us, cried out, Good God, the savage barbarity of these men! And it was not an excellent remark of Thales, who, when his friends asked him, upon his return from his long travels, what strange news he brought home, replied, I have seen a tyrant an old man, for even he hath received no particular injury, yes, disliking their stiff pride and haughty carriage, becomes an enemy to all lawless and unaccountable powers. But heaven perhaps will take these things in consideration. But Caphisius, do you know the strange that came lately hither? Who he is? And I replied, I do not know whom you mean. Why, said he, Leontidas told me that there was a man at night seen to rise out of Lysias' tomb, with great pomp and a long train of attendants, and that he had lodged there all night upon the beds made of leaves and boughs. For the next morning such were discovered there, with some relics of burnt sacrifices and some milk oblations, and that in the morning he inquired of every one he met whether he should find Polymnius' sons at home. I wonder, said I, who it is, for by your description I guess him to be no mean man. Well, said Philodolus, when he comes we will entertain him, but at present, Simmias, if you know anything more of those letters about which we were talking, pray let us have it, for it is said that the Egyptian priests took into consideration the writing of a certain table which Agesilaus had from us when he opened Achaemenus' tomb. As for the table, replied Simmias, I know nothing of it, but Agathoridis the Spartan came to Memphis with letters from Agesilaus to Conaphis the priest, whilst I, Plato, and Alypo the Perithian studied together at his house. He came by order of the king, who enjoined Conaphis, if he understood the writing, to send him the interpretation with all speed. And he, in 3 days' study, having collected all the different sorts of characters that could be found in the old books, wrote back to the king and likewise told us that the writing enjoined the Greeks to institute games in honor of the Muses, that the characters were such as were used in the time of Protheus, and that Hercules, the son of Amyphrio, then learned them, and that the gods by this admonished the Greeks to live peaceably and at quiet, to contend in philosophy to the honor of the Muses, and, laying aside their arms, to determine what is right and just by reason and discourse. When he thought that Conaphis spoke right, and that opinion was confirmed, when, as we were sailing from Egypt, about Caria some Delians met us, who desired Plato, being well skilled in geometry, to solve an odd oracle lately delivered by Apollo. The oracle was this: then the Delians and all the other Greeks should enjoy some respite from the present evils, when they had doubled the altar at Delos. They, not comprehending the meaning of the words, of the many ridiculous endeavors, from each of the sides being doubled, they had to frame the body, instead of twice, 8 times as big, with application to Plato to clear the difficulty. He, calling to mind what the Egyptian had told him, said that the god was merry upon the Greeks, who despised learning, that he severely reflected on their ignorance, and admonished them to apply themselves to the deepest parts of geometry, for this was not to be done by a dull short-sighted intellect, but by exactly skilled in the nature and properties of lines. It required skill to find the true proportion by which alone a body of a cubic figure can be doubled. All its dimensions being equally increased, he said that Iccadocus, the Cnidian of Helico, the Cynensian, might do this for them, but that was not the thing desired by the god, for by this oracle he enjoined all the Greeks to leave off war and contention, and apply themselves to study, and, by learning and arts moderating their passions, to live peaceably with one another, and profit the community. While Simmias was speaking, my father Polymnius came in, and sitting down by him said, Epaminondas desires you and the rest of the company, unless an urgent business requires your attendance, to stay for him here a little while, designing to bring you acquainted with this stranger, who is a very worthy man, and the design upon which he comes is very genteel and honorable. He is a Pythagorean of the Italian sect, and comes hither to make some offerings to old Lysias at his tomb, according to diverse dreams and very notable appearances that he hath seen. He hath brought a good sum of money with him, and thinks himself bound to satisfy Epaminondas for keeping Lysias in his old age, and is very eager, though we are neither willing nor desire him, to relieve his poverty. And Simmias, glad at this news, replied, You tell me, sir, of a wonderful man, and worthy professor of philosophy, but why doth he not come directly to us? I think, said my father, he lay all night at Lysias' tomb, and, therefore, Epaminondas hath now led him to the Isthmianus to wash, and when that is done, they will be here, for before he came to our house, he lodged at the tomb, intending to take up the relics of the body, and transport them into Italy, if some genius at night should not advise him to forbear. As soon as my father had ended this discourse, Galaxidorus cried out, Good gods! How hard a matter it is to find a man pure from vanity and superstition, for some are betrayed into those fooleries by their ignorance and weakness. Others, that they may be thought extraordinary men and favourites of heaven, refer all their actions to some divine admonition, pretending dreams, visions, and the like, surprising fooleries for everything they do. This method indeed is advantageous to those that intend to settle commonwealth, or are forced to keep themselves up against a rude and ungovernable multitude, for by this bridle of superstition they might manage and reform the vulgar. But these pretenses seem not only unbecoming philosophy, but quite opposite to all those fine promises she makes. For, having promised to teach us by reason what is good and profitable, falling back again to the gods as the principle of all our actions, she seems to despise reason and disgrace that demonstration which is her peculiar glory, and she relies on dreams and visions, in which the worst of men are oftentimes as happy as the best. And therefore you, Socrates, Simmias, in my opinion, followed the most philosophical and rational method of instructions, choosing that plain and easy way as the most genteel and friendly unto truth, and scattering to the sophisters of the age all those vain pretenses, which are as it were the smoke of philosophy. What, Galaxidorus, and have Meletus persuaded you that Socrates contemned all divine things? For that was part of his accusation, divine things. By no means, replied Galaxidorus, but having received philosophy from Pythagoras and Empedocles, full of dreams, fables, superstitions, and perfect raving, he endeavored to bring wisdom and things together, and make truth consist with sober sense. Be it so, rejoined Theocritus, but what shall we think of this Damon? Was it a mere juggle? Indeed, nothing that is told of Pythagoras regarding divination seems to me so great and divine. For in my mind, as Homer makes Minerva to stand by Ulysses in all dangers, so the Damon joined to Socrates, even from his cradle some vision to guide him in all the actions of his life, which, going before him, shed a light upon hidden and obscure matters, and such as could not be discovered by an unassisted human understanding. Of such things the Damon often discoursed with him, presiding over and by divine instinct directing his intentions. More and greater things, perhaps, you may learn from Simmias and the other companions of Socrates. But once when I was present, as I went to Euthyphron, the soothsayers, it happened, Simmias, for you remember it, that Socrates walked up to Symbolum in the house of Anaxagoras, all the way asking questions and joyously perplexing Euthyphron. When standing still upon a sudden and persuading us to do the like, he mused a pretty while, and then turned about, walked through the Frunkmaker Street, calling back his friends that walked before him, affirming that it was his Damon's will and admonition. And he turned back, amongst whom I, holding Euthyphron, was one, but some of the youths, keeping on the straight way, on purpose, as it were, to confute Socrates' Demon, took along with them Chaereas the piper, who came in my company to Athens to see Thebes. Now, as they were walking through Graves' Row, near the courthouses, a herd of dirty swine met them, and being too many for the street, and running against one another, they overthrew some that could not get out of the way, and dirtied others. And Chaereas came home with his legs and clothes very dirty, so that now and then in merriment they would think on Socrates' Demon, wondering that it never forsook the man, and that heaven took such particular care of him. Then, Galaxidorus, and do you think, Theocritus, that Socrates' Demon had some peculiar and extraordinary power? And was it not that this man had by experience confirmed some part of the common necessity which made him, in all obscure and unevident matters, add some weight to the reason that was on one side? For as one grain doth not incline the balance by itself, yet, added to one of two weights that are of equal poise, makes the whole incline to that part. Thus an omen or the like sign may of itself be too light to draw a grave and settled resolution to any action. Yet, when two equal reasons draw on either side, if that is added to one, the doubt together with the equality is taken off, so that a motion and inclination to that side is presently produced. Then my father continuing discourse said, You yourself, Galaxidorus, have heard the Megarian, who had it from Terpsion, say that Socrates' Demon was nothing else but the sneezing either of himself or others. For if another sneezed, either before, behind, or on his right hand, then he pursued his design and went on to action, but on the left hand he desisted. One sort of sneezing confirmed him whilst deliberating and not fully resolved, another stopped him when already upon action. But indeed it seems strange that, if sneezing was his only sign, he should not acquaint his familiars with it, but pretend it was a daemon that encouraged or forbade him. For that this should proceed from vanity or conceit is not agreeable to the veracity and simplicity of the man, for in those who knew him to be truly great, and far above the generality of mankind, nor is it likely so grave and wise men should be disturbed at a casual sound or sneezing, and upon that account leave off what he was about, and give over his premeditated resolutions. Besides, all Socrates' resolutions seems to be altogether vigorous and steady, as begun upon right principles and mature judgment. Thus he voluntarily lived poor all his life, though he had friends that would have been very glad and very willing to relieve him. He still kept close to philosophy, notwithstanding all the discouragements we met with, and at last, when his friend endeavored, and very ingeniously contrived his escape, he would not yield to their entreaties, but met death with mirth and cheerfulness, and appeared a man of a steady reason in the greatest extremity. And sure these are not the actions of a man whose designs, when once fixed, could be altered by an omen or a sneeze, but the one who, by some more considerable guidance and impulse, is directed to practice things good and excellent. Besides, I have heard that to some of his friends he foretold the overthrow of the Athenians in Sicily, and before that time Perilampus, the son of Antiphon, being wounded and taken prisoner by us in that pursuit at Delium, as soon as he heard from the ambassadors who came from Athens that Socrates with Alcibiades and Laches fled by Registe and returned safe, blamed himself very much, and blamed also some of his friends and captains of the companies, who together with him were overtaken in their flight about Parnes by our cavalry and slain there, for not obeying Socrates' daemon and retreating that way which he led, and this I believe Simmias hath heard as well as I. Yes, replied Simmias, many times, and from many persons, for upon this Socrates' daemon was very much talked of at Athens. Why then, pray, Simmias, said Philodolaus, shall we suffer Galaxidorus drolling to degrade so considerable a prophetic spirit into an omen or a sneeze, which the vulgar and ignorant, it is true, merrily use about small matters, but when any danger appears, then we find that of Euripius verified. None near the edge of swords will mind such toys. To this Galaxidorus rejoined, Sir, if Simmias hath heard Socrates himself speak anything about this matter, I am very ready to hear and believe it with you, but yet what you and Polonimus have delivered I could easily demonstrate to be weak and insignificant. For as in physic the pulse of a whelk is itself but a small thing, yet it is a sign of no small things to the physicians, and as the murmuring of the waves or of a bird, or the driving of a think-aloud, it is a sign to the pilot of a stormy heaven and troubled sea. Thus to a prophetic soul a sneeze or an omen, though no great matter simply considered in itself, yet may be the sign and token of considerable impending accident. For every art and science takes care to collect many things from few, and great from small, and as if one that doth not know the power of letters, when he sees a few ill-shapen strokes, should not believe that a man skilled in letters could read in them the famous battles of the ancients, the rise of cities, the acts and calamities of kings, and should assert that some divine power told him the particulars. He would, by this ignorance of his race, a great deal of mirth and laughter in the company. So let us consider whether or not we ourselves, being altogether ignorant of every one's power of divination by which he guesseth at what is to come, are not foolishly concerned when it is asserted that a wise man by that discovers some things obscure and inevident in themselves, and moreover himself declares that it is not a sneeze or a voice but a daemon that leads him on to action. This Polemius particularly respects you, who cannot but wonder that Socrates, who by his meekness and humility hath humanized philosophy,
should not call this sign a sneeze or a voice, but very pretendingly a daemon, when, on the contrary, I should have wondered if a man so critical and exact in discourse, and so good at names as Socrates, should have said that it was a sneeze and not a daemon that gave an intimation, as much as if any one should say that he is wounded by a dart and not with a dart by him that threw it, or as if any one should say that a wave was weighed by the balance, and not with the balance by the one who holds it. For any effect is not the effect of the instrument, but of him whose the instrument is, and who uses it to that effect, and the sign is an instrument, which he that signifies anything thereby useth it to that effect. But as I said before, if Simmias has anything about this matter, let us quietly attend, for no doubt he must have a more perfect knowledge of the thing. End of section 28. Section 29 of the Morals, Volume 2. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Simon Brouwer. The Morals, Volume 2, by Plutarch, translated by several hands, corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. A Discourse Concerning Socrates' Daemon, Part 2. Content, said Eucritus, but let us first see who these are that are coming, for I think I see Epaminondas bringing in the stranger. Upon this motion, looking toward the door, we saw Epaminondas, with friends Isimeriodorus and Bacchylides, and Lysis the musician leading the way, and the stranger following, a man of no mean presence. His meekness and good nature appeared in his looks, and his dress was grave and becoming. He being seated next to Simmias, my brother, next me, and the rest as they pleased, and all silent, Simmias speaking to my brother, said, Well, Epaminondas, by what name and title must I salute this stranger? For those are commonly our first compliments, and the beginning of a better acquaintance. And my brother replied, His name, Simmias, is Theanor, by birth he is Crotonian, a philosopher by profession, no disgrace to Pythagoras' fame. For he has taken a long voyage from Italy hither, to evidence by generous actions his eminent proficiency in that school. The stranger subjoined, But you, Epaminondas, hindering the performance of the best action, for if it is commendable to oblige friends, it is not discommendable to be obliged. For a benefit requires a receiver as well as a giver, by both it is perfected and becomes a good work. For he that refuses to receive a favor, as a ball that is struck fairly to him, disgraces it by letting it fall short of the designed mark. And what mark are we so much pleased to hit or vexed to miss, as the kind attentions of obliging a person that deserves a favor? It is true, when the mark is fixed, he that misses can blame nobody but himself, but he that refuses or flies a kindness is injurious to the favor in not letting it attain the desired end. I have told you already what was the occasion of my voyage. The same I would discover to all present, and make them judges in the case. For after the opposite faction had expelled the Pythagoreans and the Chelonians, and burned down the remains of that society in their school at Metapontum, and destroyed all but Philaus and Lysis, who being young and nimble escaped the flame, Philaus, flying to the Licinians, was there protected by his friends, who rose for his defense and overpowered the Chelonians. But where Lysis was, for a long time nobody could tell. At last Gorgias the Leontine, sailing from Greece to Italy, seriously told Arcesus that he met and discoursed Lysias at Thebes. Arcesus, being very desirous to see the man, as soon as he could get a passage, designed to put to sea himself, but age and weakness coming on, he took care that Lysias should be brought to Italy alive, if possible, but if not, the relics of his body. The intervening wars, usurpations, and seditions hindered his friends from doing it whilst he lived. But since his death, Lysias' daemon hath made very frequent and very plain discoveries to us of his death, and many that were very well acquainted with the matter have told us how courteously you received and civilly entertained him, how in your poor family he was allowed a plentiful subsistence for his age, counted the father of your sons, and died in peace. I therefore, although a young man and but a single person, have been said by many who are my elders, and who, having store of money, offer it gladly to you who need it, in return for the gracious friendship bestowed upon Lysis. Lysis, it is true, is buried nobly, and your respect, which is more honorable than a monument, must be acknowledged, and requited by his familiars and his friends. When the stranger had said this, my father wept a considerable time, in memory of Lysis, but my brother, smiling upon me, as he used to do, said, "What do we do, Caphisius? Are we to give up our poverty to wealth?" "Yet be silent, by no means," I replied. "Let us part with our old friend and the excellent breeder of our youth, but defend her cause, for you are to manage it." "My dear father," said he, "I have never feared that wealth would take possession of our house, except on account of Caphisius' body, for that wants fine attire, that he may appear gay and gaudy to his numerous company of lovers, and great supplies of food, that he may be strong to endure wrestling and other exercise of the ring. But since he doth not give up poverty, since he holds fast his hereditary want, like a collar, since he, a youth, prides himself in frugality, and is very well content with his present state, what need have we, and what shall we do with wealth? Shall we gild our arms? Shall we, like Nicias the Athenian, adorn our shield with gold, purple, and other gaudy variety of colors, and buy for you, sir, a Milesian cloak, and for my mother a purple gown? For I suppose we shall not consume any upon our belly, or feast more sumptuously than we did before, treating this wealth as a guest of quality and honor." "Away, away, son," replied my father, "let me never see such a change in our course of living." "Well," said my brother, "we would not lie lazily at home and watch over our unemployed riches, for then the bestower's kindness would be a trouble, and the possession infamous." "What need then," said my father, "have we of wealth?" "Upon this account," said Epaminondas, "when Jason the Philician general lately sent me a great sum of money and desired me to accept it, I was thought rude and unmannerly for telling him that he was a knave for endeavoring, whilst he himself loved monarchy, to bribe one of democratic principles and a member of a free state. Your good will, sir," addressing the stranger, "which is generous and worthy of a philosopher, I accept and passionately admire, but you offer physic to your friends who are in perfect health. If, upon a report that we were distressed and overpowered, you had brought men and arms to assistance, but being arrived found all in quietness and peace, I am certain you would not have thought it necessary to leave those supplies, which we did not then stand in need of. Thus, since you now came to assist us against poverty, as if we had been distressed by it, and find it very peaceable and are familiar intimate, there is no need to leave any money or arms to suppress that which gives us no trouble or disturbance. But tell your acquaintance that they use riches well, and have friends here that use poverty as well. What was spent in keeping and bearing Lysias, Lysias himself hath sufficiently repaid, by many profitable instructions, and by teaching us not to think poverty a grievance." "What then," said Theanor, "is it mean to think poverty a grievance? Is it absurd to fly and be afraid of riches, if no reason but a hypocritical pretense, narrowness of mind, or pride, prompts one to reject the offer? And what reason, I wonder, would refuse such advantageous and creditable enjoyments as Epaminondas now doth? But, sir, for your answer to the Philician about this matter shows you very ready. Pray answer me, do you think it commendable in some cases to give money, but always unlawful to receive it? Or are the givers and the receivers equally guilty of a fault?" "By no means," replied Epaminondas, "but, as of anything else, so the giving and receiving of money is sometimes commendable and sometimes base." "Well then," said Theanor, "if a man gives willingly what he ought to give, is not that action commendable in him?" "Yes." "And when it is commendable in one to give, is it not as commendable in another to receive? Or can a man more honestly accept a gift from anyone than from him that honestly bestows? No. Well then, Epaminondas, suppose of two friends. One hath a mind to present, the other must accept. It is true, in battle we should avoid that enemy who is skilful in hurling his weapon. But in civilities we should neither fly nor thrust back that friend that makes a kind and genteel offer. And though poverty is not so grievous, yet on the other side wealth is not so mean and despicable a thing. Very true, replied Epaminondas. But you must consider that sometimes, even when a gift is honestly bestowed, it is more commendable who refuse it. For we have many lusts and desires, and the objects of those desires are many. Some are called natural, these proceed from the very constitution of our body, and tend to natural pleasures. Others are acquired and arise from vain opinions and mistaken notions. Yet these by the length of time, ill habits, and bad education are usually improved, get strength, and debase the soul more than the other natural and necessary passions. By custom and care, anyone, with the assistance of reason, may free himself from many of his natural desires. But, sir, all our arts, all our force of discipline, must be employed against the superfluous and acquired appetites, and they must be restrained or cut off by the guidance or edge of reason. For, if the contrary applications of reason can make us forbear meat and drink when hungry or thirsty, how much more easy it is to conquer covetousness or ambition, which will be destroyed by a bare restraint from the proper objects, and the non-attainment of their desired end. And pray, sir, are you not of the same opinion? Yes, replied the stranger. Then, sir, continued Epaminondas, do you not perceive a difference between the exercise itself and the work to which the exercise relates? For instance, in a wrestler, the work is the striving with his adversary for the crown. The exercise is the preparation of his body by diet, wrestling, or the like. So in virtue you must confess the work to be one thing and the exercise another. Very well, replied the stranger. Then, continued Epaminondas, let us first examine whether to abstain from the base unlawful pleasures is the exercise of continuance, or the work and evidence of that exercise. The work and evidence, replied the stranger. But is not the exercise of it such as you practice, when after wrestling, we have raised your appetites like ravenous beasts, you stand a long while at the table covered with plenty and variety of meats, and then give it to your servants to feast on, whilst you offer mean and spare diet to your subdued appetites? For abstinence from lawful pleasures is exercised against unlawful. Very well, replied the stranger. So, continued Epaminondas, justice is exercise against covetousness and love of money. But so it is not a mere cessation from stealing or robbing our neighbor. So he that doth not betray his country or friends for gold, doth not exercise against covetousness. For the law perhaps deters and fear restrains him, but he that refuses just gain and such as the law allows, voluntarily exercises and secures himself from being bribed or receiving any unlawful present. For when great, hurtful, and base pleasures are proposed, it is very hard for anyone to contain himself, who hath not often despised those which he had power and opportunity to enjoy. Thus, when base bribes and considerable advantages are offered, it will be difficult to refuse, unless he hath long ago rooted out all thoughts of gain and love of money. For other desires will nourish and increase that appetite, and he will easily be drawn to any unjust action, who can scarce forbear reaching out his hand to profit the present. But he that will not lay himself open to the favours of friends and the gifts of kings, but refuses even what fortune proffers, and keeps off his appetite, that is eager after and, as it were, leaps forward to an appearing treasure, is never disturbed or tempted to unlawful actions, but hath great and brave thoughts, and hath command over himself, being conscious of none but generous designs. I and Caphisius, dear Simmias, being passionate admirers of such men, beg the stranger to suffer us to be taught and exercised by poverty, to attain that height of virtue and perfection. My brother, having finished his discourse, Simmias, nodding twice or thrice, said, Epaminondas is a great man, but this Polymenes is the cause of his greatness, who gave his children the best education and bred them philosophers. But, sir, you may end the dispute at leisure amongst yourselves. As for Lysias, if it is lawful to discover it, pray, sir, do you design to take him out of his tomb and transport him into Italy? Or leave him here amongst his friends and acquaintance, who shall be glad to lie by him in the grave? And Theanor, with a smile, answered, Lysias, good Simmias, no doubt is very well pleased with the place, for Epaminondas supplied him with all the things necessary and fitting. But the Pythagoreans have some particular funeral ceremonies, which, if anyone wants, we conclude he did not make a proper and happy exit. Therefore, as soon as we learn from some dreams that Lysias was dead, for we have certain marks to know the apparitions of the living from images of the dead, most began to think that Lysias, dying in a strange country, was not interred with the due ceremonies, and therefore ought to be removed to Italy, that he might receive them there. I, coming upon this design, and being by the people of the country directed to the tomb, in the evening poured out my oblations, and called upon the soul of Lysias to come out and direct me in this affair. The night drawing on, I saw nothing indeed, but I thought I heard a voice saying, Move not those relics that ought not to be moved, for Lysias' body was duly and religiously interred, and his soul is sent to inform another body, and committed to the care of another daemon. And early this morning, asking Epaminondas about the manner of Lysias' burial, I found that Lysias had taught him as far as the incommunicable mysteries of our sect, and that the same daemon that waited on Lysias presided over him. If I can guess at the pilot from the sailing of the ship, the paths of life are large, but in few are men directed by the daemons. When Theanor had said this, he looked attentively on Epaminondas, as if he designed a fresh search into his nature and inclinations. At the same instant the surgeon coming in unbound Simmias' leg and prepared to dress it. Philelius, entering Hipposthenides, extremely concerned, as his very countenance discovered, desired me, Charon, and Theocritus to withdraw into a private corner of the porch. And I, asking Philelius, Have any new thing happened? Nothing new to me, he replied, for I knew and told you that Hipposthenides was a coward, and therefore begged you not to communicate the matter to him, or make him an associate. We, seeming all surprised, Hipposthenides cried out, For heaven's sake, Philelius, don't say so, don't think rashness to be bravery, and blinded by that mistake ruin both us and the commonwealth. But, if it must be so, let the exiles return again in peace. And Philelius in a passion replied, How many, Hipposthenides, do you think are privy to this design? 30 I know, engaged. And why then, continued Philelius, would you singly oppose your judgment to them all, and ruin those measures they have all taken and agreed to? What? Had you to do send a messenger to desire them to return and not approach today, when even chance encouraged and all things conspired to promote the design? These words of Philelius troubled everyone, and Charon, looking very angrily upon Hipposthenides, said, Thou coward, what hast thou done? No harm, replied Hipposthenides, as I will make appear if you will moderate your passion and hear what your grey-headed equal can allege. If, Philelius, we were minded to show our citizens a bravery that sought danger, and a heart that contemned life, there is day enough before us. Why should we wait till the evening? Let us take our swords presently and assault the tyrants. Let us kill, let us be killed, and be prodigal of our blood. If this may be easily performed or endured, and if it is no easy matter by the loss of 2 or 3 men to free Thebes from so great an armed power as possess it, and to beat out the Spartan garrison, for I suppose Philelius hath not provided wine enough at his entertainment to make all Achaea's guard of 1,500 men drunk. Or, if we dispatch him, yet Arcesus and Euripides will be sober and upon watch. Why are we so eager to bring our friends and families into certain destruction? especially since the enemy hath some notice of their return. For why else should the Thespians for these 3 days be commanded to be in arms and follow the orders of the Spartan general? And I heard that today, after examination before Archias, when he returns, they design to put Amphitheus to death. And are not these strong proofs that our conspiracy is discovered? Is it not the best way to stay a little until an atonement is made and the gods reconciled? For the diviners, having sacrificed an ox to Ceres, said that the burnt offering portended a great sedition and a danger to the commonwealth. And besides, Charon, there is another thing which particularly concerns you. For yesterday Hippopadorus, the son of Eranthis, a very honest man and my good acquaintance, but altogether ignorant of our design, coming out of the country in my company, accosted me thus: Charon is an acquaintance of yours, Hipposthenides, but no great crony of mine. Yet, if you please, advise him to take heed of some imminent danger, for I had a very odd dream relating to some such matter. Last night methought I saw his house in travail, and he and his friends, extremely perplexed, fell to their prayers round about the house. The house groaned and sent out some inarticulate sounds. At last a raging fire broke out of it, and consumed the greatest part of the city, and the castle Cadmeia was covered all over with smoke, but not fired. This was the dream, Charon, that he told me. I was startled at the present, and that fear increased when I heard that the exiles intended to come today to your house. And I am very much afraid that we shall bring mighty mischiefs on ourselves, yet do our enemies no proportionable harm, but only give them little disturbance. For I think the city signifies us, and the castle, as it is now in their power, them. Then Theocritus putting in, and enjoining silence on Charon, who was eager to reply, said, As for my part, Hipposthenides, though all my sacrifices were of good omen to the exiles, yet I never found any greater inducement to go on than the dream you mentioned. For you say that a great and bright fire, rising out of a friend's house, caught the city, and the habitation of the enemies was blackened with smoke, which never brings anything better than tears and disturbance. That inarticulate sounds broke out from us shows that none shall make any clear and full discovery. Only a blind suspicion shall arise, and our design shall appear and have its desired effect at the same time. And it is very natural that the diviners should find the sacrifices ill-omened, for both their office and their victims belong not to the public, but to the man in power. Whilst Theocritus was speaking, I said to Hipposthenides, Whom did you send with this message? For it was not long ago we will follow him. Indeed, Caphisias, he replied, it's unlikely, for I must tell the truth, that you should overtake him, for he is upon the best horse in Thebes. You all know the man. He is master of the horse to Melon, and Melon from the very beginning hath made him privy to design. And I, observing him to be at the door, said, What, Hipposthenides, is it Clydo, he that last year at Juno's feast won the single horse race? Yes, the very same. Who then, continued I, is he that stood a pretty while at the court gate and gazed upon us? This Hipposthenides, turning about, cried out, Clydo, by Hercules! I'll lay my life some unlucky accident has happened. Clydo, observing that we took notice of him, came softly from the gate towards us, and Hipposthenides, giving him a nod and bidding him deliver his message to the company, for they were all sure friends and privy to the whole plot, he began, Sir, I know the man very well, and not finding you either at home or in the marketplace, I guess you were with them, and came directly hither to give you a full account of the present posture of affairs. You commanded me, with all possible speed, to meet the exiles upon the mountain, and accordingly I went home to take horse, and called for my bridle. My wife said it was mislaid, and stayed a long time in the hustry, tumbling about the things and pretending to look carefully after it. At last, when she had tried my patience, she confessed that her neighbor's wife had borrowed it at last night. This raised my passion, and I chid her, and she began to curse and wish me a bad journey and as bad a return. All which curses, pray God, may fall upon her own head. At last my passions grew high, and I began to cudgel her, and presently the neighbors and women coming in, there was fine work. I am so bruised that it was so much as I could do to come hither to desire you to employ another man. for I protest I am amazed and in a very bad condition." Upon this news we were strangely altered. Just before we were angry with the man that endeavored to put it off, and now the time approaching, the very minute just upon us, and it being impossible to defer the matter, we found ourselves in great anxiety and perplexity. But I, speaking to Hipposthenides and taking him by the hand, bade him be of good courage, for the gods themselves seemed to invite us to action. Presently we parted. Phillius went home to prepare his entertainment and to make Achaeus drunk as soon as conveniently he could. Charon went to his house to receive the exiles, and I and Theocritus went back to Simmias again, that, having now a good opportunity, we might discourse with Epaminondas. We found him engaged in a notable dispute, which Galaxidorus and Philodolos had touched upon before. The subject of the inquiry was this: what kind of substance or power was the famed daemon of Socrates? Simmias replied to Galaxidorus' discourse we did not hear, but he said that, having once asked Socrates about it, and received no answer, he never repeated the same question, but he had often heard him declare those to be vain pretenders, who said they had seen any divine apparition, while to those who affirmed that they had heard a voice he would gladly hearken, and would eagerly inquire into particulars. And this upon consideration gave us probable reasons to conjecture that this daemon of Socrates was not an apparition, but rather a sensible perception of a voice, or an apprehension of some words, which, after an unaccountable manner, affected him. As in the dream there is no real voice, yet we have fancies and apprehensions of words which makes us imagine that we hear some speak. This perception in dreams is usual, because the body, whilst we are asleep, is quiet and undisturbed, but when we are awake, meaner thoughts creep in. We can hardly bring our souls to observe better advertisements. For, being in a hurry of tumultuous passions and distracting business, we cannot compose our mind or make it listen to the discoveries. But Socrates' understanding, being pure, free from passion, and mixing itself with the body no more than necessity required, was easy to be moved and apt to take an impression from everything that was applied to it. Now, that which was applied was not a voice, but more probably a declaration of a daemon, by which he the very thing that it would declare was immediately and without audible voice represented to his mind. Voice is like a stroke given to the soul, which receives speech forcibly, entering at the ears whilst we discourse. But the understanding of a more excellent nature affects a capable soul, by applying the very thing to be understood to it, so that there is no need of another stroke, and the soul obeys, as it stretches or slackens her affections, not forcibly, as if it wrought by contrary or passions, but smoothly and gently, as if it moved flexible and loose reins. And sure, nobody can wonder at this, that have observed what great ships of burden are turned by a small helm, or seen a potter's wheel move round by the gentle touch of one finger. These are lifeless things, it is true, but being of a frame fit for motion, by reason of their smoothness they yield to the least impulse. The soul of man, being stretched with 1,000 inclinations, as with cords, is the most tractable instrument that is, and, if once rationally excited, easy to be moved to the object that is to be conceived. For here the beginnings of the passions and appetites spread to the understanding mind, and that being once agitated, they are drawn back again, and so stretch and raise the whole man. Hence you may guess how great is the force of a conception when it hath entered the mind. For the bones that are insensible, the nerves, the flesh that is full of humus, and the heavy mass composed of all these, lying quiet and at rest as soon as the soul gives the impulse, and raises an appetite to move towards an object, are all roused and invigorated, and every member seems a wing to carry it forward to action. Nor is it impossible, or even very difficult to conceive the manner of this motion and stirring, by which the soul, having conceived anything, draweth after her, by means of appetites, the whole mass of the body, but inasmuch as language, apprehended without any sensible voice, easily excites, so, in my opinion, The understanding of a superior nature and a more divine soul may excite an inferior soul, touching it from without, like as one speech may touch and rouse another. And as a light causes its own reflection, we, it is true, as it were, groping in the dark, find out one another's conceptions by the voice. But the conceptions of the daemons carry a light with them, and shine to those that are able to perceive them. So there is no need of words such as men use as signs to one another, seeing thereby only the images of the conceptions, and being enabled to see the conceptions themselves, unless they enjoy a peculiar and, as I said before, a divine light. This may be illustrated from the nature and effect of a voice. For the air, being formed into articulate sounds and made all voice, transmits the conception of the soul to the hearer, so that it is no wonder if the air, that is very apt to take impressions, being fashioned according to the object conceived by a more excellent nature, signifies that conception to some divine and extraordinary man. For as a stroke upon a brazen shield, when a noise arises out of a hollow, is heard only by those who are in a convenient position, and is not perceived by others, so the speeches of the daemon, though indifferently applied to all, yet sound only to those who are of quiet temper and sedate mind, and such as we call holy and divine men. Most believe that daemons communicate some illuminations to men asleep, but think it strange and incredible that they should communicate the like to them whilst they are awake and have their senses and reasons vigorous. As wise a fancy as it is to imagine that a musician can use his harp when his strings are slack, but cannot play when they are all screwed up and in tune. For they do not consider that the effect is hindered by the unquietness and incapacity of their own minds, from which inconveniences our friend Socrates was free, as the oracle assured his father whilst he was a boy, for that commanded him to let young Socrates do what he would, not to force or draw him from his inclinations, let the boy's humour have its free course, to beg Jupiter's and the Muses' blessing upon him, and to take no farther care, intimating that he had a good guide to direct him, that was better than 10,000 tutors and instructors. This, Philodolos, was my notion of Socrates' daemon. Whilst he lived, and since his death, I look upon all they mention about omens, sneezings, or the like, to be dreams and fooleries. But what I heard Timarchus discourse upon the same subject, lest some should think I delight in fables, perhaps it is best to conceal. By no means, cried Theocritus, let's have it. For though they do not perfectly agree with it, yet I know many fables that border upon truth. But pray first tell us who this Timarchus was, for never was acquainted with the man. Very likely, Theocritus, said Simmias, for he died when he was very young, and desired Socrates to bury him by Lampocles, son of Socrates, who was his dear friend of the same age, and died not many days before him, he being eager to know, for he was a fine youth and a beginner in philosophy, what Socrates' daemon was, acquainting none but Cebes and me with his design, went down into Dauphinius' cave and performed all the ceremonies that were requisite to gain an oracle. There he stayed 2 nights and 1 day, so that his friends despaired of his return and lamented him as lost. But the next morning he came out with a very cheerful countenance, and having adored the god and freed himself from the thronging inquisitive crowd, he told us many wonderful things he had seen and heard, for this was his relation. End of section 29. Section 30 of the Morals, Volume 2. This is the Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Simon Brouwer. The Morals, Volume 2, by Plutarch. Translated by several hands, corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. A Discourse Concerning Socrates' Daemon, Part 3. As soon as he entered, a thick darkness surrounded him. Then, after he had prayed, he lay a long while upon the ground, but was not certain whether awake or in a dream. Only he imagined that a smart stroke fell upon his head, and that through the spotted sutures of his skull his soul fled out. which being now loose and mixed with the purer and more lightsome air, was very jaundiced and well pleased. It seemed to begin to breathe, as if till then it had been almost choked, and grew bigger than before, like a sail swollen by the wind. Then he heard a small noise whirling round his head, very sweet and ravishing, and looking up he saw no earth, but certain islands shining with a gentle fire, which interchanged colours according to the different variation of the light, innumerable and very large, unequal but all around. These whirling, it is likely, agitated the ether, and made that sound, for the ravishing softness of it was very agreeable to their even motions. Between these islands there was a large sea or lake, which shone very gloriously, being adorned with a gay variety of colours, mixed with blue. Some few of the islands swam in the sea, and were carried to the other side of the current. Others, and those the most, were carried up and down, tossed, whirled, and almost overwhelmed. The sea in some places seemed very deep, especially towards the south. In other parts, very shallow. It ebbed and flowed, but the tides were neither high nor strong. In some parts its color was pure and sea green. In others it looked muddy and as troubled as a pool. The current brings those islands that were carried over to the other side back again, but not to the same point, so that the motions are not exactly circular, but winding. About the middle of these islands the ambient sea seemed to bend into a hollow, little less, as it appeared to him, than 80 parts of the whole. Into this sea were 2 entrances, by which it received 2 opposite fiery rivers, running with so strong a current that it spread the fiery white of a great part of the blue sea. This sight pleased him very much, but when he looked downward, there appeared a vast chasm, round, as if he had looked into a divided sphere, very deep and frightful, full of thick darkness, which was every now and then troubled and disturbed. Thence 1,000 howlings and bellowings of beasts, cries of children, groans of men and women, and all sorts of terrible noises reached his ears, but faintly, as being far off and rising through the vast hollow, and this terrified him exceedingly. A little while after, an invisible thing spoke thus to him: "Timarchus, what dost thou desire to understand?" And he replied, "Everything. For what is then that is not wonderful and surprising? We have little to do with those things above, they belong to other gods. But as for Proserpina's quarter, which is one of the 4, as Styx divides them, that we govern, you may visit it if you please. But what is Styx? The way to hell, which reaches to a contrary quarter, and with its head divides the light. For, as you see, it rises from the hell below, and as it rolls on touches also the light, and is the limit of the extremest part of the universe. There are 4 divisions of all things. The first is of life, the second of motion, the third of generation, and the fourth of corruption. The first is coupled to the second by a unit, in the substance invisible, the second to the third by understanding, in the sun, and the third to the fourth by nature, in the moon. Over every one of these ties a Fate, daughter of necessity, presides over the first, Atropos over the second, Clotho and Lachesis over the third, which is in the moon, and about which is the whole wheel of generation. All the other islands have gods in them, but the moon, belonging to earthly daemons, is raised but a little above Styx. Styx seizes on her once in 177 second revolutions, and when it approaches, the souls are startled, and cry out for fear, for hell swallows up a great many. And the moon receives some swimming up from below, which have run through the whole course of a generation. Unless they are wicked and impure, for against such she throws flashes of lightning, makes horrible noises and frights them away, so that missing their desired happiness and bewailing their condition, they are carried down again, as you see, to undergo another generation. But, said Timarchus, I see nothing but stars leaping about the hollow, some carried into it, and some darting out of it again. These, said the voice, are daemons, for thus it is. Every soul hath some portion of reason, and man cannot be a man without it. But as much of each soul as it is mixed with flesh and the appetites is changed. And though pain or pleasure becomes irrational, every soul doth not mix herself after one sort. For some plunge themselves into the body, and so in this life the whole frame is corrupted by appetite and passion. Others are mixed as to some part, but the pure part still remains without the body. It is not drawn down into it, but it swims above, and touches the extremest part of the man's head. It is like a cord to hold up and direct the subsiding part of the soul. As long as it proves obedient, it is not overcome by the appetites of the flesh. That part that is plunged into the body is called the soul, but the uncorrupted part is called the mind, and the vulgar think it is within them, as likewise they imagine the image reflected from a glass to be in that. But the more intelligent, who know it to be without, call it a daemon. Therefore, those stars which you see extinguished imagine to be souls, whose whole substance are plunged into bodies, and those that recover their light and rise from below, that shake off the ambient mist and darkness, as if it were clay and dirt, to be such as retire from their bodies after death. And those that are carried up on high are the daemons of wise men and philosophers. But pray narrowly, and endeavor to discover the tie by which every one is united to a soul. Upon this Timarchus looked as steadfastly as he could, and saw some of the stars very much agitated, some less, as the corks upon a net, and some whirled round like a spindle, having a very irregular and even motion, and not being able to run in a straight line. And thus the voice said, those that have a straight and regular motion belong to souls which are very manageable, by reason of their genteel breeding and philosophical education, and which upon earth do not plunge themselves into the foul clay and become irrational. But those that move irregularly, sometimes upwards, sometimes downwards, are striving to break loose from a vexing chain, are yoked to and strive with every unattractable conditions, which ignorance and want of learning make headstrong and ungovernable. Sometimes they get the better of the passions and draw them to the right side. Sometimes they are drawn away by them and sink into sin and folly, and then again endeavor to get out. For the tie, as it were, a bridle on the irrational part of the soul, when it is pulled back, draws in repentance for past sin and shame for loose and unlawful pleasures, which is a pain and stroke inflicted on the soul by a governing and prevailing power. So by this means it becomes gentle and manageable, and like a tame beast without blows or torment, it understands the minutest direction of the daemon. Such indeed are but very slowly and very hardly brought to a right temper. But of that sort which from the very beginning are governable and obedient to the direction of the daemon are those prophetic souls, those intimates of the gods. Such was the soul of Hermodorus, the Clazomenian, of which it is reported that for several nights and days it would leave his body and travel over many countries, and return after it had viewed things and discourse with persons at a great distance, till at last, by the treachery of his wife, his body was delivered to his enemies, and they burned the house while the inhabitant was abroad. It is certain this is a mere fable. The soul never went out of the body, but it loosened the tie that held the daemon, and permitted it to wander, so that this, seeing and hearing the various external occurrences, brought in the news to it. Yet those that burned his body are even till this time severely tormented in the deepest pit of hell. But this, youth, you shall more clearly perceive 3 months hence. Now depart. The voice continuing no longer. Timarchus, as he said, turned about to discover who it was that spoke, but a violent pain as if his skull had been pressed together, seized his head, so that he lost all sense and understanding. But in a little while recovering, he found himself in the entrance of the cave, where he at first lay down. This was Timarchus' story, and when at Athens, in the 3rd month after he had heard the voice, he died, we, amazed at the event, told Socrates the whole tale. Socrates was angry at us for not discovering whilst Timarchus was alive, for he would very gladly have had a more full discovery from his own mouth. I have done, Theocritus, with the story and discourse. But pray, shall we not entreat the stranger to discuss this point? For it is very proper subject for excellent and divine men. What then? Said Theanor. Shall we not have the opinion of Epaminondas, who is of the same school, and as well learned as myself in these matters? But my father with a smile said, Sir, that is his humour. He loves to be silent. He is very cautious how he proposeth anything, but will hear firmly. It is never weary of an instructive story. So that Spinarfarus, the Florentine, who lived with him a long time, would often say that never met a man that knew more or spake less. Therefore, pray sir, let us have your thoughts. Then, said Theanor, in my opinion that story of Timarchus should be accounted sacred and inviolable, and consecrated to God, and I wonder that anyone should disbelieve his report, as Simmias has related it. Swans, horses, dogs, and dragons we sometimes call sacred, and yet we cannot believe that men are sacred and favourites of heaven, though we confess the love of man, and not the love of birds to be a tribute of the deity. Now, as one that loves horses doth not take equal care of the whole kind, but always choosing out some one excellent, rides, trains, feeds, and loves him above the rest, so amongst men, the superior powers, choosing, as it were, the best out of the whole herd, breed them more carefully and nicely, not directing them, it is true, by reins and bridles, but by reason imparted by certain notices and signs, which the vulgar and common sort do not understand. For neither do all dogs know the huntsman's, nor all horses the jockey's signs, but those that are bred to it are easily directed by a whistle or a hollow, and very readily obey. And Homer seems to have understood the difference. I mention, for some of the prophets he calls augurs, some priests, some such as understood the voice of the very gods, were of the same mind with them, and could foretell things thus. Helenus, Priam's son, the same decreed, on which consulting gods before agreed. And in another place, as I heard lately from the immortal gods, for as those that are not near the persons of kings or commanders understand their minds by fire signals, proclamation, sound of trumpet, or the like. But their favorites receive it from their own mouth, so the deity converses immediately, but with very few, and very seldom. But to most he gives signs, from which the art of divination is gathered, so that the gods direct the lives of very few, and of such only whom they intend to raise to the highest degree of perfection and happiness. Those souls, as I see it, things that are not to be put into another body, but are freed from all union with flesh, turn guardian demons, preside over others, for as wrestlers, when old age makes them unfit for exercise, as some love for it still left, delight to see others wrestle, and encourage them, so souls that have passed all the stages of life, and by their virtue are exalted into demons, do not slight the endeavors of man, but being kind to those that strive for the same attainment, and in some sort bending and siding with them, encourage and help them on, when they see them near their hope and ready to catch the desired prize. For the daemon doth not go along with everyone, but as in a shipwreck, those that are far from land, their friends standing on the shore only look upon and pity, but those that are near they encourage and wade in to save. So the daemon deals with mankind. Whilst we are immersed in worldly affairs and are changing bodies as fit vehicles for our conveyance, he lets us alone to try our strength, patiently, to stem the tide and get into the haven by ourselves. But if a soul have gone through the trials of 1,000 generations, and now, when her course is almost finished, strives bravely, and with a great deal of labor endeavors to ascend, the deity permits her proper genius to aid her, and even gives leave to any other that is willing to assist. The daemon, thus permitted, presently sets about the work, and upon his approach, if the soul obeys and hearkens to his directions, she is saved. If not, the daemon leaves her, and she lies in miserable condition. This discourse was just ended, when Epaminondas, looking upon me, said, Caphisius, it is time for you to be at the ring. Your usual company will expect you. We, as soon as we break company, will take care of Theanor. And I replied, Sir, I go presently. But I think Theocritus here had something to say to you, and me, and Galaxidorus. Let's hear it in God's name, said he. And rising up, he led us into the corner of the porch. When we had him in the midst of us, we all began to desire him to make one in the conspiracy. He replied that he knew the day appointed for the exile's return, and that he and Gorgidius had their friends ready upon the occasion, but that he was not for killing any of the citizens without due process of law, unless some grave necessity seems to warrant the execution. Besides, it was requisite that there should be someone concerned in the design, for such the multitude would not be jealous of, but would think what they advised for the good of the commonwealth, that their counsels proceeded from the love they had for their country, and not from any design of procuring their own safety. This motion we liked. He returned to Simmias and his company, and we went to the ring where we met our friends, and as we wrestled together, communicated our thoughts to one another, and put things in order for action. There we saw Philip and Archias very spruce, anointed and perfumed, going away to the prepared feast, for Philidius, fearing they would execute Epiphanes before supper, as soon as he brought Lysander and Herodias going, went to Archias, and putting him in hopes of the woman's company he desired, and assuring him she would be at the place appointed, soon trepanned him into stupid carelessness and sensuality with his fellow wantons. About the night, the winds rising, the sharpness of the weather increased, and that forced most to keep within doors. We, meeting with Democritus, Polypius, and Theopompus, received them, and others met other of the exiles, for as soon as they were come over Cytherion, they separated, and the stormy weather obliged them to walk with their faces covered, so that without any fear or danger they passed through the city. Some, as they entered, had a flash of lightning on their right hand, without a clap of thunder, and that portended safety and glory, intimating that their actions should be splendid and without danger. When we were all together in the house, 48 in number, and Theocritus in a little room by himself offering sacrifice, there was heard a sudden and loud knocking at the gate. And presently one came and told us that two of Archias' guards, who had some earnest business with Charon, knocked at the gate, demanding entrance, and were very angry that they were not admitted sooner. Charon, surprised, commanded the doors to be opened presently, and going to meet them with a garland on his head, as if he had been sacrificing or making merry, asked their business. One of them replied, Philip and Archias sent us to tell you that you must come before them presently. And Charon, demanding why they sent him for him in such haste, and if all was well. We know nothing more, the messenger returned. But what answer shall we carry back? That, replied Charon, putting off his garment and putting on his cloak, I follow you. For should I go along with you, my friends would be concerned, imagining that I am taken into custody. Do so, said they, for we must go and carry the governor's orders to the city guard. With this they departed. But Charon, coming in and telling us the story, we were all very much surprised, imagining the designs had been discovered, and most suspected Hipposthenides, and thought that he, having endeavored to hinder their coming through Cydio and Field, now the time for the dangerous attempt unavoidably approached, grew faint-hearted and made the discovery of the plot. And this seemed probable, for he did not appear at Charon's house with the rest, and so was looked upon by every one to be a rascal and a turncoat. Yet we all were of the opinion that Charon ought to obey the governor's orders and go to them. Then he, commanding his son to be brought to him, the prettiest youth Archidamus in all Thebes, skilled in most exercises, scarce 15 years old, but very strong and lusty for his age, thus said, Friends, this is my only my beloved son, and him I put into your hands, conjuring you by all that's good, if you find it treacherous, to kill him and have no mercy upon him for my sake. But as for your parts, sir, be provided against the worst that can come. Do not yield your bodies tamely to be butchered by base fellows, but behave yourselves bravely, and persevere your souls invincible, for the good and glory of your country. When Charon had ended, we admired the honesty and bravery of the man, but were angry at his suspicion, and bade him take away his son. Charon, said Polypidas, we should have taken it more kindly. If you had removed your son into another house, for why should he suffer for being in our company? Nay, let us send him away, now, that, if we fail, he may live and grow up to punish the tyrants and be a brave revenger of our deaths. By no means, replied Charon. You shall stay here and run the same danger with you all. For it is not best that he should fall into the power of his enemies. And you, my boy, be daring above thy age, and with these brave citizens venture upon necessary dangers for the defense of liberty and virtue. For we have good hopes still left, and perhaps some god will protect us in this just and generous undertaking. These words of his, Archidamus, drew tears from many, but he not shedding so much as one, and delivering his son to Pelopius, went out of the door, saluting and encouraging every one as he went. But you would have been exceedingly surprised at the serene and fearless temper of the boy, with a soul as great as that of Achilles' son, for he did not change color or seem concerned, but drew out and tied the goodness of Pelopidas' sword. In the meantime, Diotonus, one of Cephisodorus' friends, came to us with his sword girth and breastplate on, and understanding that Archias had sent for Charon, he chid our delay, and urged us to go and set upon the house presently, for so we should be too quick for them, and take them unprovided. Or, if we did not like that proposal, he said, it was better to go out and fall upon them while they were scattered and in confusion, than to coop ourselves up all together in one room, and like a hive of bees be taken off by our enemies. Theocritus likewise pressed us to go on, affirming that the sacrifices were lucky and promised safety and success. Upon this, whilst we were arming and setting ourselves in order, Charon came in, looking very merry and jaunty, and with a smile said, Courage, sirs, there is no danger, but the design goes on very well, for Archias and Philip, as soon as they heard that according to their order I was come, being very drunk and weakened in body and understanding, with much ado came out to me, and Archias said, I heard that the exiles are returned, and lurk privately in town. At this I was very much surprised, but recovering myself asked, Who are they, sir, and where? We don't know, said Archias, and I was sent for you to inquire whether you had heard any clear discovery. And I, as it were, surprised, considering a little with myself, imagined that what they heard was only a certain report, that none of the associates had made this discovery, for then they would have known the house, but that it was a groundless suspicion and rumor about town that came to their ears, and therefore said, I remember, whilst Archelaus was alive, that a great many idle, lying stories were spread about, to trouble and amuse us. But, sir, I have not heard one word of this. Yet, if you please, I will inquire what ground there is for it, and if I find anything considerable, I shall give you notice. Yes, pray, said Philidius, examine this matter very narrowly, slight no particular, be very diligent and careful. Foresight is very commendable and safe. When he had said this, he led back Archias into the room, where they are now drinking. But, sirs, let us not delay, but begging the gods' assistance, put ourselves presently upon action. Upon this, we went to prayers and encouraged one another. It was now full supper time, the wind was high, and snow and small rain fell, so that the streets and narrow lanes we passed were all empty. They that were to assault Leontidas and Hypatus, whose houses joined, went out in the usual clothes, having no arms beside their swords. Amongst those were Polybius, Democritus, and Cephisodorus. Charon, Melon, and the rest that were to set upon Archias put on breastplates, and shady fur, or pine garlands upon their heads. Some dressed themselves in women's clothes, so they looked like a drunken company of murmurs. But our enemies unlocking fortune, Archimedes, resolving to make their folly and carelessness as conspicuous as our eagerness and courage, and, having, as in the play, intermixed a great many dangerous underplots into our plan, now, at the very point of execution, presented to us a most unexpected and hazardous adventure. For, whilst Charon, as soon as ever he parted from Caius and Philip, was come back and was setting us forward to execute the design, a letter from Archias, the chief priest of Athens, was sent to Archias, our governor, which contained a full discovery of the plot, in what house the exiles met, and who were the associates. Archias, being now dead drunk, and quite beside himself with expectation of the desired woman, took the letter and the bearer, saying, "Sir, it contains a matter of concern." "Matters of concern tomorrow," he replied, and clapped it under his cushion, and calling for the glass, he bade the servant fill a brimmer, and sent Philidius often to the door to see if the women were coming. The hopes of this company made them sit long, and we, coming opportunely, quickly forced our way through the servants to the hall, and stood a little at the door, to take notice of everyone at table, our shady garlands and apparel disguising our intentions. All sat silent, in expectation of what would follow. But as soon as Melon, laying his hand upon his sword, was making through the midst of them, Cabrigus, who was the Archon chosen by lot, catching him by the arm, cried out to Philidius, "Is this not Melon?" Melon loosed his hold presently, and drawing out his sword, made at staggering Archias, and laid him dead on the floor. Charon wounded Philip in the neck, and whilst he endeavoured to defend himself with the cups that were about him, Lysitheus threw him off his seat, and ran him through. We persuaded Cabrigus to be quiet, not to assist the times, but to join with us to free his country, for whose good he was consecrated governor and devoted to the gods. But when being drunk, he would not hearken to reason, but grew high, began to bustle, and turned the point of his spear upon us, for our governors always carry a spear with them. I, catching it in the midst, and raising it higher than my head, desired him to let it go and consult his own safety, for else he would be killed. But Theopompus, standing on his right side, and smiting him with his sword, said, "Lie there, with those whose interest you espoused. Thou shalt not wear the garland in free Thebes, nor sacrifice to the gods any more, by whom thou hast so often cursed thy country, by making prayer so many times for the prosperity of her enemies." Cabrigus, falling, Theocritus standing by snatched up the sacred spear, and kept it from being stained. And some few of the servants that dared to resist we presently dispatched. The others that were quiet we shut up in the hall, being very unwilling that they should get abroad and make any discovery, till we knew whether the other company had succeeded in their attempt. They managed the business thus. Pelopidas and those with him went softly and knocked at Leontidas' gate, and the servant coming to demand their business, they said, they came from Athens and brought a letter from Castellophratus to Leontidas. The servant went and acquainted his master, and was ordered to open the door. As soon as it was unbarred, they all violently rushed in, and overturning the servant, ran through the hall directly to Leontidas' chamber. He, presently suspecting what was the matter, drew his dagger and stood upon his guard, an unjust man it is true, and a tyrant, but courageous and strong of his hands. But he forgot to put out the candle and get amongst the invaders in the dark, and so appearing the light, as soon as they opened the door, he ran Cephisidorus through the belly. Next he gained Pelopidas, and cried out to the servants to come and help, but those Siminius and his men secured, nor did they dare to come to handy blows to the strongest and most valiant of the citizens. There was a smart encounter between Pelopidas and Leontidas, for the passage was very narrow, and Cephisidorus falling and dying in the midst, nobody else could come to strike one blow. At last, Pelopidas, receiving a slight wound to the head, with repeated thrust overthrew Leontidas and killed him upon Cephisidorus, who was yet breathing, for he saw his enemy fall, and shaking Pelopidas by the hand, and saluting all the rest, he died with a smile upon his face. This done, they went to the house of Hypates, and entering after the same manner, they pursued Hypates, flying over the roof into a neighbor's house, and caught and killed him. From thence they marched directly to us, and we met in the piazza, and having saluted and told one another of our success, we went all to the prison. And Philidius, calling out to the keeper, said, Philip and Archias command you to bring Amphitheus presently before them. That he, considering the unseasonableness of the time, and that Philidius, as being yet hot and out of breath, spoke with more than ordinary concern, suspected to cheat, replied to Philidius, Pray, sir, did ever the governor send for a prisoner at such a time before, or ever by you? What warrant do you bring? As he was prating thus, Philidius ran him through, a base fellow, upon whose carcass the next day many women spat and trampled. We, breaking open the prison door, first called Amphitheus by name, and then others. As every one had a mind, they, knowing our voice, presently leaped out of the straw in which they lay. With their chains upon their legs, the others that were in the stocks held out their hands, and begged us not to leave them behind. These being set free, many of the neighbors came in to us, understanding and rejoicing at what was done. The women too, as soon as they were acquainted with the flying report, unmindfully of Boeotian strictness, ran out to one another, and inquired of every one they met how things went. Those that found their fathers or their husbands followed them, for the tears and prayers of the modest women were a very great enticement to all they met. Our affairs being in this condition, understanding that Epaminondas, Gorgidas, and their friends were drawing into a body about Minerva's temples, I went to them. Many honest, worthy citizens first joined, and the number continually increased. When I had informed them in the particulars of what was done, and desired them to march into the marketplace to assist their friends, they proclaimed liberty, and the multitude were furnished with arms out of the piazzas, that were stuffed with spoil, the neighbors' armorers' shops. Then Hippolytus with his friends and servants appeared. Having by chance joined the trumpeters that were coming to Thebes against the feast of Hercules, great some gave the alarm in the marketplace, others in other parts of the city, distracting their enemies on all sides, as if the whole city was in arms. Some, lighting smoky fires, concealed themselves in the cloud and fled to the castle, drawing to them the select band which used to keep guard about the castle all night. The garrison of the castle, when these poured in among them, scattered and in disorder. Though they saw us all in confusion, and knew we had no standing compact body, yet would not venture to make a descent. Though they were above 5,000 strong, they were really afraid, but pretended they dared not move without Lysimachus's orders, who, contrary to his usual customs, was absent from the castle that day. For which neglect the Spartans, as I was told, having got Lysimachus into their hands, fined him heavily, and having taken Hippolytus and Arcesus at Corinth, they put them both to death without delay, and surrendering the castle to us upon articles, they marched out with their garrison. End of section 30. Recording by Simon Brouwer.
Section 31 of the Morals, Volume 2. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Andrea Curry. The Morals, Volume 2 by Plutarch. Translated by several hands, corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. Of Curiosity, or an overbusy inquisitiveness into things impertinent. Part 1. If a dwelling house, by reason of its ill situation or contrivance, be not commodiously light and airy, or too much exposed to ill weather and unhealthy, it is most advisable entirely to quit such a habitation, unless perhaps through continuance of time, neighborhood of friends, or any other endearing circumstance, a man should become much wedded to the place, in which case it may be possible, by the alteration of windows and new placing of doors and staircases, either to remove or to lessen these inconveniences. By such like remedies, even whole cities have been much amended and improved both as to health and pleasantness. And it is said of the place of my nativity particularly, that while it once lay open to the western winds, and to the beams of the declining sun streaming over the top of Parnassus, it was by Cheiron turned toward the east. But it is thought that Empedocles the naturalist secured that whole region round about from the pestilence by closing up the rift of a certain mountain, from whence a contagious southerly damp breathed forth upon the flat of that country. And now, since there are several noxious qualities and distempered passions that lurk within the body, too, which is the more immediate habitation of the soul, and which, like the dark and tempestuous weather that is without, do cloud and disturb it. Therefore, the like method which has been observed in curing the defects and annoyances of an ill-contrived and unhealthy dwelling may be followed here, in rendering the body a more commodious, serviceable, and delightful mansion for the soul, wherein that it may enjoy its desired calmness and serenity, it will conduce beyond all other expedients whatsoever, that those blind, tumultuous, and extravagant passions should be expelled or extinguished utterly, or, if that cannot be, yet that they be so far reduced and moderated, and so prudently applied and accommodated to their proper objects, that the mischief and disorder of them at least may be removed. Among these may deservedly be accounted that sort of curiosity which, by its studious prying into the evils of mankind, seems to be a distemper of envy and ill nature. Why, envious wretch, with such a piercing ray, blind to thine own, dost others' faults survey? If the knowledge of ill can reward the industrious search with so much delight and pleasure, turn the point of thy curiosity upon thyself and thine own affairs, and thou shalt within doors find matter enough for the most laborious inquiries, plentiful as water in a Leso stream or leaves about the oak. So vast a heap of offences shalt thou find in thy own conversation, such variety of perturbations in thy soul, and manifold failures in thy duty. To take a distinct and orderly survey of all which, that of Xenophon will be good direction, who said, that it was the manner of discreet housekeepers to place their weapons of war, utensils for the kitchen, instruments of husbandry, and furniture for religious and sacred services, each in several and proper repositories. So every man that would make an exact inquiry into and take a just account of himself should first make a particular search into the several mischiefs that proceed from each passion within him, whether it be envy or jealousy, covetousness or cowardice, or any other vicious inclination, and then distribute and range them all, as it were, into distinct apartments. This done, make thy reviews upon them with the most accurate inspection, so that nothing may divert thee from the severest scrutiny. Obstruct every prospect that looks towards thy neighbour's quarters, and close up all those avenues which may lead thee to any foreign curiosity. Become an eavesdropper to thine own house, listen to the whispers of thine own walls, and observe those secret arts of the female closet, the close intrigues of the parlour, and the treacherous practices of thy servants, which thy own windows will discover to thee. Here this inquisitive and busy disposition may find an employment that will be of use and advantage, and is neither ill-natured nor impertinent, while every man shall call himself to this strict examination. Where have I erred? What have I said or done? What duty, when, and how have I foregone? But now, as the poets feign concerning Lamia, that upon her going to bed she lays aside her eyes among the attirements of her dressing-box, and is at home for the most part blind and drowsy too, and puts on her eyes only when she goes abroad a-gadding. So it is with most men who, through a kind of an affected ignorance and artificial blindness, commonly blunder and stumble at their own threshold, are the greatest strangers to their own personal defects, and of all others least familiarly acquainted with their own domestic ills and follies. But when they look abroad, their sight is sharpened with all the watchful and laborious curiosity imaginable, which serves as deforming spectacles to an evil eye that is already envenomed by the malignity of a worse nature. And hence it is that a person of this busy, meddlesome disposition is a greater friend to them he hates than to himself. For overlooking his own concerns, through his being so heedfully intent on those of other men, he reproves and exposes their miscarriages, admonishes them of the errors and follies they ought to correct, and affrights them into greater caution for the future, so that not only the careless and unwary, but even the more sober and prudent persons may gain no small advantage from the impertinence and ill nature of inquisitive people. It was a remarkable instance of the prudence of Ulysses, that going into the regions of departed souls, he would not exchange so much as one word with his mother there till he had first obtained an answer from the oracle, and dispatched the business he came about. And then, turning to her, he afforded some small time for a few impertinent questions about the other women upon the place, asking which was Tyro, and which the fair Chloris, and concerning the unfortunate Epicasta, why, noosed to a lofty beam, she would suspended die. But we, through extreme sloth and ignorance, being stupidly careless of our own affairs, must be idly spending our time and talk either about our neighbor's pedigree, how that such a one had a tapster for his grandfather, and that his grandmother was a laundress, or that another owes 3 or 4 talents and is not able to pay the interest. Nay, and such trivial stuff as this we busy ourselves about, where such a man's wife has been all this while, and what it was that this and the other fellow have been talking of in a corner. But the wise Socrates employed his curiosity to better purpose, when he went about inquiring by what excellent precepts Pythagoras obtained so great authority among his followers. And Aristippus, meeting Ischomachus at the Olympic Games, asked him what those notions were with which Socrates had so powerfully charmed the minds of his young scholars. Upon the slight information whereof, he was so passionately inflamed with a desire of going to Athens, that he grew pale and lean, and almost languished till he came to drink of the fountain itself, and had been acquainted with the person of Socrates, and more fully learned that philosophy of his, the design of which was to teach men how to discover their own ills and apply proper remedies to them. But to some sort of men, their own life and actions would appear the most unpleasant spectacle in the world, and therefore they fly from the light of their conscience, and cannot bear the torture of one reflecting thought upon themselves. For when the soul, being once defiled with all manner of wickedness, is scared at its own hideous deformity, it endeavors to run from itself, and, ranging here and there, it pampers its own malignity with malicious speculations on the ills of others. It is observed of the hen that, loathing the plenty of meat that is cast before her on a clean floor, she will be scratching in a hole or spurning the dunghill in search of one single musty grain. So these overbusy people, neglecting such obvious and common things into which any man may inquire and talk of without offense, cannot be satisfied unless they rake into the private and concealed evils of every family in the neighborhood. It was smartly said by the Egyptian, who, being asked what it was he carried so closely, replied, "It was therefore covered that it might be secret," which answer will serve to check the curiosity of those impertinent men, who will be always peeping into the privacies of others. For assuredly there is nothing usually more concealed than what is too foul to be seen, nor would it be kept so close, were it either fit or safe it should be known. Without knocking at the door it is great rudeness to enter another's house, and therefore in former times were rappers fitted to the gates, that by the noise thereof notice might be given to the family. For the same purpose are porters appointed now, lest, a stranger coming in unawares, the mistress or daughter of the family might be surprised busy or undressed, or a servant be seen under correction, or the maids be overheard in the heat of their scolding. But a person of this prying busy temper, who would disdain the being invited to a sober and well-governed house, will yet even forcibly intrude himself as a spy into the indecencies of private families. And he pries into those very things which locks, bolts, and doors were intended to secure from common view, for no other end but to discover them to all the world. Aristo said that those winds were the most troublesome which blew up one's garments and exposed one's nakedness. But these inquisitive people deprive us of all the shelter or security of walls and doors, and like the wanton air which pervades the veil and steals through the closest guards of virgin modesty, they insinuate into those divertissements which are hidden in the retirements of the night, and strip men even to their very skin. So that, as it is merrily said by the comedian concerning Cleon, that his hands were in Aetolia and his soul in Thief Town, the hands and feet, eyes and thoughts of inquisitive persons are straggling about in many places at once. Neither the mansions of the great, nor the cottages of the poor, nor the privy chambers of princes, nor the recesses of the nuptial alcove, can escape the search of their curiosity. They are familiar to the affairs of strangers, and will be prying into the darkest mysteries of state, although it be to the manifest peril of their being ruined by it. For as to him that will be curiously examining the virtues of medicinal herbs, the unwary taste of a venomous plant conveys a deleterious impression upon the brain before its noxious quality can be discerned by the palate. So they that boldly pry into the ills of great persons usually meet with their own destruction sooner than they can discover the dangerous secret they inquire after. And so it happens that, when the rashly curious eye, not contented to expatiate in the free and boundless region of reflected light, will be gazing at the imperial seat of brightness, it becomes a sacrifice to the burning rays, and straight sinks down in penal darkness. It was therefore well said by Philippides the comedian, who, being asked by King Lysimachus what he desired might be imparted to him, replied, "Anything but a secret." And indeed those things in the courts of princes that are most pleasant in themselves and most delightful to be known, such as balls, magnificent entertainments, and all the shows of pomp and greatness, are exposed to common view, nor do they ever hide those divertissements and enjoyments which are the attendants of a prosperous estate. But in what cases soever they seem reserved, as when they are conceiving some high displeasure, or contriving the methods of a revenge, or raging under a fit of jealousy, or suspicious of the disloyal practices of their children, or dubious concerning the treachery of a favorite, come not near, nor intermeddle, for everything is of a dreadful aspect, and of very dangerous access that is thus concealed. Fly from so black a cloud, whose darkness condenses into a tempest, and it will be time enough, when its fury breaks forth with flash and thunder, for thee to observe upon whose head the mischief falls. But to avoid the danger of this curiosity, divert thy thoughts to more safe and delightful inquiries. Survey the wonders of nature in the heavens, earth, the sea, and air, in which thou hast a copious choice of materials for the more sublime as well as the more easy and obvious contemplations. If thy more piercing wit aspires to the noblest inquiries, consider the greater luminary in its diurnal motion, in what part of heaven its morning beams are kindled, and where those chambers of the night are placed which entertain its declining luster. View the moon in all her changes, the just representation of human vicissitudes, and learn the causes that destroy and then restore her brightness. How from an infant spark sprung out of night she swells into a perfect globe of light, and soon her beauties thus repaired die, wasting into their first obscurity. These are indeed the great secrets of nature, whose depth may perhaps amaze and discourage thy inquiries. Search therefore into things more obvious, why the fruits of plants are shaped into such variety of figures, why some are clothed with the verdure of a perennial spring, and others, which sometime were no less fresh and fair, like hasty spendthrifts, lavish away the bounty of heaven in one summer's gaiety, and stand naked to the succeeding frosts. But such harmless speculations will perchance affect thee little, and it may be thou hast that malignity in thy temper which, like venomous beasts that cannot live out of stink and putrefaction, must be ever preying upon the follies and miseries of mankind. Peruse therefore the histories of the world, wherein thou shalt find such vast heaps of wickedness and mischiefs, made up of the downfalls and sudden deaths of great men, the rapes and defilements of women, the treacheries of servants, the falseness of friends, the arts of poisoning, the fatal effects of envy and jealousy, the ruin of families, dethroning of princes, with many other such direful occurrences as may not only delight and satisfy, but even cloy and nauseate thy ill-natured curiosity. But neither, as it appears, are such antiquated evils any agreeable entertainment to people of this perverse disposition. They hearken most to modern tragedies, and such doleful accidents as may be grateful as well for the novelty as the horror of the relation. All pleasant and cheerful converse is irksome to them, so that if they happen into a company that are talking of weddings, the solemnities of sacred rites, or pompous processions, they make as though they heard not, or to divert and shorten the discourse will pretend they knew as much before. Yet if anyone should relate how such a wench had a child before the time, or that a fellow was caught with another man's wife, or that certain people were at law with each other, or that there was an unhappy difference between near relations, he no longer sits unconcerned or minds other things, but, with ears pricked up, he listens. What, and when, and how, he asks. Pray say, let's hear it again. And indeed that proverbial saying, ill news goes quick and far, was occasioned chiefly by these busy ill-natured men, who very unwillingly hear or talk of anything else. For their ears, like cupping glasses that attract the most noxious humours in the body, are ever sucking in the most spiteful and malicious reports. And as in some cities there are certain ominous gates through which nothing passes but scavengers' carts, or the sledges of malefactors, so nothing goes in at their ears or out of their mouths but obscene, tragical, and horrid relations. Howling and woe, as in a jail or hell, always infest the places where they dwell. This noise is to them like the siren's song and the sweetest melody, the most pleasant hearing in the world. Now this curiosity, being an affectation of knowledge in things concealed, must needs proceed from a great degree of spite and envy. For men do not usually hide, but ambitiously proclaim whatever is for their honor or interest to be known. And therefore to pry into what is industriously covered can be for no other purpose than that secret delight curious persons enjoy in the discovery of other men's ills, which is spite, and the relief they gather thence, to ease themselves under their tormenting resentment at another's prosperity, which is envy, both which spring from that savage and brutal disposition which we call ill nature. End of section 31.
Section 32 of the Morals, Volume 2. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Anne Boulay. The Morals, Volume 2, by Plutarch, translated by several hands, corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. Of curiosity, or an overbusy inquisitiveness into things impertinent. Part 2. But how ungrateful it is to mankind to have their evils inquired into appears from hence, that some have chosen rather to die than disclose a secret disease to their physician. Suppose then that Herophilus, or Erasistratus, or Aesculapius himself, when he was upon earth, should have gone about from house to house, inquiring whether any there had a fistula in ano, or cancer in utero to be cured. Although such a curiosity as this might in them seem much more tolerable, from the charity of their design and the benefit intended by their art, yet who would not rebuke the saucy officiousness of that quack, who should, unsent for, thus impudently pry into those privy distempers, which the modesty or perhaps the guilt of the patient would blush or abhor to discover, though it were for the sake of a cure? But those that are of this curious and busy humor cannot forbear searching into these, and other ills too that are of a more secret nature, and, what makes the practice more exceedingly odious and detestable, the intent is not to remedy, but expose them to the world. It is not ill taken, if the searchers and officers of the customs do inspect goods openly imported, but only when, with the design of being vexatious and troublesome, they rip up the unsuspected packets of private passengers. And yet even this they are by law authorized to do, and it is sometimes to their loss if they do not. But curious and meddlesome people will be ever inquiring into other men's affairs, without leave or commission, though it be to the great neglect and damage of their own. It is farther observable concerning this sort of men, how averse they are to living long in the country, as being not able to endure the quiet and calm of a retired solitude. But if by chance they take a short ramble to their country house, the main of their business there is more to inquire into their neighbors' concerns than their own, that they may know how other men's fruit trees are blasted, the number of cattle they have lost, and what a scanty harvest they are like to have, and how well their wine keeps. With which impertinent remarks, having filled their giddy brains, the worm wags, and away they must to town again. Now a true-bred rustic, if he by chance meet with any news from the city, presently turns his head another way, and in his blunt language thus reflects upon the impertinence of it. One can't at quiet eat, nor plough one's lawn. So much us country folk, they bear in hand with tales, which idle rascals blow about, how kings, and well, what then? Val in and out. But the busy cit hates the country, as a dull unfashionable thing, and void of mischief, and therefore keeps himself to the town, that he may be among the crowds that throng the courts, exchange, and wharfs, and pick up all the idle stories. Here he goes about pumping. What news do ye hear? Were not you upon the exchange today, sir? The city's in a very ticklish posture. What do you think on it? In 2 or 3 hours' time we may be altogether by the ears. If he's riding post, he will light off his horse, and even hug and kiss a fellow that has a story to tell him, and stay never so long till he hears it out. But if any one upon demand shall answer, "No news," he replies as in a passion, "What? Have you been neither at the exchange or market today? Have you not been towards the court lately? Have you not heard anything from those gentlemen that newly came out of Italy?" It was, methinks, a good piece of policy among the Locrians, that if any person coming from abroad but once asked concerning news, he was presently confined for his curiosity. For as cooks and fishmongers wish for plenty in the commodities they trade with, so inquisitive people that deal much in news are ever longing for innovations, alterations, variety of action, or anything that is mischievous and unlucky, that they may find store of game for their restless ill nature to hunt and prey upon. Charondas also did well in prohibiting comedians by law from exposing any citizen upon the stage, unless it were for adultery or this malign sort of curiosity. And indeed there is a near affinity between these two vices, for adultery is nothing else but the curiosity of discovering another man's secret pleasures, and the itch of knowing what is hidden, and curiosity is, as it were, a rape and violence committed upon other people's privacies. And now as the accumulation of notions in the head usually begets multiplicity of words, for which reason Pythagoras thought fit to check the too early loquacity of his scholars by imposing on them 5 years' silence for their first admission, so the same curiosity that is thus inquisitive to know is no less intemperate in talking too, and must needs be as ill-spoken as it is ill-natured. And hence it is that curiosity does not only become a restraint to the vices and follies of others, but a disappointment also to itself. For all mankind are exceeding shy of inquisitive persons. No serious business is consulted of where they are, and if they chance to surprise men in the negotiation of any affair, it is presently laid aside as carefully as the housewife locks up her fish from the cat. Nor, if it be possible to avoid it, is anything of moment said or done in their company. But whatever is freely permitted to any other people to see, hear, or talk of, is kept as a great secret from persons of this busy impertinent disposition, and there is no man but would commit his letters, papers, and writings to the care of a servant or a stranger, rather than to an acquaintance or relation of this busy and blabbing humor. By the great command which Bellerophon had over his curiosity, he resisted the solicitations of a lustful woman, and, though it were to the hazard of his life, abstained from opening the letters wherein he was designed to be the messenger of his own destruction. For curiosity and adultery, as was intimated before, are both vices of incontinence, only they are aggravated by a peculiar degree of madness and folly, beyond what is found in most other vices of this nature. And can there anything be more sottish than for a man to pass by the doors of so many common prostitutes that are ready to seize him in the streets, and to beleaguer the lodgings of some coy and recluse female that is far from costly, and perhaps far less comely too, than a hackney threepenny strumpet? But such is plainly the frenzy of curious persons, who, despising all those things that are of easy access and unenvied enjoyment, such as are the divertisements of the theatre, the conversation of the ingenious, and the discourses of the learned, must be breaking open other men's letters, listening at their neighbors' doors, peeping in at their windows, or whispering with their servants, a practice which, as it deserves, is commonly dangerous, but ever extremely base and ignominious. Now to dissuade inquisitive persons, as much as possible, from this sneaking and most despicable humor, it would contribute much if they would but recollect and review all their past observations. For as Simonides, using at certain times to open 2 chests he kept by him, found that wherein he put rewards ever full, and the other appointed for thanks always empty. So, if inquisitive persons did but now and then look into their bag of news, they would certainly be ashamed of that vain and foolish curiosity, which, with so much hazard and trouble to themselves, had been gathering together such a confused heap of worthless and loathsome trash. If a man, in reading over the writings of the ancients, should rake together all the dross he could meet with, and collect into one volume all the unfinished scraps of verse in Homer, the incongruous expressions in the tragedians, or those obscenities of smutty Archilochus, for which he was scorned and pointed at, would not such a filthy scavenger of books well deserve the curse of the tragedian? Pox on your taste! Must you, like lice and fleas, be always fed with scabs and nastiness? But without this imprecation, the practice itself becomes its own punishment, in the dishonest and unprofitable drudgery of amassing together such a noisome heap of other men's vices and follies, a treasure much resembling the city of Poneropolis, or Rogue Town, so called by King Philip after he had peopled it with a crew of rogues and vagabonds. For curious people do so load their dirty brains with the ribaldry and solecisms of other men's writings, as well as the defects and blemishes of their lives, that there is not the least room left in their heads for one witty, graceful, or ingenious thought. There is a sort of people at Rome, who, being unaffected with anything that is beautiful and pretty, either in the works of art or nature, despise the most curious pieces in painting and sculpture, and the fairest boys and girls that are exposed to sale, as not worth their money. Therefore they much frequent the monster market, looking after people of distorted limbs and preternatural shapes, of 3 eyes and pointed heads, and mongrels, where kinds of unlike form oft blended be into one hideous deformity. All which are sights so loathsome, that they themselves would abhor them were they compelled often to behold them. And if they, who curiously inquire into those vicious deformities and unlucky accidents that may be observed in the lives of other men, would only bind themselves to a frequent recollection of what they had seen and heard, there would be found very little delight or advantage in such ungrateful and melancholy reflections. Now, since it is from the use and custom of intermeddling in the affairs of other men that this perverse practice grows up into such a vicious habit, therefore the best remedy thereof is, that beginning, as it were, at a distance, and with such things as do less excite the itch of our curiosity, we gradually bring ourselves to an utter desuetude of inquiring into or being concerned at any of those things that do not pertain unto us. Therefore let men first make trial of themselves in smaller and less considerable matters. As for the purpose, why should it be thought such a severe piece of self-denial for any man, as he passes by, to forbear reading the inscriptions that are upon a monument or gravestone, or the letters that are drawn on walls and signposts, if it were but considered that there is nothing more, either for delight or benefit, to be learned thereby, but that certain people had a desire to preserve the memory of their friends and relations by engraving their names on brass or marble, or that some impudent quack or rooking tradesman wants money, and knows no other way to draw men to their shop or lodgings, but by decoying billets and the invitation of a show-board. The taking notice of which and such like things may seem for the present harmless, yet there is really a secret mischief wrought by it, while men, suffering their minds to rove so inconsiderately at everything they see, are inured to a foolish curiosity in busying themselves about things impertinent. For as skillful huntsmen do not permit their beagles to fling or change, but lead them forth in couples, that their noses may be kept sharp for their proper game. with scent most quick of nostrils after kind, the tracks of beasts so wild and chaste to find. So ought persons of an inquisitive temper to restrain the wanton excursions of their curiosity, and confine it to observations of prudence and sobriety. Thus the lion and eagle, which walk with their claws sheathed to keep them always pointed for their prey, are an example of that discretion which curious persons should imitate, by carefully preserving those noble faculties of wit and understanding, which were made for useful and excellent enquiries, from being dulled and debauched with low and sottish speculations. The second remedy of this curiosity is that we accustom ourselves in passing by not to peep in at other men's doors or windows, for in this case the hand and eye are much alike guilty, and Xenocrates said, "One may as well go as look into another man's house," because the eye may reach what the hand cannot, and wander where the foot does not come. And besides, it is neither genteel nor civil thus to gaze about. A well-bred person will commonly discover very little that is either meet or delightful to look on, but foul dishes perhaps lying about the floor, or wenches in lazy and immodest postures, and nothing that is decent or in good order. But as one said upon this occasion, "For aught that's here worth seeing, friend, you may e'en turn your prying look another way." And yet, laying aside this consideration of uncomely sights, this very staring and glancing of the eyes to and fro implies such a levity of mind and so great a defect in good manners as must needs render the practice in itself very clownish and contemptible. When Diogenes observed Diosippus, a victor in the Olympic games, twisting his neck as he sat in his chariot, that he might take the better view of a fair damsel that came to see the sport, "Look," says he, "what a worthy gamester goes there, that even a woman can turn him which way she lists. But these busy-brained people do so twist and turn themselves to every frivolous show, as if they had acquired a veracity in their heads by a custom of gazing at all things round about them. Now methinks it is by no means seemly, that the sense which ought to behave itself as a handmaid to the soul, in doing its errands faithfully, returning speedily, and keeping at home with submissive and reserved modesty, should be suffered, like a wanton and ungovernable servant, to be gadding abroad from her mistress, and straying about at her pleasure. But this happens according to that of Sophocles. And then the Aeneanians' colts disdain the bridle and bit, nor will abide the rein. For so the senses, not exercised and well managed, will at every turn break loose into wild excursions, and hurry reason along with them into the same extravagance. It is said of Democritus that he voluntarily put out his eyes by the reflection of a burning glass, that, as by the darkening of windows, sometimes done for the same purpose, he might not by the allurements of sense be called off from attending to his purely intellectual contemplations. Although the story be false, yet this at least is true, that those men who are most addicted to profound speculations do least of all converse with impressions of sense, and therefore, to prevent that interruption and disturbance which either noise or impertinent visits might be to their philosophical inquiries, they place their studies at some distance from cities, and call the night Euphrone, from Euphron, of good understanding, thinking that its quiet and stillness from all disturbances made it the fittest season for meditation. Farther, to forbear mixing with a crowd of fellows that are quarreling in the marketplace, or to sit still while the mad rabble are rioting in the streets, or at least to get out of hearing of it, will not be very difficult to any man that considers how little there is to be gained by intermeddling with busy and unquiet people, and how great the certain advantage is of bridling our curiosity, and bringing it under subjection to the commands of reason. And thus, when by this more easy discipline a man hath acquired some power over himself, exercises of greater difficulty are to be attempted, as for instance, to forbear the theatre upon the tempting fame of some new and much applauded play, to resist the importunity of a friend that invites thee to a ball, an entertainment at the tavern, or a concert of music, and not to be transported if thou chance at a distance to hear the din of a race course or the noise at the circus, For as Socrates advises well, that men should abstain from tasting those meats and drinks, which, by their exquisite pleasantness, tempt the palate to exceed the sober measures of thirst and hunger, so are all those oblections of the ear and eye to be avoided which are apt to entice men into impertinence or extravagance. When Araspes had commended the fair Panthea to Cyrus as a beauty worth his admiration, he replied, "For that very reason I will not see her, lest if by thy persuasion I should see her but once, she herself might persuade me to see her often, and spend more time with her than would be for the advantage of my own affairs." So Alexander, upon like consideration, would not trust his eyes in the presence of the beautiful Queen of Persia, but kept himself out of the reach of her charms, and treated only with her aged mother. But we, alas, that no opportunity may be lost of doing ourselves all the mischief we can by our curiosity, cannot forbear prying into sedans and coaches, or gazing at the windows, or peeping under the balconies, where women are. Nay, we must be staring about from the house-top, to spy out all occasions of our ruin, and are all the while so sottishly inconsiderate as to apprehend no danger from giving such a boundless license to our wandering eyes. Now, as in point of justice and honesty, it conduces much to prevent our defrauding and overreaching other men, if we now and then, in smaller matters, voluntarily abate somewhat of our strict dues. And as it is a means to keep men chaste and continent to all other women, if they sometimes forbear the lawful enjoyment of their own wives, so will these excesses of curiosity be cured by the same restraints, if, instead of inquiring into what concerns other men, we can prevail with ourselves, so far as to not hear or see all that is done in our own houses, nor to listen to everything that may be told concerning ourselves or our private affairs. Oedipus by his curiosity fell into great mischief, for, being a parentage to himself unknown, and now at Corinth where he was a stranger, he went about asking questions concerning himself, and lighting on Laius he slew him. And then by the marriage of the queen, who was his own mother, he obtained the government. Not contented with the thoughts of being thus happy, he must needs once more, against all the persuasions of his wife, be inquiring concerning himself, when, meeting with an old man that was privy to the whole contrivance, he pressed him earnestly to reveal the secret. And when he now began to suspect the worst, the old man cried out, "Alas, so sad a tale to tell I dread!" But he, burning with impatience of knowing all, replied, "And I to hear it, but yet it must be said." Thus oddly mixed with pain and pleasure is this restless itch of curiosity, that, like a healing wound, will hazard the loss of blood, rather than want the seeming ease of being rubbed and scratched. But such as either by good nature or good discipline are free from this disease, and have experienced the invaluable felicity of a calm and undisturbed spirit, will rather rejoice in being ignorant than desire to be informed of the wickedness and the miseries that are in the world, and will sit down well satisfied in this opinion. How sage and wise art thou, Oblivion! Wherefore, as a farther help to check the impatience of our curiosity, it will contribute much to practice such acts of abstinence as these. If a letter be brought thee, lay it aside for some time before thou read it, and do not, as many do, eagerly fall upon the seal with tooth and nail, as soon as it ever comes by thy hands, as if it were scarce possible to open it with sufficient speed. When a messenger returns, do not hastily rise up and run towards him, as if thou couldst not hear what he had to say time enough. And if anyone makes an offer to tell thee something that is new, say that thou hadst rather it were good and useful. When at a public dissertation I sometime made at Rome, Rusticus, who afterwards perished by the mere envy of Domitian, was one of my auditors, a messenger come suddenly in with an express from Caesar. Upon which, when I offered to be silent till he had perused the paper, he desired me to proceed, nor would so much as look into it till the discourse was ended and the audience dismissed, all that were present much admiring the gravity of the man. In great persons, whose power encourages them to greater licentiousness, this vicious curiosity is hardly curable, For when it is arrived in them to the consistence of an inveterate habit, they will never undergo those previous restraints upon their outward actions which are necessary to destroy the evil habit within them. For such as are thus inured will be breaking up other men's letters, intruding upon the privacies of their friends, making bold inquiries into the unfathomable mysteries of religion, profaning sacred places and holy offices by their coming where and doing what they ought not, and even prying into the most secret acts and discourses of princes. All or any of which odious practices it will be hard for any one after long custom to forbear, but especially for great persons. And indeed princes themselves, who are concerned to have as particular knowledge of all things as they can, and to whom it is in some sort necessary for the ends of government to maintain spies and intelligencers about them, are usually hated for nothing more than their retaining this lewd sort of people in quality of eavesdroppers of state and public informers. The first that employed this kind of officers was Darius in his younger years, when he could not confide in himself nor durst trust any one else. The Sicilian tyrants afterwards planted them in Syracuse, but upon a revolution that happened there, the people first fell upon these informers, and destroyed them without mercy. Of near infinity with these are common accusers, which, from a particular occasion imported in the word, were called sycophants, fig blabbers, because, upon the prohibited exportation of that fruit, they became informers against those that broke this order. Much the like sort of people were those in Athens, when a dearth of grain happened, and the corn sellers were commanded to bring out their stores for public sale, and those that went about listening at the mills and prying into granaries, that they might find matter of information against offenders, were thence called aliterians, or, if you please, mill clackers. Which consideration, superadded to the rest that has been said, is enough to render this sort of malign curiosity extremely execrable, and to be highly abhorred and most carefully avoided by every man who would desire, for mere reputation's sake, not to be ranked among the profligate crew of villains, which are looked upon as the most detestable of all mankind. End of section 32.
Section 33 of The Morals, Volume 2. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Luke Sartor. The Morals, Volume 2 by Plutarch. Translated by several hands. Corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. How a man may be sensible of his progress in virtue. Part 1. My friend Sosius Senecio. Is it possible, do you think, that all the arguments in the world can make a man sensibly assured that he is a proficient in virtue, upon this supposition that his proceedings do not in the least alleviate and abate his folly? But that the vice in him, weighing in equal balance against his good inclinations, hold him down as heavy lead pulls down the yielding net? In the study of music or grammar, I am sure, such a conclusion would be very absurd, for the scholar could never be certain that he had made an improvement in those sciences, if all the while he is a-learning, he did not exhaust by little and little his former ignorance about them, but remained during the whole progress of his application under the same degree of unskilfulness as at first setting out. The like may be said of those that are under the hands of a physician. According to this assertion, if the patient take physic, which does not recruit his strength or give him ease by abating the severity of the distemper, it is absolutely impossible that he should discern any alteration in himself, before the contrary habit is perfectly and in the highest degree induced, and his body thoroughly sound and well. As in these instances, you cannot say the persons have advanced at anything, so long as they perceive no sensible change in themselves by the abatement of the contrary weight, and do not find that their minds are elevated, as it were, in the opposite scale. Just so, in truth, is it with those that profess philosophy. They cannot be assured of any progress or improvement. If the soul do not gradually advance and purge off the rest of its former imperfections, but still lie under the like equal pressure and grievance of pure, absolute, unmixed evil, till it have attained the state of perfect, supreme good. For the truth of it is, a wise man cannot in a moment of time change from the lowest degree of vice imaginable to the most heroic perfection of virtue, if he only make a brisk attempt to throw off vice all at once, and do not constantly and resolutely endeavour by little and little to lighten the burthen and dispossess the evil habit of it. You know very well how much trouble those give themselves who maintain this assertion, and what strange questions they raise with regard to it. For instance, why a wise, virtuous man should never perceive how he became such, but should either be quite ignorant, or at least doubt, that ever by little and little, now adding something, now subtracting and removing others, he advanced to the aggregate perfection of virtue. Now if, as they affirm, the change from bad to good were either so quick and sudden, as that he that was extremely vicious in the morning may become eminently virtuous at night, or that any one going to bed wicked might chance to rise a virtuous man next morning, and, having all the former day's errors and imperfections absolutely removed out of his mind, might say to them, as it is in the poet, "Vain dreams, farewell, like spectres haste away, at the new light of virtue's glorious day." Do you think that any one in the world could be ignorant of so extraordinary a conversion, and perfectly shut his eyes upon the beams of virtue and wisdom so fully and manifestly breaking in upon his soul? In my opinion, if any person should have Senius's foolish wish, and be changed, as it is reported he was, from one sex to the other, it is more probable that such a one should be altogether ignorant of the metamorphosis, than that any should, from a lazy, unthinking, debauched fellow, commence a wise, prudent, and valiant hero, and from a sottish bestiality advance to the perfection of divine life, and yet know nothing at all of the change. It is very good advice. Measure the stone by your rule, and not your rule by the stone. But the Stoics have not observed it. For they, not applying principles to things, but forcing things which have no foundation of agreement in nature, to agree to their principles, have filled philosophy with a number of difficulties. One of the hardest to be solved is this, that all men whatsoever, except him who is absolutely perfect, are equally vicious. Hence is that enigma, called progress or proficiency, which, though it has puzzled the learned to solve, is in my opinion very foolish, for it represents those that have advanced a little, and are partly free from inordinate passions and distempers of mind, to be as unhappy as those that are guilty of the most heinous enormities. And indeed the assertion is so absurd, that their own actions are enough to confute it. For while they maintain in their schools that Aristides and Phalaris are equally unjust, that Brasidas and Dolon are equal cowards, and that Plato and Miletus are equally senseless, still in all affairs of life they seem to reject and avoid the latter of these, as too harsh and severe to be softened into compliance, but credit and quote the former in all their writings as persons of extraordinary worth and esteem. This is what the Stoics assert. But we, who can better agree with Plato in this point, finding by observation that in all kinds of evils, especially that of a weak and unmanaged disposition of mind, there are several degrees of more and less, for herein one advance differs from another, that the miserable darkness which the soul lies under begins more sensibly to abate, when reason by little and little illuminates and purges the soul, may be bold to affirm that the change from bad to good is very easily and manifestly discernible, not as if one were drawn out of a pit on a sudden, and could give no account of the degrees of the ascent, but so plain that the several steps and advances may be computed. The first argument that comes in my mind is this, by way of simile. Pray examine it. You know the art of navigation. When the seamen hoist sail for the main ocean, they give judgment of their voyage by observing together the space of time and the force of the wind that driveth them, and compute that, in all probability, in so many months, with such a gale, they have gone forward to such or such a place. Just so it is in the study of philosophy. One may, if he mind it, give a probable conjecture of a scholar's proceedings. He that is always at his business, constantly upon the road, never makes any steps or halts, nor meets with obstacles and lets in the way, but under the conduct of right reason travels smoothly, securely, and quietly along, may be assured that he has one true sign of a proficient, this of the poet: add many lesser numbers in account, your total will to a vast sum amount. Not only holds true as to the increase of money, but also may serve as a rule to the knowledge of the advance of everything else, especially of proficiency in virtue. Reason, besides its ordinary influence, requires the constancy of application and address which is necessary and usual in all other affairs. Whereas, on the contrary, the irregular proceedings and inconsistent, silly assertions of some philosophers do not only lay rubs in the way, and break the measures of a virtuous improvement, but seem to give great advantage to vice, during their lingering and idling upon their journey, to tempt them into bypaths, or over-persuade them to return whence they set out. Astronomers tell us that planets, after they have finished their progressive motion, for some small time acquiesce and become stationary, as they term it. Now in the study of philosophy it is not so. There is no point of rest or acquiescence during the whole procedure, for the nature of progress is to be always advancing, more or less. The scales in which our actions are, as it were, weighed, cannot at all stand in equilibrio, but our soul is continually either raised by the addition of good, or cast with the counterpoise of evil. Therefore, as the oracle told the Circaeans that they ought to fight continually, day and night, so you and every wise man ought to be perpetually upon your guard, and if you can be assured that you maintain a constant combat with vice, that you are always at enmity with it, and never so much as come to terms, or receive any diversions, applications, or avocations, as so many heralds from the enemy's camp, in order to a treaty with it, then you may, with a great deal of confidence and alacrity, go on with the management of your warlike expedition, and very reasonably at last expect a conquest, and enjoy a crown of righteousness for your reward. It is another very good argument to prove that by labour and exercise you have shaken off all stupidity and sluggishness of temper, and that you are arrived at a perfection of virtue, if for the future your resolutions may be more firm, and your application more intense, than they were when you first set out. This appears true, if you but observe contrary. In order to a treaty with it, then you may, with a great deal of confidence and alacrity, go on with the management of your warlike expedition, and very reasonably at last expect a conquest, and enjoy a crown of righteousness for your reward. It is another very good argument to prove that by labour and exercise you have shaken off all stupidity and sluggishness of temper, and that you are arrived at a perfection of virtue, if for the future your resolutions be more firm, and your application more intense than they were when you first set out. This appears true, if you but observe its contrary. For it is a very bad sign if, after a small time spent in trial, you find many and repeated intermissions, or your affections yielding or cool in the pursuit. This may be illustrated by what is observable in the growth of a cane. At first it appears above ground, with a full and pleasing sprout, which by little and little, taper-wise, by a continued and equal distribution of matter, rises to a very great height. Towards the root you may observe that there are formed certain steps and joints, which are at a considerable distance from one another, because there the juice is plentiful and strong. But toward the top the nutrimentive particles vibrate and palpitate, as if they were quite spent with the length of their journey, and thereupon you see they form themselves many small, weak, and tender joints, as so many supports and breathing places. So it happens with those that study philosophy. At first setting out they take long steps, and make great advances. But if after some attempts they perceive not in themselves any alteration for the better, but meet with frequent checks and avocations the further they go, ordinarily they faint, make any excuses to be off from their engagement, despond of ever going through with it, and thereupon proceed no farther. But on the contrary, he that is winged with desire flies at the proposed advantage, and by a stout and vigorous pursuit cuts off all pretences of delay from crowding in upon him or hindering his journey. In love, it is a sign the passion is predominant, if the lover be not only pleased in the enjoyment of the beloved object, for that's ordinary, but also troubled and grieved at the absence of it. After a manner not unlike this, many youngsters, as I've observed, stand affected at the study of philosophy. At first they buckle to their work with the greatest concern and emulation imaginable, but as soon as ever they are diverted, either by business or any little pretences, the heat of their affection immediately flies off, and they sit down ignorant, and very well content. But he that perceives the pleasing sting of love, whose poignant joy his trembling heart doth move, will not only show that he is a proficient by his virtuous demeanour and agreeableness in all company and discourse, but if he be called from his business, you may perceive him all on fire, in pain, and uneasy in whatsoever he does, either alone or in company, and so concerned that he is unmindful of his best friends, till he is restored to the quest of his beloved philosophy. All of us ought to imitate such a noble example in all our studies. We must not be affected with good discourse only while we are in place, as we are with rich fragrant perfumes, which we never mind, but while we are a-smelling to them. But if by chance marriage, an estate, love, or a campaign take us from our business, we must still hunger and thirst after virtue, and the more our proficiency is advanced, by so much the more ought our desire to know what we have not attained to disquiet and excite us to the further pursuit and knowledge of it. The grave account which Hesiod gives of proficiency is, in my judgment, either the very same, or comes very near to this, which I have now set down. Proficiency is, says he, when all difficulties are removed, all unevenness smoothed and cleared, and the way made easy and passable. It must be smoothed by frequent exercise, cleared by beams of divine light that guide the way to true philosophy. Nothing at all of the clouds of doubt, error, or inconstancy in good resolutions remaining, which are as usually incident to learners in their first attempts upon philosophy, as distraction and solicitudes are to those who, sailing from a known land, cannot yet discover the place whither they are bound. Thus I have known impatient sophisters skip over common and ordinary notions before they have learned or attained better, and lose themselves in the middle of their journey in so troublesome a maze that they would be willing to return, if they could, to their primitive state of quiet, inactive ignorance. Sextius, a nobleman of Rome, may serve for an instance of this. He quitted all offices and places of honour, that he might more freely and undisturbedly apply himself to the study of philosophy. At first he met with many difficulties, and finding himself unable to encounter or conquer them, out of very despair and despondency, he had thoughts of throwing himself out of a little boat into the river Tiber. Parallel to this was a merry story told by Diogenes of Sinope. When he first put on his gown, it happened to be at a time when the Athenians celebrated a festival with extraordinary banquets, night drinking, sports, and pageantry usual at great solemnities. The philosopher, as he lay in the holidays in the corner of the street, muffled up in his clothes, to try if he could take a nap, had some running thoughts in his head, which checked the resolutions he had taken as to a philosophical life, and troubled him extremely. He reasoned with himself that there was no necessity for his entering into so troublesome and singular a way of living, that he thereby deprived himself of all the sweets and pleasures of life, and the like. While he was thinking thus with himself, he espied, as the story goes, a mouse venturing toward him, and now and then nibbling at a mouldy crust that he had in his pouch. This sight, which is much, turned his thoughts, and made him vexed and troubled at himself as much on the other side. "What," says he, "is the matter with thee, Diogenes? Thou seest this tiny mouse lives well, and is very glad of thy scraps. But thou, who must needs be a person of quality, forsooth, art extremely sorry and out of humour, because thou durst not feast upon down beds, and canst not have the genteel privilege at this merry time to be drunk as well as others." Another rational argument of gradual proficiency is when avocations are not frequent upon us, and when they happen, very short, while the substantial rules and precepts of wisdom, as if they had been violently driven out, presently return upon our minds, and dispossess all empty trouble and disconsolate thoughts. And because scholars do not only fancy to themselves difficulties big enough to divert their weak resolutions, but also often meet with serious persuasions from their friends to leave their studies, and because sometimes such smart jests and drolls are put upon them as have often discouraged, frequently quite converted, the endeavours of some, it may seem to you a very good argument of a proficient, if you find yourself indifferent and unconcerned in that point. As, for example, not to be cut to the heart and repine, when you are told that such and such persons by name, your equals once, live splendidly at court, have married great fortunes, or have appeared publicly at the head of a great many freeholders that are ready to vote for them for some great office or representative's place. He that is neither discomposed nor very much affected by such news as this is manifestly in the right, and has philosophy by the surer handle, for it is impossible we should leave admiring things which most men esteem, if the habit of virtue were not deeply rooted in us. To avoid passionately what everyone cries down may be in some persons the effect of anger and ignorance, but utterly to despise what is admired abroad is a certain sign of true and solid wisdom and resolution. With what satisfaction and complacency many persons advanced to such a height of virtue compare themselves with others, and break out in these verses of Solon: "We will not change virtue's immortal crown for a whole mine of gold. Gold is uncertain, but what we possess is still our own, and never can be less." None can deny that it was very great in Diogenes to compare his shifting from the city of Corinth to Athens, and from Thebes to Corinth, to the king of Persia's taking his progress in the spring to Susa, in winter to Babylon, and to Media in summer. Nor was it an argument of a much less spirit in Agesilaus, who, hearing this same king of Persia styled the Great, presently asked, "In what is he greater than I, if he be not juster than I am?" Aristotle himself had exactly such notions in the like case. For, writing to Antipater about his scholar Alexander, he says of him, that he ought not to value himself in this respect, that he was advanced above others, for whoever had a true notion of God was really as great as he. And Zeno too deserves to be mentioned, who, hearing Theophrastus commended above any of the philosophers for his number of scholars, put it off thus: "His choir is indeed larger than mine, but mine has the sweeter voices." For all these instances, you may collect this great truth, that whenever you do, by setting the comforts of virtue and the difficulties and errors of study one against the other, perceive that you have utterly expelled all emulation, jealousy, and everything else that uses to disturb or discourage young men, you may then assuredly conclude with yourself that you have made very laudable progress. Another argument of proficiency in virtue is the alteration of your very style of writing, and of your way of managing any argument or discourse. Most of those that nowadays design for scholars, in ordinary speaking, do prosecute almost none but popular studies, to furnish out discourse, and make themselves, as the phrase is, plausible men. Some few of them there are who, like silly larks, are taken with the glaring light of natural philosophy, and measuring themselves by their own levity and conceit, think they are able presently to attain the height of that science. Others, like young whelps, 'tis Plato's simile, love to snap and bite at one another, only to gratify a contentious, sceptical, and sophistical humour, which they at first got by bad tuition and ill-managed studies. Some again, as soon as even they are initiated in the principles of logic, presently commence sophisters. Others spend their whole time in collecting sentences and historical narrations. These, as Anacharsis said of the Grecians, that he saw no occasion they had for money, but only to count and tell it over, have nothing at all to do, but go about singing and repeating what they have collected into commonplace books, without any other benefit or satisfaction from their labours. To these you may apply that of Antiphanes, which one ingeniously turned to Plato's scholars. This Antiphanes said merrily, that in a certain city the cold was so intense that words were congealed as soon as spoken, but that after some time they thawed and became audible, so that the words spoken in winter were articulated next summer. Even so, the many excellent precepts of Plato, which he instilled into the tender ears of his scholars, were scarce perceived and distinguished by many of them, till they grew men and attained the warm vigorous summer of their age. Such a cool disposition to virtue and philosophy, as that philosopher said was in Plato's scholars when young, often lasts in the most of us, as was hinted before, till our judgments grow to a solid firmness and maturity, and we begin to value those precepts that are able to beget a composure and greatness of mind, and diligently to trace and follow those discourses and precepts, whose tracks, as it is in Aesop's fables, rather look inward than outward, to ourselves rather than others. Sophocles said of himself, that in writing his tragedies, he first of all abated and pricked the humour of Aeschylus's invention, and then corrected the harshness and over-artifice of his composition, and, last of all, changed his very style and elocution, the thing which is most considerably persuasive, and which most of all conduces to good manners. Even so, young students, when they pass from the fullness and luxuriancy of panegyric and declamation to that more solid part of philosophy that regulates manners and smooths all rugged and disorderly passions. Then begin really to attain true and solid proficiency. Hereupon let me advise you this: wherever you read the writings or hear the orations of the philosophers, attend always things more than words, and be not taken with what is curious and of a delicate thread and contexture, more than that which is strong, nervous, and beneficial. So also in perusing poems or histories, be sure that nothing escapes you that is appositely said, in relation to the cultivating of manners, or the calming turbulent, immoderate passions, but always give it a note, and make it surely your own. Simonides said that a student of philosophy should be like a bee. That laborious creature, when it is amongst flowers, makes it its business industriously to extract the yellow honey out of them all, while others care and seek for nothing else except the smell and the colour. So while some others employ their time in reading the poets only for diversion, or for the wit and fancy which usually adorn their works, you, my dear friend, like a bee amongst a swarm of drones, observe and collect what is sweet, palatable, and worthy your pains, and seem already, by your constant custom and application, to have attained a perfect knowledge of what is eminently good and proper. As to those that peruse the works of Plato and Xenophon only for the style's sake, and do cull out what is elegant and Attic, as the cream and flower of those authors, pray what do they do, but as it were admire the fragrancy and flavour of medicinal drugs, yet at the same time neither understand nor inquire after their healing and purgative qualities? Whereas those that have advanced to a higher degree of perfection can extract benefit, not only from philosophical discourses, but also from everything they see or do, and thence draw something that may be proper and fit for their purpose. I will give you some examples of Aeschylus and other very eminent men, which may be very pat to this purpose. Aeschylus chanced to be a spectator at the Isthmian games, where some were engaged at sword-play. Seeing one of the combatants wound, and observing that the theatre immediately made a great shouting and hollowing upon it, he jogged one iron and an inhabitant of the island Chios, and sat next to him, and whispered him thus: "Do you see what exercise can do? He that is wounded holds his peace, and the spectators cry out. Brasidas, the Lacedaemonian captain, by chance caught a mouse among some dry figs, and, being bit by her, let her go, with this exclamation: By Hercules, there is no creature so little or so weak that it cannot preserve its life if it dares but defend it." Diogenes may serve for 1,000 instances. When he saw a boy drink out of the palm of his hand, he threw away his dish, which he used to carry always with him in his wallet. Thus sedulity and application have a singular virtue to make us knowing and able to extract motives to virtue from everything that we meet with. For it is not a difficult matter to attain such a temper of mind, if the candidates for virtue intermix discourse and reading with their actions, not only exercising themselves amidst dangers, as Thucydides said to some, but also engaging pleasures, disputing hard questions, examining precedents, pleading causes, and so on, to try themselves thoroughly, undertaking some magistracy or public office, giving thereby demonstration of their opinions and resolution, or rather establishing their resolution by exercise. Whereas those that are not bred to it, but like novices, spy out and catch at anything that is curious in books, and pragmatically run away with it either to the exchange, the college, or some club or tavern, deserve no more the name of philosophers than those quacks that only truck off vile drugs and potions merit the character and value of physicians. Those sophisters seem to me not unlike the bird mentioned in Homer, and to have something of its quality. Whatsoever they catch abroad they presently bring home with them, and cram it into their unfledged chicks, their illiterate scholars, starving their own empty crops the while, as the poet has it. For they neither digest nor convert what they take into true nourishment. It is then indispensably our duty so to manage our discourse, that it may be beneficial both to ourselves and others, we not incurring the censure of being thought vainglorious or arrogant by any. To be always readier to hear than to teach, and especially so to abate and moderate all vehemency and passionate quarrelling about trivial questions, as that we may cease to attend and manage disputations with the same indifferency as you may have seen some exercise hurlbats and cudgelling, that is, so as to leave the stage with more satisfaction for having had a true hit or coming off conquer, than for having either learned ourselves or taught our antagonist any manner of skill by the engagement. An evenness and mildness of temper in all such affairs, which never will suffer us to enter the lists of vehemency and passion, nor to be hot and concerned in settling an argument, nor to scold and give bad words when we have vanquished our adversary, nor to be very much dejected if we chance to be quite baffled, is, I think, a true sign of a great proficient in virtue. Aristippus was a great example of this, for, when in a set disputation, he was baffled by the sophistry and forehead of an impudent, wild and ignorant disputant, and observed him to be flushed and high with the conquest. "Well," says the philosopher, "I am certain I shall sleep quieter tonight than my antagonist." Not only upon the close and event of our philosophical contests, but even in the midst of disputation, we may, privately, take an estimate of this good quality in us, which is a sign of a true proficient. For example, if upon a greater appearance of auditors than was expected, we be not afraid nor in confusion, if for the thinness of the congregation, when there are but a few to hear us, we be not dejected and troubled. And lastly, if, when we are to speak before a numerous or honourable assembly, we do not, for want of fitting preparation, miss the opportunity for ever. It is reported that two as famous orators as ever were, Demosthenes and Alcibiades, were somewhat weak and faulty in this point. The timorousness of the former is known to every schoolboy. And as for Alcibiades, though he was, as must be confessed, as sagacious and happy in his thoughts as any man whatever, yet, for want of a little assurance in speaking a thing, he very often miserably lost himself in his pleadings, for he would falter and make pauses in the very middle of his orations, purely for want of a single word or some neat expression that he had in his papers but could not presently remember. To give you another instance of the prince of poets, Homer, he was so blinded with an overconfidence of his abilities in poetry that he has slipped a false quantity and left it on record in the very first verse of his Iliads. Seeing then the learnedest men and greatest artists have failed, and may fail for want of caution or confidence, it ought more nearly to concern those that earnestly follow virtue, not to slip the least opportunity of improvement, either by company or otherwise, and not overmuch to regard the throng or applause of the theatre, when they do exercise or make any solemn harangue. End of section 33. Recording by Luke Sartor, Griffith, New South Wales. Section 34 of The Morals, Volume 2, This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Luke Sartor. The Morals, Volume 2 by Plutarch. Translated by several hands. Corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. How a Man may be Sensible of his Progress in Virtue. Part 2. Nor is it enough that one take care of all his discourses and orations, but he ought also to observe that the whole tenor of his actions be guided by profit rather than vain pomp, and by truth rather than ostentation. For if a passionate lover who has placed his affection upon any beloved object seeks no witnesses to attest its sincerity, but has such an eager desire when alone and in private that, like a covered flame, it burns more vigorously and insensibly for being shut up, much more ought a moralist and a philosopher, who has attained both the habit and exercise of virtue, sit down self-contented, and applaud himself in private, neither needing nor desiring encomiasts or auditors from abroad. There is a humour in some of the poets, of an old peevish housekeeper, that calls to his maid aloud, "Do you see, Dionysia," that is his maid's name, "I am now pleased, and have laid by all choler and passion." Just such like is the practice of some, who, as soon as they have done anything which is obliging and civil, presently blaze it abroad, and turn their own heralds. Such men show plainly that they look beyond themselves for satisfaction, that they are desirous of praise and applause, and that they never were admitted near spectators of virtue, never saw her in her noble royal dress, but only had some transient sight of her in a dream, or an empty airy phantasm, and indeed, that they expose their actions to the public, as painters do their pictures, to be gazed at and admired by the gaping multitude. Any sign of a proficient in virtue is, when the proficient has given anything to his friend or done any kindness for anyone, if he keeps it to himself and does not blab it to anybody, and, which is more, if he hath voted right against a majority of biased suffragans, withstood the dishonest attempts of some rich and powerful man, generously rejected bribes when offered, abstained from inordinate drinking when athirst and alone, or at night when none sees or knows what he does. Lastly, if he hath conquered the briskest attempts of love, as is said of Agesilaus, if, I say, he contain himself from speaking of such actions, and do not in company boast of his performances, this I affirm, such a one as can prove and try himself by himself, and be fully satisfied in the verdict of his conscience, as of an unexceptional witness and spectator of what is right and good, shows plainly that his reason looks inward and is well rooted within him, and that the man, as Democritus said, is accustomed to take satisfaction from himself. To borrow a simile from husbandmen, and those that are concerned in the business of the fields, they are always best pleased to see those ears of corn which decline, and by reason of their fullness bend downwards to the earth. But look upon those as empty, deceitful, and insignificant, which, because they have nothing in them, grow bolt upright and appear above the rest. So it is amongst students in philosophy. Those that are most empty-headed and have least firmness and solidity have always the greatest share of confidence, formality, and stiffness in their address. Look biggest, walk with the most state, and top upon and condemn others with the highest arrogance and severity of any living. But when once their brains begin to fill and become well poised with solid notions, they look down into themselves, and quite lay aside that insolent and arrogant humour, which is proper only to youngsters. Give me leave to illustrate this by one simile more. When you pour water into bottles or any other vessels, upon its being instilled into them, the air that was in them before presently flies out and gives place to the more substantial body. Even so it is with those that have had many good precepts instilled into them, and their minds replenished with solid truths. They presently find that all empty vanity flies off, that the imposthume of pride breaks, that they do not value themselves for beard and gown only, but bend their actions and endeavours to the bettering of their rational faculties. And lastly, that when they reprove, they begin at home, turning the edge of their satire and invective upon themselves, even when at the same time they are civil and complacent to all others beside. It is indeed an argument of a generous and truly brave disposition in a scholar, not to assume the name and character of one, and, as some used to do, to put the philosopher amongst his titles, but if any out of respect chance to give him that compellation, to be surprised, blush, and with a modest smile answer him in that of the poet, "You compliment your friend, he whom you so commend, must needs be more than man, far more than I pretend." Aeschylus says of a young woman that, if ever she have played the wanton, you may discover it in her eyes and read her affections in amorous glances, which she cannot conceal. So a young scholar, if he be once entered in the mysteries, and have tasted the sweets of philosophy, cannot possibly suppress the passion and concern for it. As Sappho says, his tongue falters when he would speak its praise. His heart is warm with affection. A secret flame does run through every part. You will admire and love the assurance and composedness of his looks, the affectionateness of his eyes, and especially the winning decency and agreeableness of his words and expressions. Those that are to be initiated in the ceremonies of the gods run to their temples at first with a great deal of noise, clamour, and rudeness. But as soon as the solemnity is seen and over, they attend with a profound silence and religious fear. So it is with the candidates in philosophy. You may perceive a throng, noise, and pother about the school doors, by reason that several press thither eagerly, rudely, and violently for reputation more than learning. But when you are once in and manifestly see the great light, as if some royal shrine were opened unto you, you are presently possessed with a quite different notion of things, are struck with silence and admiration, and begin with humility and a reverent composure to comply with and follow the divine oracle. That which Menedemus said in another case is very apposite to this sort of men. Those that went to the school of Athens were first of all wise, next lovers of wisdom, then orators, and at last, in course of time, plain, common men. For the longer they applied themselves to study and philosophy, so much the more all vanity, pride, and pedantry abated in them, and the nearer they came to plain, downright, honest men. Again, as it is with those that are indisposed and out of order, some, if a tooth or finger do but ache, presently run to a physician. Others send for one to their houses, if they find themselves but the least feverish, and desire his advice and assistance. But those that are either melancholical, or but any ways crazed in their heads, cannot endure so much as the looks of a physician, but either keep out of sight when he comes, or command him to be gone, being altogether insensible of their condition. So in persons that commit any heinous crime, or fall into any error, I look upon those as perfectly incurable, who take it ill to be admonished of their fault, and look upon reproof and admonition as the greatest rudeness and incivility in the world. Whereas those that can quietly hearken and submit to the advice of friends and superiors deserve a more favourable opinion, and may be thought to be of a much better disposition. But the greatest character of hopeful men, and such as may be probably excellent proficients in time, belongs to those who, upon a commission of a fault, immediately apply themselves to such as will reprove and correct them, who plainly disclose their grief and open their malady, who do not rejoice in concealing their distemper, and are not content to have their troubles unknown. Lastly, who make a full confession of what they have done amiss, and desire the help of a friend to examine and direct them for the future. Diogenes, I am sure, was of this opinion. He said that whatsoever would be certainly and constantly in the right must get either a virtuous good friend or an incensed, ill-natured enemy to his monitor, the one by gentle admonition to reprove and persuade him, the other to work upon him by severity, and awe him into a virtuous course of life. There is a sort of men in the world that are so vain and foolish as to take a pride in being the first discoverers of their own imperfections. If they have but a rent or spot in their clothes, or have got a torn pair of shoes on, they're the most forward of any to tell it in company, and, which is more, they are very apt, out of a silly, empty, arrogant humour, to make themselves the subject of their drollery. If they are of a dwarfish stature, or any way deformed. Yet, which is strange, these very men, at the very same time, endeavour to excuse and palliate the internal imperfections of the mind, and the more ugly deformities of the soul, as envy, evil custom, detraction, voluptuousness, etc., and will not suffer any one either to see or probe them. These are, as it were, so many sore places, and they cannot endure to have them touched and meddled with. Such men as these, I may be bold to say, have very few signs of proficiency, or rather, none at all. Now, on the contrary, he that examines his own failings with the greatest severity, that impartially blames or corrects himself as often as he does amiss, or, which is almost as commendable, grows firmer and better by present advice, as well as more able and ready to endure a reprimand for the future, seems to me truly and sincerely to have rejected and forsaken vice. It is certainly our duty to avoid all appearance of evil, and to be ashamed to give occasion, even to be reputed vicious. Yet evil reports are so inconsiderable to a wise man, that, if he have a greater aversion to the nature of evil than to the infamy that attends it, he will not fear what is said of him abroad, nor what calumnies are raised, if so be he be made the better by them. It was handsomely said of Diogenes, when he saw a young spark coming out of a tavern, who at the sight of him drew back. "Do not retire," says he, "for the more you go backward, the more you will be in the tavern." Even so, every vicious person, the more he denies and palliates vice, the more aggravates and confirms it, and with surer footing goes farther into wickedness, like some persons of ordinary rank and quality, who, while they assume above themselves, and out of arrogance would be thought rich, are made really poor and necessitous, by pretending to be otherwise. Hippocrates, a man of wonderful skill in physic, was very ingenious in this point, and fit to be imitated by the greatest proficients in philosophy. He confessed publicly that he had mistaken the nature of the sutures in the skull, and has left an acknowledgment of his ignorance upon record, under his own hand, for he thought it very unworthy a man of his profession not to discover where he was in the wrong, seeing others might suffer and err by his authority. And indeed, it had been very unreasonable, if he, whose business and concern it was to save others and to set them right, should not have had the courage to cure himself, and to discover his weakness and imperfections in his own faculty. Pyrrhon and Bion, two eminent philosophers, have given rules of proficiency, but they seem rather signs of a complete habit of virtue than a progressive disposition to it. Bion told his friend that they then might be assured of their proficiency, when they could endure a reproof from anybody with the same indifferency and unconcernedness as they could hear the highest encomiums, even such a one as this of the poet: Sir, some heavenly flame inspires your breast. Live great, rejoice, and be forever blessed. The other, to wit, Pyrrhon, being at sea and in great danger, by reason of a tempest that arose, took particular notice, as the story goes, of a hog that was on board, which all the while very unconcernedly fed upon some corn which lay scattered about. He showed it to his companions, and told them that they ought to acquire by reading and philosophy such an apathy and unconcernedness in all accidents and dangers as they saw that poor creature naturally have. The opinion which is said to be Zeno's may deserve our consideration. He said that any one might give a guess at his proficiency from the observation of his dreams, if when asleep he fancied nothing that was immodest, nor seemed to consent to any wicked actions or dishonest intentions, but found his fancy and passions of his mind undisturbed, in a constant calm, as it were, always serene, and enlightened with the beams of divine reason. This very notion was hinted by Plato, as I interpret his words, where he is describing and delineating the soul which is tyrannical in its nature, and showing what manner of operations its fantasy and irrational appetite exert. When a man is asleep, he says, a vicious person designs the satisfying insensuous lust, has a longing for all sorts of meat indifferently, whether allowed or prohibited, and satisfies his appetite and desire in all manner of intemperance which is loose and unregarded, which, in the daytime, either the laws shame him out of, or fear to offend restrains. As now those brute beasts that are accustomed to labour will not, if the reins be let loose, either turn aside or offer to leave the track or stumble in it. So it is with the brutal faculty of the mind. When it is once made tame and manageable by the strength of reason, then it is unwilling carelessly to transgress or saucily to disobey its sovereign's commands, or to comply with any inordinate lusts, either in sleep or sickness. But it carefully observes and maintains its dictates, to which it is accustomed, and by frequent exercise advances to perfect strength and intention of virtue. We find even in our own nature the strange effects of custom. Man is naturally able, by much exercise and the use of a stoical apathy, to bring the body and all its members into subjection, so that not one organ shall perform its operations. The eyes shall not burst out with tears upon the sight of a lamentable object. The heart shall not palpitate upon the apprehension of fear, and the passions shall not be roused at the sight of any beautiful person, whether man or woman. Now it is much more probable that the faculties of the sense may be so brought in subjection by undergoing such exercise as we speak of, that all its imaginations and motions may be smoothed and made agreeable to right reason, even when we are asleep and keep not sentry. It is reported of Stilpo, the philosopher, that he thought he saw Neptune in his sleep, and that he seemed very much displeased with him, because he had not, as was usual with his priests, sacrificed an ox in honour of him. Not in the least daunted at the apparition, he thus boldly accosted it. "Neptune, what is this business you here complain of? You come hither like a child and are angry with me, because I did not borrow money and run in debt to please you, and fill the city with costly odours, but privately sacrificed to you, in my own house, such ordinary victims as I could get." At this confident reply, Neptune smiled, and, as the story goes, reached him his hand as an assurance of his good will to him, and told him that for his sake he would send the Megarians a abundance of fish that season. In the main, we may conclude thus much, that those that have clear and pleasant dreams, and are not troubled with any fright, strange, vicious, or irregular apparitions in their sleep, may assure themselves that they have some indications and dawnings of proficiency. Whereas on the contrary, those dreams which are mixed with any pain, fear, cowardly aversions from good, childish exultation, or silly grief, so that they are both frightful and unaccountable, are like the breaking waves or the billows of the sea. For the soul, not having attained a perfect evenness of temper, but being under the formation of laws and precepts, from whose guidance and discovery it is free in time of sleep, is then slackened from its usual intenseness, and laid open to all passions whatever. Whether this temper we speak of be an argument or proficiency, or an indication of some other habit which has taken deep root in the soul, grown strong and immovable by all the power of reason, I leave to you to consider and determine. Seeing then an absolute apathy or freedom from all passions whatsoever is a great and divine perfection, and withal, considering that progress seems to consist in a certain remission and moderation of those very passions we carry about us, it unavoidably follows that if we will observe our passions with relation to one another and also to themselves, we may easily find out their differences. For example, first, we may observe from the passions compared with themselves whether our desires be now more moderate than they used to be, fear and anger less and more calm, and whether or not we are more able to quench the heat and flame of our passions than we used to be. Secondly, by comparing them with one another, we may observe whether we now have a greater share of shame than of fear, whether emulation be without any mixture of envy, whether we have greater desire of glory than of riches, whether we offend, as the musicians term it, in the Dorian, or basal, or in the Lydian, or treble notes. That is, whether we are more inured to abstinence and hardship than otherwise, whether we are unwilling rather than forward to appear in public, and lastly, whether we are undue admirers of the persons or performances of others, or despisers both of them and what they can do. As it is a good sign of recovery of a sick person in the distemper lie in the less principal parts of the body, so in proficiency, if vicious habits be changed into more tolerable passions, it is a symptom that they are going off and ready to be quenched. Phrynis, the musician, to his 7 strings added 2 more, was asked by the magistrates whether he had rather they should cut the upper or lower of them, the bass or treble. Now it is our business to cut off, as it were, both what is above and below, if we would attain to the true medium and equality. For proficiency, in the first place, remits the excess, and sweetens the harmony of the evil affections, which is, according to Sophocles, the madman's greatest pleasure and disease. We have already said that we ought to transfer our judgment to action, and not to suffer our words to remain bare and naked words, but to reduce them to deeds, and that this is the chiefest sign of a proficient. Now another manifest indication is a desire of those things we commend, and a readiness to perform those things which we admire, but whatsoever we discommend, neither to will or endure it. It is probable that all the Athenians highly extolled the courage and valour of Miltiades, but Themistocles, who professed that the trophies of Miltiades broke his sleep, and often forced him out of his bed, did not only praise and admire what he had done, but was manifestly struck with a zeal and emulation of his performances. Therefore we may be assured that we have profited little, while we think it a vanity to admire those that have done well, and cannot possibly be raised to an imitation of them. To love the person of any man is not sufficient, except it have a mixture of emulation, No more is that love of virtue ardent and exciting, which does not put us forward, and create in our breasts, instead of envy to them, a zealous affection for all good men, and a desire of equal perfection with them. For it is not enough, as Alcibiades was wont to say, that the heart should be turned upside down by hearing the discourses of a philosopher, and that the tears should gush from the eyes, but he that is a proficient indeed, comparing himself with the designs and actions of a good perfect man, is pricked at the same with the consciousness of his own weakness, and transported with hope and desire, and big with irresistible assurance. And indeed such a one is, as Simonides says, like a little suckling foal running by the mother's side, and desires to be incorporated into the very same nature with a good man. For this is an especial sign of true proficiency, to love and affect their way of life, whose actions we emulate, and, upon account of an honourable opinion, we always entertain for them, to do as they do. But whosoever he is that entertains a contentious or malicious design against his betters, let him be assured that he is possessed with a greedy desire of honour or greatness, but has neither a true respect nor admiration for virtue. When, therefore, we once begin so to love good men, as not only, according to Plato, to esteem the wise man himself happy, and him who hears his discourses sharer in his felicity, but also to admire and love his habit, gait, look, and very smile, so as to wish ourselves to be that very person, then we may be assured that we have made very good proficiency. This assurance will be advanced if we do not only admire good men in prosperity, but, like lovers who are taken ever with the lisping and pale looks of their mistresses, as Araspes is said to have been smitten with the tears and dejected looks of a mournful and afflicted Panthea, have an affection for virtue in its most mournful dress, so as not at all to dread the banishment of Aristides, the imprisonment of Anaxagoras, the poverty of Socrates, nor the hard fate of Phocion, but to embrace and respect their virtues, even under such injustice, and upon thoughts of it, to repeat this verse of Euripides: How do all fortunes decently become a generous, well-tuned soul? This is certain, if anyone addresses himself to virtue with this resolution, not to be dejected at the appearance of difficulty, but heartily admires and prosecutes its divine perfection. None of the evil we have spoken of can divert his good intentions. To what I have said, I may add this, that when we go upon any business, undertake any office, or chance upon any affair whatever, we must set before our eyes some excellent person, either alive or dead, and consider with ourselves what Plato for the purpose would have done in this affair, what Epaminondas would have said, what Lycurgus or Agesilaus would have behaved themselves, that, addressing ourselves and adorning our minds at these mirrors, we may correct every disagreeing word and irregular passion. It is commonly said that those that have got by heart the names of the Idae Dactyli made use of them as charms to drive away fear, that they can but confidently repeat them one by one. So the consideration and remembrance of good men, being present and entertained in our minds, do preserve our proficiency in all affections and doubts regular and immovable. Whether you may judge that this is also a token of a proficient in virtue. You may observe further, that not to be in a confusion, not to blush, not to hide or correct your clothes, or anything about you, at the unexpected appearance of an honourable and wise person, but to have an assurance as if you were often conversant with such, is almost a perfect demonstration of a very intelligent person. It is reported of Alexander that one night, seeing a messenger joyfully running towards him and stretching out his hand, as if he had something to deliver to him, he said to the apparition, "Friend, what news do you bring me? Is Homer risen from the dead?" That admirable monarch thought that nothing was wanting to his great exploits but such a herald as Homer. Consider this. If a young man thrive in the world, it is customary for him to desire nothing more than to be seen in the company of virtuous and good men, to show them his whole furniture, his table, his wife and children, his study, his diary or collections, and he is so pleased with himself that he wishes his father or tutor were alive, that they might see him in so good a way of living, and he could heartily pray that they were alive, to be spectators of his life and actions. But, on the contrary, those that have neglected their business, or lost themselves in the world, cannot endure the sight or company of their relations without a great deal of fear and confusion. Join this, if you please, to what we said before, for it is no small sign, if the proficient thus esteem every little fault a great one, and studiously observe and avoid all, for, as those persons who despair of ever being rich make little account of small expenses, thinking that little added to a little will never make any great sum, but when they come once to have got a competency, and hope to be at last very rich, it advances their desires. So it happens in the affairs of virtue. He that does not quiet his mind by saying with himself, "What matters it what comes after? If for the present it be so and so, yet better days will come." But who attends everything, and is not careless if the least vice pass uncondemned, but is troubled and concerned at it, such a one makes it appear that he has attained something that is pure, which he brightens by use and will not suffer to corrupt. For a preconceived opinion that nothing we have is valuable, according to Aeschylus, makes us careless and indifferent about everything. If any one be to make a dry wall or an ordinary hedge, it matters not much if he makes use of ordinary wood or common stone, any old gravestones or the like. So wicked persons, who confusedly mix and blend all their designs and actions in one heap, care not what materials they put together. But the proficients in virtue, who have already laid the golden solid foundation of a virtuous life, as of a sacred and royal building, take especial care of the whole work, examine and model every part of it according to the rule of reason, believing that it was well said by Polycletus, that the hardest work remained for them to do, whose nails must touch the clay. That is, to lay the top stone is the great business and masterpiece of the work. The last stroke gives beauty and perfection to the whole piece. End of section 34. Recording by Luke Sartor, Griffith, New South Wales. Section 35 of The Morals, Volume 2. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Luke Sartor. The Morals, Volume 2 by Plutarch. Translated by several hands. Corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. Of Fortune. Mortals' affairs fortune, not counsel, rules. And does not justice rule the affairs of mortals, nor impartiality, nor moderation, nor decorum? But was it of fortune, and long of fortune, that Aristides remained obstinate in his poverty, although he could have made himself master of much wealth? And that Scipio, when he had taken Carthage, neither received nor so much as saw any part of the booty? Was it of fortune, and long of fortune, that Philocrates, having received a sum of gold of King Philip, laid it out in halls and fish? And that Leosthenes and Euthicrates, by measuring their happiness by their bellies, in the most abject of follies, lost Olynthus? Was it of fortune that Alexander, son of Philip, refrained from the captive women himself, and punished those that offered them any indignity, while Alexander, son of Priam, long of an evil demon and fortune, first vitiated his host's wife, and then took her away with him, and filled both the continents with war and calamities? And if such things as these can come by fortune, what hinders but that we may as well plead that cats, goats, and monkeys are constrained by fortune to be ravenous, lustful, and ridiculous? But if there be such things to be found as moderation, justice, and fortitude, how can it stand with reason there should not be such a thing as wisdom also? And if there be wisdom, how can it be but there must be good counsel? For moderation is, as they are used to say, a certain sort of wisdom, and justice cannot subsist without wisdom. Certainly we call that good counsel and wisdom that render us manful in pleasures, continence, and moderation, in dangers and hardships, endurance and resolution, and in communities and public business, equality and justice. And therefore, if we will needs have it that the effects of conduct belong to fortune, let then both the effects of justice and moderation belong to fortune also. Nay, by Jove, let stealing be ascribed to fortune too, and cutting of purses, and a lustful lewd life, and let us quit our reasoning quiet, and turn ourselves loose to fortune, to be carried and driven, like filth and dust, before an impetuous wind. If there be no such thing as conduct, it must of necessity follow that there should be no such thing as advising about our affairs, nor any consultation or inquiry about utility, and that Sophocles did talk idly when he said, "Whatever is sought, it may be caught, but what we shun will from us run." And when elsewhere he made this distribution of things, "I learn what's to be taught, I seek what's to be sought, I beg the rest of heaven." For what is to be sought, or what is to be learned by mortals, if all things go by fortune? And what senate of a republic is not overthrown, or what council of a prince is not dissolved, if all things are subject to fortune, which we use to upbraid with blindness, because we blindly fall into it? And indeed, how can we otherwise choose when we first pluck good counsel, like our eyes, out of our heads, and then take us a blind guide of our lives? Imagine that now some one of us should say, "Sees affairs fortune, not eyesight rules," nor yet the eyes, which Plato calls light-bearers, and again, "Hearers' affairs are by blind fortune ruled," and not by a certain power receptive of the strokes of the air, conveyed to it through the organ of the ear and brain. It would beseem us then, doubtless, to pay a due respect to our sense. But our sight, hearing, and smelling, with the other parts of our body's faculties, were bestowed upon us by nature to minister unto good conduct and discretion. And it is the mind that sees, and the mind that hears, the rest are deaf and blind. And as, were there not a sun, we might, for all the other stars, pass our days in darkness, as Heraclitus says, so had man neither mind nor reason. His life would be, for all his senses, nothing better than that of brutes, but it is by neither fortune nor chance that we exceed them and bear sway over them. But Prometheus, that is, reason, is the cause, which gives both horse and ass and oxen strong, to carry us and ease our labour long. As Aeschylus speaks, for the greater part of brutes are much happier than we, as to the fortune and form of their constitution. For some of them are armed with horns, some with teeth, and some with stings. And the urchin's back, saith Empedocles, bristles with prickly thorns. Others again are shod, others are clad with scales, others with shaggy hair, and others with hard claws and hoofs. But man alone, as Plato speaks, was left by nature naked, unarmed, unshod, and uncovered. But all those ills she sweetened with one gift, reason, care, and forecast. Small is the strength of poor frail man, yet by his shifting wit he can enslave the arts and properties of all on land, in sea and skies. The lightest and swiftest things are horses, but they run for man. A dog is a fierce and an angry animal, but it guards man. Fish is the sweetest thing, and swine the fattest, but they are man's nourishment and cheer. What is bigger than an elephant? But this also is becoming man's plaything, and a spectacle of public solemnities, and it learns to skip, dance, and kneel. Such things as these are not introduced in vain, but that we may learn by them whither knowledge advances man, and above what things it sets him, and how it comes to be master, and exceed all other things. For we nor boxers nor good wrestlers are, nor yet good runners. Yet in all these we are far more unhappy than the brutes. But by our experience, memory, wit, and dexterity, as Anaxagoras speaks, we may use of what is theirs. We press out their honey, we milk them, we catch them, and drive them up and down as we please. So that in all this there is nothing that depends on fortune, but all on counsel and forecast. Moreover, the affairs of carpenters are affairs of mortals, and so are those of copper founders, builders, and statuaries, amongst whom yet we can see nothing brought to perfection by chance or at random. For that there falls in but little of fortune to an expert artist, whether founder or builder, but that the most and greatest part of their workmanship is performed by mere art, hath been thus insinuated by a certain poet. Go forth into the street, ye craftsmen all, who on grim-visaged Ergana do call, that stuck with sacred baskets all around. For the trades have Ergana and Minerva for their patroness, and not fortune. It is indeed reported of one that, as he was drawing a horse, and had hit right in all the rest, both shapes and colours, but was not well satisfied with the draught he had made of a puff of froth that was tempered by the bit and wrought out with the horse's breathing, he therefore had often wiped it off, but that at length he in a great fume struck his sponge full of colours, as it was, against the board, and that this, as it lighted, to admiration, made a most lively impress, and so filled up what was defective in the piece. This is the only artificial work of fortune that history mentions. Artists everywhere make use of rules, lines, measures, and arithmetical proportions, that their works may nowhere have in them anything that is casual or fortuitous. And the truth is, arts are styled a sort of petty wisdoms, though they might be much better called certain sheddings or filings of it sprinkled upon the several needful services of human life, as is obscurely riddled to us in the fire feigned to have been divided by Prometheus, and then scattered up and down the world. For just so, certain little particles and fragments of wisdom, as it were, crumbled and broken small, fell into ranks and methods. It seems therefore very strange how it came to pass that arts should stand in no need of fortune to compass their proper end. But that which is the greatest and most complete of all arts, and which is the very sum of man's worth and commendation, should prove to be nothing at all. But there is a kind of good counsel in stretching and slackening of strings, which they call the art of music, and in dressing of meats, which we call cookery, and in washing of clothes, which we call the art of fulling. And we teach our children how to put on their shoes and clothes, and to take their meat in their right hand, and hold their bread in their left, as being sensible that even such common things as these do not come by fortune, but require attention and heed. But do the greatest things and the most important to a happy state require no wisdom, and have no share in rational proceeding and forecast? Yet no man ever wetted clay and then left it, as if there would be bricks by chance and fortune, nor, having provided wool and leather, sat him down and prayed to fortune, that they might be made clothes and shoes for him. Nor can any man, when he hath amassed together much gold and silver, and furnished himself with a multitude of slaves and attendants, and enclosed himself in a great palace with many gates, and set out costly couches and tables, fancy to himself that, if he have not wisdom with them, these things will be his happiness, and an undisturbed, blissful, and unchangeable life. One asked Iphicrates the general, by way of taunt, what he was. For he was neither spearman nor archer, nor yet bore light armour. I am, replied he, one that commands and uses all these. In like manner, wisdom is itself neither gold, nor silver, nor fame, nor wealth, nor health, nor strength, nor beauty. What then is it? Is it what can use all these with decorum, and by means of which every one of these is made pleasant, commendable, and useful, and without which they become useless, unprofitable, and prejudicial, and the burthen and shame of their possessors? Hesiod's Prometheus therefore gives very good advice to Epimetheus. Brother, be sure you never take a boon from Jove, but give't him back, meaning things of fortune and external. For, as if he had bid him not to play on a flute if ignorant of music, nor to read a book if he knew not his letters, nor to ride if he understood not a horse, so it would be if he advised him not to govern if a fool, nor to be a rich man if a miser, and not to marry if apt to be ruled by a woman. For success above desert is to fools an occasion of misthinking, as Demosthenes saith, yes, and good fortune above desert is to the unwise an occasion of misdoing. End of section 35. Recording by Luke Sartor, Griffith, New South Wales. Section 36 of The Morals, Volume 2. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Luke Sartor. The Morals, Volume 2 by Plutarch. Translated by several hands. Corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. Of Virtue and Vice. It is apparent that clothes make a man warm, not by warming him themselves, or by imparting heat to him, for every garment is of itself cold, which is the reason that we see those that are very hot and in a fever often shifting and changing one thing for another. But what heat a man exhales out of himself, that the garment lying close to his body keeps together and contracts, and when it hath driven it inward, it will not suffer it again to dissipate. This being the very case of external affairs too. It is this that cheats vulgar heads, by making them think that, if they might but enclose themselves in great houses, and heap together abundance of slaves and riches, they might then live to their own minds. But an agreeable and gay life is not to be found without us. On the contrary, it is man that out of his own temper, as out of a spring, adds pleasure and gaiety to the things about him. The house looks merrier when the fire burns. And wealth is the more agreeable, and fame and power the more resplendent, when they have the joy of the mind to accompany them. Since we see how that through a mild and tame disposition men can bear poverty, banishment, and old age easily and sweetly. For as odours perfume threadbare coats and poor rags, while Prince Anchises' ulcer sent forth a loathsome purulence, when the foul tent dripped on his purple robe, even so every state and condition of life, if accompanied with virtue, is undisturbed and delightful. But when vice is intermixed, it renders even the things that appear splendid, sumptuous, and magnificent, most distasteful, nauseous, and unacceptable to the possessors. This man's thought happy in the marketplace, but when he opens his doors, hell is his case. The woman governs all, commands and brawls. Though one may without any great difficulty get rid of a wicked, cross-grained wife, if he be but a man and not a slave. But a man cannot write a bill of divorce to his vice, and thereby free himself from further trouble, and procure his own repose by living apart. But it still cohabits with him, and dwells in his very bowels, and cleaves to him both by night and by day. It burns without a torch and hastens crude old age, being through its vain glory a burthensome fellow traveller, and through its voracity a chargeable table companion, and a troublesome bedfellow by breaking and spoiling one's sleep night with cares, anxieties, and surmises. For when he does sleep, his body is indeed at rest and quiet, but his mind is, through superstition, in terrors, dreams, and frights. When in my slumbers sorrows fill me, then frightful dreams and visions kill me, saith one. Just thus envy, fear, anger, and lust affect us. For by daytime our vice, by looking abroad and fashioning herself to the manner of others, grows shamefaced, and finds herself obliged to mask her own disorders, and does not yield herself up wholly to her appetites, but oftentimes resists and struggles with them. But in times of sleep, when it escapes both the opinions of men and the laws, and is at the remotest distance from awe and respect, it stirs every desire, and raises up its malignity and lewdness. For it attempts, as Plato speaks, the embraces of a mother. It purveys unlawful meats, and refrains from no sort of action, enjoying villainy as far as it is practicable, in shades and phantoms that end in no real pleasure or accomplishment of desire, but have only power to stir up and enrage disorders and distempers. Where then is the pleasure of vice, if there be nowhere to be found either freedom from care, or exemption from trouble, or satisfaction, or undisturbedness, or repose? A sound complexion and good health of body give indeed both place and birth to the flesh's pleasures, but there cannot be engendered a gaiety and cheerfulness in the mind, unless undauntedness, assurance, or an immovable serenity be the foundation. Nay, if some hope or satisfaction should simper a little, this would be soon puddled and disturbed by some sudden eruption of care, like a smooth sea by a rock. Heap up gold, gather together silver, raise up walks, fill your house with slaves and the town with debtors. If you do not appease the disorders of your own mind, and stint your unsatiable desire, and deliver yourself from fears and cares, You do but rack wine for a man in a fever, and administer honey to a man disturbed with bile, and prepare meat and good cheer for people that have the flux or gripes, who can neither retain it nor be strengthened by it, but are over and above spoilt by it. Do you not see how sick persons loathe, spit out and refuse the finest and most costly meats, though they be proffered and forced upon them? And how again, when their complexion alters, and good spirits, sweet blood, and a connatural heat are engendered, they get up and gladly and willingly eat brown bread, cheese, and cresses? Such a disposition as this is it that reason works in the mind. And you will have sufficiency, if you will but learn what a notable and generous mind is. You will live luxuriously in poverty, and be a prince, and you will be as much in love with a vacant and private life as with that of a general or king. If you once apply to philosophy, you will never live without pleasure, but you will learn to be everywhere pleased, and with everything. You will be pleased with wealth for making you beneficial to many, and with poverty for not having much to care for, with fame for being honoured, and with obscurity for being unenvied. End of section 36. Recording by Luke Sartor, Griffith, New South Wales.
Section 37 of the Morals, Volume 2. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. The Morals, Volume 2 by Plutarch. Translated by several hands, corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. Conjugal Precepts, Part 1. Plutarch to Pollianus and Eurydice sendeth greeting. Now that the nuptial ceremonies are over, and the priestess of Ceres has joined you both together in the bands of matrimony according to the custom of the country, I thought a short discourse of this nature might not be either unacceptable or unseasonable, but rather serve as a kind epithalamium to congratulate your happy conjunction. More especially since there can be nothing more useful in conjugal society than the observance of wise and wholesome precepts suitable to the harmony of matrimonial converse. For among the variety of musical moods and measures there is one which is called hippothoros, a sort of composition to the flute and hautboy, made use to encourage and provoke stallions to cover mares. But philosophy being furnished with many noble and profitable discourses, there is not any one subject that deserves a more serious study than that of wedlock, whereby they who are engaged in a long community of bed and board are more steadfastly united in affection, and made more pliable one to another in humour and condition. To this purpose, having reduced under several short heads and similes some certain instructions and admonitions, which you, as tutored up in philosophy, have frequently already heard, I send you the collection as a present, beseeching the Muses so with their presence to assist the goddess Venus, that the harmony of your mutual society and complacency in domestic diligences may outcry the melodious concords of lute and harp, while you live united together by reason and philosophy. Therefore it was that the ancients placed the statue of Venus by that of Mercury, to signify that the pleasures of matrimony chiefly consist in the sweetness of conversation. They also set the Graces and the Sodella, the goddess of eloquence, together, to show that the married couple were not to act only by persuasion, and not to use the violences of wrangling and contention. 1. Solon advises that the bride should eat a quince before she entered the nuptial sheets, intimating thereby, in my opinion, that the man was to expect his first pleasures from the breath and speech of his new married bedfellow. 2. In Boeotia it is the custom, when they veil the virgin bride, to set upon her head a chaplet of wild asparagus, which from a thorny stalk affords a most delicious fruit, to let us understand that a new married man discreetly brooking at the beginning the first distaste of marriage restraints, grows yieldingly complacent at length, and makes conforming wedlock a happiness to each. And indeed such husbands who cannot bear with the little disdains and first froppishness of imprudent youth are like to those that choose the sour grapes and leave to others the ripe delicious clusters. On the other side, those young ladies that take a disdain to their husbands by reason of their first debates and encounters may be well compared to those that patiently endure the sting, but fling away the honey. 3. It especially behooves those people who are newly married to avoid the first occasions of discord and dissension, considering that vessels newly formed are subject to be bruised and put out of shape by many slight accidents. But when the materials come once to be settled and hardened by time, nor fire nor sword will hardly prejudice the solid substance. 4. Fire takes speedy hold of straw or hare's fur, but soon goes out again unless fed with an addition of more fuel. Thus that same love, whose flames are nourished only by heat of youth and looser charms of beauty, seldom proves of long continuance or grows to wedlock maturity, unless it have taken a deep root in conformity of manners, and mutual affection will be enlivened by the intermixture of souls as well as bodies, while prudence and discretion feed the noble flame. 5. They who bait their hooks with intoxicated drugs with little pains surprise the hungry fish, but then they prove unsavory to the taste and dangerous to eat. Thus women that by the force of charms and philters endeavor to subdue their husbands to the satisfaction of their pleasure become at length the wives of madmen, sots, and fools. For they whom the sorceress Circe had enchanted, being then no better than swine and asses, were no longer able to please or do her service. But she loved Ulysses entirely, whose prudence avoided her venomous intoxications, and rendered his conversation highly grateful. 6. They who rather choose to be the mistress of senseless fools than the obedient wives of wise and sober husbands are like those people that prefer misguidance of the blind before the conduct of them that can see and know the way. 7. They will not believe that Pasiphae, the consort of a prince, could ever be enamored of a bull, and yet themselves are so extravagant as to abandon the society of their husbands, men of wisdom, temperance, and gravity, and betake themselves to the bestial embraces of those who are given wholly to riot and debauchery, as if they were dogs or goats. 8. Some men, either unable or unwilling to mount themselves into their saddles through infirmity or laziness, teach their horses to fall upon their knees, and in that posture to receive their riders. In like manner there are some persons who, having married young ladies not less considerable for the nobility of their birth than their wealthy dowries, take little care themselves to improve the advantages of such a splendid conjunction, but with a severe moroseness labor to depress and degrade their wives, proud of the mastery and vaunting in domestic tyranny. Whereas in this case it becomes a man to use the reins of government with as equal regard to the quality and dignity of the woman as to the stature of the horse. 9. We behold the moon then shining with a full and glorious orb when farthest distant from the sun. But as she warps back again to meet her illustrious mate, the nearer she makes her approach, the more she is eclipsed until no longer seen. Quite otherwise a woman ought to display the charms of her virtue and the sweetness of her disposition in her husband's presence, but in his absence to retire to silence and reservedness at home. 10. Nor can we approve the saying of Herodotus that a woman lays aside her modesty with her shift. For surely then it is that a chaste woman chiefly veils herself with bashfulness, when, in the privacies of matrimonial duties, excess of love and maiden reverence become the secret signals and testimonies of mutual affection. 11. As in musical concords, when the upper strings are so tuned as exactly to accord, the bass always gives the tone. So in well-regulated and well-ordered families, all things are carried on with the harmonious consent and agreement of both parties. But the conduct and contrivance chiefly redounds to the reputation and management of the husband. 12. It is a common proverb that the sun is too strong for the north wind. For the more the wind ruffles and strives to force a man's upper garment from his back, the faster he holds it, and the closer he wraps it about his shoulders. But he who so briskly defended himself from being plundered by the wind, when once the sun begins to scald the air, all in a dropping sweat, is then constrained to throw away not only his flowing garment, but his tunic also. This puts us in mind of the practice of most women, who, being limited by their husbands in their extravagance of feasting and superfluities of habit, presently fill the house with noise and uproar, whereas, if they would but suffer themselves to be convinced by reason and soft persuasion, they would of themselves acknowledge their vanity and submit to moderation. 13. Cato ejected a certain Roman out of the Senate for kissing his wife in the presence of his daughter. It is true the punishment was somewhat too severe, but if kissing and calling and hugging in the sight of others be so unseemly, as indeed it is, how much more indecent is it to chide and bawl and maunder at one another while strangers are in company? If lawful familiarity and caresses between man and wife are not to be allowed but in their private retirements, shall the bitter interchanges and loud discoveries of invective and inconsiderate passion be thought an entertainment pleasingly proper for unconcerned and public ears? 14. As there is little or no use to be made of a mirror, though in a frame of gold enchased with all the sparkling variety of the richest gems, unless it render back the true similitude of the image it receives, so is there nothing of profit in a wealthy dowry, unless the conditions, the temper, the humor of the wife be conformable to the natural disposition and inclination of her husband, and he sees the virtue of his own mind exactly represented in hers. Or if a fair and beautiful mirror that makes a sad and pensive visage look jocund and gay, or a wanton or smiling countenance show pensive and mournful, is therefore presently rejected as of no value. Thus may not she be thought an angry, peevish, and importunate woman, that louts and lowers upon the caresses of a husband, and when he courts the pastime of her affections, entertains him with frumps and taunts, but when she finds him serious in business, allures him then with her unseasonable toyings to pleasure and enjoyment. For the one is an offence of impertinency, the other a contempt of her husband's kindness. But as geometricians affirm that lines and surfaces are not moved of themselves, but according to the motions of the bodies to which they belong, so it behooves a woman to challenge no peculiar passion or affection as her own, but to share with her husband in business, in his recreations, in his cares, and in his mirth. 15. As they who are offended to see their wives eat and drink freely in their company do but whet their appetites to glut and gourmandize in corners by themselves, so they who refuse to frolic in retirement with their wives, or to let them participate of their private pastimes and dalliances, do but instruct them to cater for their own pleasures and delights. 16. The Persian kings, when they contain themselves within the limits of their usual banquets, suffer their married wives to sit down at their tables. But when they once design to indulge in provocations of amorous heats and wine, then they send away their wives and call for their concubines, their gypsies, and their songstresses, with their lascivious tunes and wanton galliards, wherein they do dwell, not thinking it proper to debauch their wives with the tipsy frolics and dissolute extravagances of their intemperance. If, therefore, any private person, swayed by the unruly motions of his inconstancy, happen at any time to make a trip with a kind she-friend or his wife's chambermaid, it becomes not the wife presently to lower and take pepper in the nose, but rather to believe that it was his respect to her which made him unwilling she should behold the follies of ebriety and foul intemperance. 17. Princes that be addicted to music increase the number of excellent musicians. If they be lovers of learning, all men strive to excel in reading and in eloquence. If given to martial exercises, a military ardor rouses straight the drowsy sloth of all their subjects. Thus husbands, effeminately finical, only teach their wives to paint and polish themselves with borrowed lustre. The studious of pleasure render them immodest and whorish. On the other side, men of serious, honest, and virtuous conversations make sober, chaste, and prudent wives. 18. A young Lacedaemonian lass, being asked by an acquaintance of hers whether she had yet embraced her husband, made no answer, no, but that he had embraced her. And after this manner, in my opinion, it behooves an honest woman to behave herself toward her husband, never to shun nor to disdain the caresses and dalliances of his amorous inclinations, when he himself begins, but never herself to offer the first occasion of provocation. For the one savours of impudent harlotry, the other displays a female pride and imperiousness void of conjugal affection. 19. It behooves a woman not to make peculiar and private friendships of her own, but to esteem only her husband's acquaintance and familiars as hers. Now, as the gods are our chiefest and most beneficial friends, it behooves her to worship and adore only those deities which her husband reputes and reverences for such. But as for quaint opinions and superstitious innovations, let them be exterminated from her outermost threshold. For no sacrifices or services can be acceptable to the gods, performed by women, as it were, by stealth and in secret, without the knowledge of the husband. 20. Plato asserts those cities to be the most happy and best regulated where these expressions, "this is mine," and "this is not mine," are seldomest made use of. For that then the citizens enjoy in common, so far as is convenient, those things that are of greatest importance. But in wedlock those expressions are utterly to be abolished. For as the physician says that the right side, being bruised or beaten, communicates its pain to the left side, so indeed the husband ought to sympathize in the sorrows and afflictions of the woman, and much more does it become the wife to be sensible of the miseries and calamities of the husband, to the intent that, as knots are made fast by knitting the bows of a thread one within another, so the ligaments of conjugal society may be strengthened by the mutual interchange of kindness and affection. This nature herself instructs us by mixing us in our bodies, while she takes a part from each, and then blending the whole together, produces a being common to both, to the end that neither may be able to discern or distinguish what was belonging to the other, or lay claim to assured propriety. Therefore is community of estate and purses chiefly requisite among married couples, whose principal aim it ought to be to mix and incorporate their purchases and disbursements into one substance, neither pretending to call this hers or that his, but accounting all inseparably peculiar to both. However, as in a goblet where the proportion of water exceeds the juice of the grape, yet still we call the mixture wine. In like manner the house and estate must be reputed the possession of the husband, although the woman brought in the chiefest part. 21. Helen was covetous, Paris luxurious. On the other side, Ulysses was prudent, Penelope chaste. Happy therefore was the match between the latter. But the nuptials of the former brought an Iliad of miseries as well upon the Greeks as barbarians. 22. The question being put by some of his friends to a certain Roman, why he had put away his wife, both sober, beautiful, and chaste, and rich, the gentleman, putting forth his foot and showing his buskin, said, "Is not this a new, handsome, complete shoe?" Yet no man but myself knows where it pinches me. Therefore ought not a woman to boast either of her dower, her parentage, or beauty, but in such things as most delight a husband, pleasantness of converse, sweetness of disposition, and briskness of humour, there to show nothing of harshness, nothing distasteful, nothing offensive, but from day to day to study behaviour, jocund, blithe, and conformable to his temper. For as physicians are much more afraid of fevers that proceed from hidden causes, which have been by little and little contracting for a long time together, than those that receive their nourishment from apparent and manifest unconcoctions, thus, if daily continued, the petty snubs and frumps between man and wife, though perhaps unknown to others, are of that force that above all things else they canker conjugal affection, and destroy the pleasure of cohabitation. 22. King Philip so far doted on a fair Thalassian lady that she was suspected to have used some private arts of fascination towards him. Wherefore Olympias laboured to get the supposed sorceress into her power. But when the queen had viewed her well, and duly examined her beauty, beheld the graces of her deportment, and considered her discourse, bespake her no less than a person of noble descent and education. Hence fond suspicions, hence vainer calumnies, said she, for I plainly find the charms which thou makest use of are in thyself. Certainly, therefore, a lawful wife surpasses the common acceptation of happiness, when without enhancing the advantages of her wealth, nobility, and form, or vaunting the possession of Venus Cestus in itself, she makes it her business to win her husband's affection by her virtue and sweetness of disposition. 24. Another time the same Olympias, understanding that a young courtier had married a lady beautiful indeed, but of no good report, said, Sure the Hotspur had little brains, otherwise he would never have married with his eyes. For they are fools who in the choice of a wife believe the report of their sight or fingers, like those who telling out the portion in their thoughts take the woman upon content, never examining what her conditions are, or whether she is proper to make him a fit wife or no. 25. Socrates was wont to give this advice to young men that accustomed themselves to their mirrors: if ill-favoured, to correct their deformity by the practice of virtue; if handsome, not to blemish their outward form with inward vice. In like manner, it would not be amiss for a mistress of a family, when she holds her mirror in her hands, to discourse her own thoughts. If deformed thus, should I prove lewd and wicked too? On the other side, thus the fair one, what if chaste beside? For it adds a kind of veneration to a woman not so handsome, that she is more beloved for the perfections of her mind than the outside graces of her body. 26. Dionysius, the tyrant of Sicily, sent several costly presents of rich apparel, necklaces, and bracelets to the daughters of Lysander, which, however, the father would never permit the virgins to accept, saying, These gaudy presents will procure more infamy than honour to my daughters. And indeed, before Lysander, Sophocles, in one of his tragedies, had uttered the following sentence to the same effect: Mistake not, silly wretch, this pompous trim rather disgraces than proclaims thee great, and shows the rage of thy lascivious heat. For as Crates said, that is ornament which adorns, and that adorns a woman which renders her more comely and decent. This is an honour conferred upon her, not by the lustre of gold, the sparkling of emeralds and diamonds, nor splendour of the purple tincture, but by the real embellishments of gravity, discretion, humility, and modesty. 27. They who offer to Juno as the goddess of wedlock never consecrate the gall with the other parts of the sacrifice, but having drawn it forth, they cast it behind the altar, which constitution of the lawgiver fairly implies that all manner of passionate anger and bitterness of reproach should be exterminated from the thresholds of nuptial cohabitation. Not but that a certain kind of austerity becomes the mistress of a family, which however should be like that of wine, profitable and delightful, not like aloes biting and medicinally ungrateful to the palate. End of section 37. Section 38 of the Morals, Volume 2. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. The Morals, Volume 2 by Plutarch, translated by several hands, corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. Conjugal Precepts, Part 2. 28. Plato, observing the morose and sour humor of Xenocrates, otherwise a person of great virtue and worth, admonished him to sacrifice to the graces. In like manner, I am of opinion that it behooves a woman of moderation to crave the assistance of the graces in her behavior towards her husband, thereby, according to the saying of Metrodorus, to render their society mutually harmonious to each other, and to preserve her from being waspishly proud, out of a conceit of her fidelity and virtue. For it becomes not a frugal woman to be neglectful of decent neatness, nor one who has great respect to her husband to refrain complacency in her conversation. As the over-rigid humor of a wife renders her honesty irksome, so sluttery begets a hatred of her sparing and pinching housewifery. 29. She who is afraid to laugh or to appear merry and gay before her husband, for fear of waking his jealousy, may be so said to resemble one that forbears to anoint herself at all, lest she should be thought to use unnecessary or harlotry perfumes, or that neglects to wash her face to avoid the suspicion of painting. Thus we find that poets and orators, who desire to shun the tiring tediousness of a low, vulgar, and drowsy style, ingeniously labor to detain and move both their readers and their auditors by the quaintness of their invention, grandeur of the subject, and lively representations of the humors and conditions which they bring upon the stage. From whence a discreet mistress of a family may likewise learn to avoid all manner of over-nice curiosity and squeamish affectation, all excess of jollity savouring of the courtesan, and everything tending to profuse pomp. But she will rather employ all her wit and art in exhibiting to her husband all the graces of life and character, accustoming him to honesty and decency joined with pleasure and delight. Nevertheless, if there be any woman so severe and reserved by nature that no means can be found to make her blithe and sportive, it behooves her husband to give way to her temper. And as Phocion answered Antipater, who commanded him to do an ill thing that misbecame his quality, I cannot be thy friend, and flatter thee at one and the same time. In like manner ought a man to rest satisfied with the virtues of a chaste wife, though her serious disposition will not permit her to act the airy part of a mistress. 30. The Egyptian women were anciently never wont to wear shoes, to the end they might accustom themselves to stay at home. But altogether different is the humour of our women, for they, unless allowed their jewels, their bracelets and necklaces, their gaudy vestments, gowns, and petticoats, all bespangled with gold and their embroidered buskins, will never stir abroad. 31. Theano, as she was dressing herself one morning in her chamber, by chance discovered some part of her naked arm, upon which one of the company crying out, "Oh, what a lovely arm is there! 'Tis very true," said she, "but yet not common." Thus ought a chaste and virtuous woman not only to keep her naked arms from open view, but to lock up her very words and set a guard upon her lips, especially in the company of strangers, since there is nothing which sooner discovers the qualities and conditions of a woman than her discourse. 32. Phidias made the statue of Venus at Elis with one foot upon the shell of a tortoise, to signify two great duties of a virtuous woman, which are to keep at home and be silent. For she is only to speak to her husband, or by her husband, nor is she to take amiss the uttering her mind in that manner through another more proper organ. 33. Princes and kings honor themselves in giving honor to philosophers and learned men. On the other side, great personages, admired and courted by philosophers, are no way honored by their flatteries, which are rather a prejudice and stain to the reputation of those that use them. Thus it is with women, who in honoring and submitting to their husbands win for themselves honor and respect, but when they strive to get the mastery, they become a greater reproach to themselves than to those that are so ignominiously henpecked. But then again it behooves a husband to control his wife, not as a master does his vassal, but as the soul governs the body, with the gentle hand of mutual friendship and reciprocal affection. For as the soul commands the body without being subject to its pleasures and inordinate desires, in like manner should a man so exercise his authority over his wife as to soften it with complacence and kind requital of her loving submission. 34. Philosophers assert that of bodies which consist of several parts, some are composed of parts distinct and separate, as a navy or army royal, others of contiguous parts, as a house or a ship, and others of parts united at the first conception, equally partaking of life and motion, and growing together, as are the bodies of all living creatures. Thus, where people wed for pure affection, that marriage may be said to resemble those bodies whose parts are solidly fixed together. They who marry for the sake of great portions, or else desirous of offspring, are like to bodies whose parts are contiguous and cleave close to one another. And they who only bed together, if there be any such, resemble bodies whose parts are distinct without dependency. Now, as physicians say that liquids are the only bodies which most easily intermix without any difference of property or respect one with another, so should it be said of people joined together in matrimony, that there is a perfect mixture of bodies and estates, of friends and relations. Therefore the Roman law prohibits new married people from giving and receiving mutual presents one from another. Not that they should not participate one with another, but to show that they were not to enjoy anything but what they possess in common. 35. In Leptis, a city of Libya, it was an ancient custom for the bride, the next day after the nuptial solemnity, to send home to the mother of the bridegroom to borrow a boiler, which she not only refused to lend, but sent back word that she had none to spare, to the end that the new married woman, having by that means tried the disposition of her mother-in-law, if afterwards she found her humour peevish and perverse, might with more patience brook her unkindness, as being no more than what she expected. Rather it becomes the daughter to avoid all occasions of distaste. For it is natural to some mothers to be jealous that the wife deprives her of that filial tenderness which she expects from her son, for which there is no better cure than for a wife so to contrive with gaining of her husband's love as not to lessen or withdraw his affection from his mother. 36. It is generally observed that mothers are fondest of their sons, as expecting from them their future assistance when they grow into years, and that fathers are kindest to their daughters, as standing most in need of their paternal succor. And perhaps out of that mutual respect which the man and his wife bear one to another, either of them would seem to carry greater affection for that which is proper and familiar to the other. But this pleasing controversy is easily reconciled, for it becomes a woman to show the choicest of her respects, and to be more complacent to the kindred of her husband than to her own, to make her complaints to them, and conceal her discontents from her own relations. For the trust which she reposes in them causes them to confide in her, and her esteem of them increases their respects to her. 37. The commanders of the Grecian auxiliaries that marched in aid of Cyrus gave these instructions to their soldiers, that if their enemies advance whooping and hallowing to the combat, they should receive the charge, observing an exact silence. But on the other hand, if they came on silently, then to rend the air with their martial shouts. Thus prudent wives, when their husbands in the heat of their passion rant and tear the house down, should make no returns, but quietly hold their peace. But if they only frown out their discontents in moody anger, then with soft language and gently reasoning the case, they may endeavor to appease and qualify their fury. 38. Rightly, therefore, are they reprehended by Euripides, who introduced the harp and other instruments of music at their computations. For music ought rather to be made use of for the mitigation of wrath, and to allay the sorrows of mourning, not to heighten the voluptuousness of those that are already drowned in jollity and delight. Believe yourselves then to be in an error, that sleep together for pleasure, but when angry and at variance make two beds, and that never at that time call to your assistance the goddess of Venus, who better than any other knows how to apply a proper remedy to such distempers, as Homer teaches us, where he brings in Juno, using this expression: "Your deadly feuds will I myself appease, and the amorous bed shall be the charming place, where all your strife shall embracing cease." 39. Though it becomes a man and his wife at all times to avoid all occasions of quarreling one with another, yet is there no time so unseasonable for contention as when they are between the same sheets. As the woman in difficult labor said to those that were about to lay her upon her bed, "How," said she, "can this bed cure these pains, since it was in this very bed that my pleasures were the cause of all my throes? And still less will those reproaches and contests which the bed produces be reconciled at any other time or place." 40. Hermione seems to be in the right, speaking to this effect in one of the tragedies of Euripides: "The lewd discourse of women void of shame ruined my honor and my virtuous name." However, these mischiefs rarely happen but where women at variance and jealous of their husbands open not only their door but their ears to hold swarms of twattling gossips, that widen the difference. For then it behooves a prudent woman to shut her ears and beware of listening to such enchanting tattlers, calling to mind the answers of Philip, when he was exasperated by his friends against the Greeks for cursing and reviling him, notwithstanding all the benefits they had received at his hands. "What would they have done," said he, "had we used them with unkindness and severity?" The same should be the reply of a prudent woman to those she-devils, when they shall bewail her condition and cry, "A woman so loving, so chaste and modest, and yet abused by her husband." For then should she make answer, "What would he do, should I begin to hate him and do him wrong?" 41. A certain master, whose slave had been run away from him for several months together, after a long search at length found him suddenly in a workhouse, and said, "Where could I have desired to meet with thee more to my wish than in such a place as this?" Thus, when a woman is grown jealous of her husband, and meditates nothing but present divorce, before she be hasty, let her reason with herself in this manner: "In what condition would my rival choose to see me with greater satisfaction than as I am, all in a fret and fume, enraged against my husband, and ready to abandon both my house and marriage bed together?" 42. The Athenians yearly solemnized 3 sacred seed times. The first is Sciras, in memory of the first invention by their ancestors of plowing and sowing; the second at a place called Raria; and the third under Pelus, which they call Buxugion, in commemoration of the first spanning of oxen to the plow. But more sacred than all these is the nuptial plowing and sowing, in order to the procreation of children. And therefore Sophocles rightly calls Venus the fruitful Cytherea, for which reason it highly imports both the man and the woman, when bound together by the holy tie of wedlock, to abstain from all unlawful and forbidden copulation, and from plowing and sowing where they never desire to reap any fruit of their labor, or if the harvest come to perfection, they conceal and are ashamed to own it. 43. The orator Gorgias, in a full assembly of the Grecians, resorting from all parts to the Olympic games, making an oration to the people, wherein he exhorted them to live in peace, unity, and concord among one another, Melanthus cried out aloud, "This man pretends to give us advice, and preaches here in public nothing but love and union, who in his own private family is not able to keep his wife and his maid from being continually together by the ears. Yet there are only they three in the house." For it seems that Gorgias had a kindness for his servant, which made her mistress jealous. And therefore it behooves that man to have his family in exquisite order who will undertake to regulate the failing of his friends, or the public miscarriages, especially since the misbehavior of men toward their wives is far sooner divulged among the people than the transgressions of the woman against the husbands. 44. It is reported that the scent of sweet perfumes will make a cat grow mad. Now, supposing those strong perfumes, which are used by many men, should prove offensive to their wives, would it not be a great piece of unnatural kindness to discompose a woman with continual fits, rather than deny himself a pleasure so trivial? But when it is not their husbands perfuming themselves, but their lascivious wandering after lewd and extravagant women, that disturbs and disorders their wives, it is a great piece of injustice, for the tickling pleasure of a few minutes, to afflict and disquiet a virtuous woman. For since they who are conversant with bees will often abstain from women, to prevent the persecution of those little but implacable enemies of unclean dalliance, much rather ought a man to be pure from the pollutions of harlotry when he approaches his chaste and lawful wife. 45. They whose business it is to manage elephants never put on white frocks, nor dare they that govern wild bulls appear in red, those creatures being scared and exasperated by those colors. And some report that tigers, when they hear a drum beat afar off, grow mad and exercise their savage fury upon themselves. If then there are some men that are offended at the gay and sumptuous habit of their wives, and others that brook as ill their gadding to plays and balls, what reason is there that women should not refrain those vanities, rather than perplex and discontent their husbands, with whom it becomes their modesty to live with patience and sobriety? 46. What said a woman to King Philip that pulled and hauled her to him by violence against her will? "Let me go," she said, "for when the candles are out, all women are alike." This is aptly applied to men addicted to adultery and lust. But a virtuous wife, when the candle is taken away, ought then chiefly to differ from all other women. For when her body is not to be seen, her chastity, her modesty, and her peculiar affection to her husband ought then to shine with their brightest luster. 47. Plato admonishes old men to carry themselves with most gravity in the presence of young people, to the end the awe of their example may imprint in youth the greater respect and reverence of age. For the loose and vain behavior of men stricken in years breeds a contempt of gray hairs, and never can expect veneration from juvenility, which sober admonition should instruct the husband to bear a greater respect to his wife than to all other women in the world, seeing that the nuptial chamber must be to her either the school of honor and chastity, or that of inconstancy and wantonness. For he that allows himself those pleasures that he forbids his wife, acts like a man that would enjoin his wife to oppose those enemies to which he has himself already surrendered. 48. As to what remains in reference to superfluity of habit and decent household furniture, remember, dear Eurydice, what Timoxenas has written to Aristilla. And do you, Pollianus, never believe that women will be weaned from those toys and curiosities wherein they take a kind of pride, and which serve for an alleviation of their domestic solitude, while you yourself admire the same things in other women, and are taken with the gaiety of golden beakers, magnificent pictures for your houses, and rich trappings for your mules and horses? For it were a strange moroseness to debar a woman those ornamental vanities which naturally her sex admire, nor will it easily be endured without regret, where she sees the man much more indulgent to his own humour. Since then thou art arrived at those years which are proper for the study of such sciences as are attained by reason and demonstration, endeavour to complete this knowledge by conversing with persons that may be serviceable to thee in such a generous design. And as for thy wife, like the industrious bee, gather everywhere from the fragrant flowers of good instruction, replenish thyself with whatever may be of advantage to her, and impart the same to her again in loving and familiar discourse, both for thy own and her improvement. For father thou and mother art to her. She now is thine, and not the parent's care. Nor is it less to thy commendation to hear what she returns. And you, my honoured husband, are my guide, and tutor in philosophy beside, from whose instructions I at once improve the fruits of knowledge and the sweets of love. For such studies as these fix the contemplations of women upon what is laudable and serious, and prevent their wasting time upon impertinent and pernicious vanity. For that lady that is studious in geometry will never affect the dissolute motions of dancing, and she that is taken with the sublime notions of Plato and Xenophon will look with disdain upon the charms and enchantments of witches and sorcerers. And if any ridiculous astrologer promises to pull the moon down from the sky, she will laugh at the ignorance and folly of women who believe in him, being herself well grounded in astronomy, and having heard about Aganice, the daughter of Hegetor, a Thessalian lord, who, understanding the reason of the eclipses of the moon, and knowing beforehand the time of her being obscured by the shadow of the earth, made the credulous women believe that it was she who at those times unhinged the moon and removed her from the sky. True it is that never any woman brought forth a perfect child without the assistance and society of man, but there are many whose imaginations are so strongly wrought upon by the sight or bare relation of monstrous spectacles, that they bring into the world several sorts of immature and shapeless productions. Thus, unless great care be taken by men to manure and cultivate the inclinations of their wives with wholesome and virtuous precepts, they often breed among themselves the false conceptions of extravagant and loose desires. But do thou, Eurydice, make it thy business to be familiar with the learned proverbs of wise and learned men, and always to embellish thy discourse with their profitable sentences, to the end thou mayest be the admiration of other women, that shall behold thee so richly adorned without the expense or assistance of jewels and embroideries. For pearls and diamonds are not the purchase of an ordinary purse, but the ornaments of Theano, Cleobulini, Gorgo, the wife of King Leonidas, Timoclea, the sister of Theagenes, the ancient Roman Claudia, or Cornelia, the daughter of Scipio, already so celebrated and renowned for their virtues, will cost but little, yet nothing will set thee out more glorious or illustrious to the world, or render thy life more comfortable and happy. For as Sappho, only because she could compose an elegant verse, had the confidence to write to a haughty and wealthy dame in her time, Dead thou shalt lie forgotten in thy tomb, since not for thee Pierian roses bloom. Why may it not be much more lawful for thee to boast those great perfections that give thee a greater privilege, not only to gather the flowers, but to reap the fruits themselves, which the Muses bestow upon the lovers and real owners of learning and philosophy? End of section 38. End of the Morals, Volume 2, by Plutarch, translated by several hands, corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin.